Bum 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 bum. Hi. Good morning. I'm out of reach. I'm out of sight. I don't know why I decided to kind of possibly do a crafting thing today. I think it's because whenever I'm really tired, video games kind of make me a little sleepy, so we'll see how this goes. I honestly don't know how this is gonna go, because it's something I haven't done really well, I have done it in the past, but not recently. And I might get a little frustrated with it, so we'll see if I switch to a game or something. Hi, Captain Glitz. Hi, Cap Glitz. Hi, Erska. Hi, Melon. Who else? That's it for right now. Okay. Aside from those of you that haven't used your names, hi, welcome. Welcome to middle of the week. Yep. We're totally at the middle of the week. Let me lower my phone down so in case it goes off, I'm not like hearing Actually, I should put the sugar stars. Let me be right back. Welcome to Wednesday. You have made it. So, I'll be using the new hand camera that I got, which is just a webcam, and I think it's a nice one. It was like $150, and the other one was like $200, but I picked this one not just because of the lower price, but also it was it seemed like the better version of the two I bought. So let me switch to. I'm trying to find where I put it. Oh, here we go. Right. Ooh, hands. Yeah, my hands aren't the prettiest. You can't see. Chemicals. Anyway. So this is the camera I got. Oh, let me move. It's called the Insta 360 Link 2C, and I originally got the Link 2. And it's kind of weird because I have it on top of the PC instead of like I normally used to have it like on my left side on a boom arm. I tried putting on the boom arm. It didn't look right to me when I tried it. Maybe I'll try it again next time on the boom arm, but for now it's on top of the PC. So you're gonna get a little bit of a upward down kind of look. I'm still kind of like getting used to like using it. So this is what it is, and then like it has like the little camera, and then underneath it, the little like square part is a magnet, and it hooks onto that. So you can literally, it's hanging upside down right now, like it's looking downward at my PC, and it has like a little like you can angle the thing out. The little square can be angled out. It can be pushed outward. So it's nice, and the other one has benefits too. Like had like a little like rotating swivel. But this one, from what I've read, used less CPU, and I think I have it off right now so it doesn't do the hand gestures, because it's supposed to do like it does different functions based on like whatever hand gestures you do, like stuff like this, and I can't remember what they all are, but it's a really nice camera, supposedly. Not the best one I could get, but it's certainly a upgrade. What is Civilowski Wednesday? I don't think this outfit is appropriate. What do you mean it's not appropriate? Well, that might pertain to your reason, but I don't live in your region where that would apply to me. Though I'm sure that it's a wonderful holiday. I'll look this up really quick. Oh, a translation. Okay, historic date or a traditional folk custom. The day of the week. Da, da, da. It is notoriously tricky for non-native speakers to pronounce, often described as well, there's a lot of info here. I'm not gonna read all that. By the way, I don't think that would apply to me since I'm not in that country visiting or resident of. But I'm sure it's a great holiday or day of the week. It doesn't seem to necessarily be a holiday, but it does seem to be one like in October from what I see. Hi, friend. How are you? So yes, that's it for the camera. One last look at it for you guys. And then the project I have is something I actually picked up from Gordy doing because I was like, oh, I remember having one of these when I was younger, and God only knows how that's gonna go because this is not gonna go the way I want it to. So it's a latch hook kit with a fox on it. So let me unplug the Oh, actually, let me just stream title before I start doing this before. Oops. Ah. Hold on, I'm like everything. Let me things really quick. And what the fuck was it called? Crafting? I can't remember what category I used. Damn it, crafting. Let me see if there's anything crafting. Craft. No, that's not the right one. Crafting. Maybe crafts? Oh, here we go. Makers and crafting. That's it. That's the one I used. Okay. Okay, let me unplug this again. Sorry, I said to put it somewhere out of the way where I'm not gonna like get your fucking stuff on it. God only knows that thing's gonna hurt like a bitch, like a fucking Lego. So I'll give Gordy a shout out for inspiring me to get this. I actually got it like 2 months ago. I never really got around to it, and then now we are. And if I feel like I'm getting frustrated with it, we're gonna stop and I'm gonna go to a different project because I feel like I'm gonna get frustrated. Oops, let me move that. Sorry. Also, I do gotta show off one last thing with this camera. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but I can zoom out with it if I want to. If I clean that off. Okay. So I can zoom out a bit. And zoom into my desk a little. So that's kind of nice little feature with it. I'm really excited to use this camera for future, hand camera stuff. It's more excitement for me than it is for you guys. Okay, so let's see here. So let's hook. It says loop it, hook it, pull it. I feel the stress already popping in. Okay. So they gave us a bunch of these orange looking ones. Yeah, it's about as dark as it looks on camera. And then they gave us the white ones. I think we also have pink somewhere. Ooh, let's not pull it all out at once. Yeah, it did a whole bunch in here. Hold on. I'm not gonna unpack, is it? There's a bunch more in here. We're not gonna take those all out right now, cause nope. I don't see a pink. Oh wait, I see pink. So it comes with this cream color one, a pink, and I thought there was black. No way, it's just dark brown. It is here. So that's the brown, orange, white, cream, and pink. Which is pretty much all the colors to this that I can tell of. Let me put some of those away. We don't need all those out. I'll leave like one of each out or something. I don't know what I need. Yeah. I'm like trying to keep it all organized in here. Okay. Let me pull the pamphlet out. Ooh, I hit my mic. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm fixing my mic. I hit it. Okay, I don't think we'll be needing scissors for this today. But in case we do, I have scissors. We shouldn't, because this is all pre-cut. And it's got a little, like, pattern here that we're supposed to follow and instructions on the top. I might need to look up a video on how to do this. Yeah, I told you that I was inspired by Gordania doing this. I did this before when I was like a long time ago, like when I was younger, but I haven't done it like in a long time. Yeah. My mic is peaking? What do you mean it's peaking? It is? Hold on, is it peaking? Oh my god, what now? Well, I hope I didn't break my fucking mic hitting it. Work, Mike, work. Okay, is this working now? Oh my god, why is it all crunchy for? What the fuck happened? I didn't hit you that hard, come on. This is gonna be... You say it sounds good and I heard the crunchiness. Oh my god. Okay, that sounds better to me now. Oh my god, I really need to replace this fucking mic. It's been on its last hinges. I just unplugged it and replugged it back in, that's all. Hi! Hi! Hi, Sadany. Oh my god, I hope... What do you mean? Okay, bye! What do you mean? I know, stay! Stay for the ride. Actually, I need to put stream avatars up too. But yeah, I need to get a new mic though, because this one's been on its last hinges, like whenever I turn on my computer, it might be the cable, but I do want to upgrade to like a good mic for like singing and stuff. Because like whenever I turn on my computer, I have to unplug it and replug it back in from the USB cord. Otherwise, for some reason, it's not like connecting to the PC or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. It's been like that for the last couple of months, and I'm not... And I'd rather you save up for a good mic that I know that will last me a while, which is probably going to be the... How do you pronounce it? Shure? The one that's S-H-U-R-E? I want to save up for that one, and... get a good quality mic that'll last me a good while. So if I have to keep unplugging and replugging it back in, I will do that until I get a new mic. I'm not broke poor, but I'm not ready to pour in like $400 into a new mic quite yet. I just like to keep a nice cushion of money so that in case something happens, I have it there. And I don't quite feel there. I mean, I have extra, but it's not like a lot extra. I'm just not ready for it right now. Okay. I know that's like a lot of information, but I don't know. I feel really horrible when it comes to explaining things. Sorry, I'm moving things out of my way. Windows out of my way. Okay, so this is the backing of it. Oh, what's that string doing there? Oh, it's got a zipper. Okay. And then that's like the top part of it where the ears go. And this is the nose. So I'm gonna look up a really quick video on how to do this, and then we're going to we're gonna watch it together because I'm really more of a visual learner, and these static images that they sent me are not gonna do shit for me. So let me get we're gonna learn how the lats hook together. Don't you worry, friends. We're gonna do this. Oh, I need to turn stream avatars on too. I meant to. I just realized. Oh, Christ. I can do this without the fucking keyboard. All I need to do is just click. I was gonna type in the word stream and then like find stream avatars and then. Nope, can't do that. Oh my god, I can't do that with YouTube either. Fuck, I need to plug it back in. Keyboard, come back. The port you plug it. It might be. I switched the ports though. I don't know. I feel like it's probably just the cable. Okay, let me YouTube video. Let's go to YouTube. How to let's hook. Oh lordy. Hi Papa Paradox. Do 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 do. Would I use this one for that? I don't think so. God damn it, did I not have one set up for the fucking Google? I thought I had one set up on this scene for fucking watching videos. I'm sorry, I'm swearing a lot. I'm like a little annoyed that things are going so smoothly right now. You should be down here. Okay. And then we will go to YouTube. Okay. Why is it not showing up? Is it because it's under? Oops, here we go. I need to find a really quick one that like shows me how to do this. What kind of hook do I have? Oh. I guess. Oh, you guys can't see I'm blocking the way. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuckity fuck fuck fuck. Okay, we're gonna leave this big for a second and I'm gonna look at this really quick because this is very stressful for me.
How to latch hook. Fold the yarn in half.
Fold it in half. Uh-huh.
Take the tool, put it through the loop so it looks like this.
Uh-huh.
Come down to the spot where you want it to be. Bring the latch hook under and through until that latch actually gets all the way through. There it popped through.
Okay.
Bring the yarn up, pull it back. The latch pops up. Pass the yarns across.
Wait, put it in the middle?
Hook, pull it right through like that.
Wait, go slower. Fuck. Is he gonna do it again?
Put it through. Put the tool through the canvas. When that latch hook pops up, pass the yarn through. Close around it. And pull it through.
Okay, I think I can remember. I think I can remember. There's no fucking way I'm gonna remember all those steps. Someone help me remember. You know that guy? You do, for real? You know him? What's his name? It says it's Rugsmith Art. Okay, so fuck, I'm forgetting the steps already. Okay, so I'm gonna unplug this bit because I don't need it anymore. I hope I don't. And we're going to. So I start in the corner, or it has like how many holes I should do. Hold on. Maybe just start the edges or something. Well, that's cool that you know him. Maybe I should do like the edges, because I feel like if I do the edges, then I won't fuck up the squares on the inside. Because of the way how it's colored, I feel like that might disorient me. So maybe I'll do like the top row here and do it orange, like how it's supposed to be. Let me. Those are getting, you know, I'm gonna put those in the fucking box. I'm gonna put them in my fucking desk. There'd be my desk. I have one of each color. Okay, so he says, we grab a yarn piece. I'm so nervous about doing this. I can't remember what the steps were. Oh my god, let me go look at it really quick. I know you said fold it in half, but then...
Put it through.
Half? Uh-huh.
Through the canvas.
Uh-huh. Wait, stop right there. Okay. We can get this. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. Okay, so we half. I'll put the music back on in a second. I just need to get a hold of this really quick. Let me do a few of these. Okay, so I put this, okay, I got it in half. It goes through. Wait, do I put it in the corner? Fuck. I'm so nervous. Do I only do it on the upward parts?
When the hook pops up, pass the yarn through, let it close around it, and pull it through.
Wait, do it one more time. I'm not ready. I'm too scared. I'm sorry. I forgot to start the video again. I'm over here talking to myself like a dumbass.
Put it through. Put the tool through.
Uh-huh. Put it through. Tool through. With the hook open.
Latch hook pops up.
Last hook up. Yarn under. Go under.
Pull it through.
I got this. No, I don't. Motherfucker. Okay. So he's doing it on like the upward parts, which is like... I guess I do it on the squares going upward, like here, not on the side. Or am I looking at this wrong? I guess. I don't know. No, it wouldn't make sense to do it. Yeah, we go on the upward, I think. Doesn't they have a fucking example on the back? No, wait, they're doing it to the side. I think I do it to the side. I think I do it to the side hole. Okay. I'm not ready. That latch hook looks so much bigger than mine. I should really get a better one. Because I feel like plastic's going to cause a blister eventually. Okay. So I think we go through here. Sorry, sir. I'm trying to like internalize my thought. Okay, so it goes through here. And then, I forgot. And then we pull this up here. Wait, hold on. I'm trying so hard right now. One more time. This is gonna take me a few tries of doing this. I'm looking back and forth. I feel very stupid in the head.
Pop through, bring the yarn up, pull it back, the latch pop under and through until that latch.
Wait, why is it 2 times speed? Hold on.
Pop through.
Oh my god.
Yarn up, pull it back.
Fuck.
The latch pops up.
Latch pops up.
Let the hook pull it right through like that. Under.
Okay, under, through.
All the way through. There it popped through.
Okay, the latch does go through.
Pull it back.
Uh-huh.
Pops up. Pass the yarns across. Let the hook pull it right through like that.
Okay, I think I got it this time. I'm memorizing the method. Millen, join me. I'm nervous. If you want to join me, you can. I'm so nervous right now. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. I'm pulling myself together. I just cannot. Fucking Christ. Okay, so it goes through. Why is it not open? Oh. Okay, so this is supposed to go through here. And then it goes under. Go under. Hold on. Why is it not going under? I feel like. Hold on. This is stupid. Let me play the music again. I feel like this hole is too small for this. Okay, so it's supposed to go under. Whew, one done. How many more of these do we have? I'm trying. Hold on. I'm trying to think if I can elevate this on something else so I can bring it higher up. I don't really use one of my game boards for that. Hold on. I think I'm gonna go get the VR headset I never opened up. Don't ask about that. Okay. It's a Lego kit I plan to work on in the future. I think they'll elevate it more so you guys can see what's happening. There's no way I'm gonna lift my arms up the whole time and fucking do that. Hi, Untitled Lux. How are you? Welcome in. Customize your avatar. Maybe I should turn the light up a little bit more and light. Okay. Or I could try putting a pillow under there. Oh, where'd my fucking hook go? Oops. Welcome to the chaos. I'm learning how to latch hook the very hard way of watching the video like 3 times before getting it right. I think I'm supposed to be putting them across the side here. I think this is how it works. Instead of like going on these like top part, I'm supposed to go on the side. So I'm gonna stick with that because that seems like how the picture had it. Okay, so once we get this in a more rhythm pattern, we should be going a little faster. I feel like I definitely need a pillow for this. I don't know how I feel about this box yet being underneath here. Okay, so we put it. Motherfucker. Go under. Hold on. There's like a yarn right under there, and I'm trying to make sure I don't grab that. Okay. So I could zoom in a little bit more, maybe. Let me mess with the fucking camera. I hope I don't need that fucking tutorial anymore. I guess closed it. Let me see if I can zoom in really quick, and then let me open the camera app. Is it opening? Okay, yeah, it's opening. Okay. Is this a bit better? I think that's better than how it was before. Okay. I actually really like the camera because it has that little app and I can like zoom in like that and just so cool. It's so fucking cool. I'm so afraid of pulling the fucking yarn that's underneath here. Oh, did I grab it? No, I didn't grab the yarn that was under there. It's like the stitching to the pillow. I thought I grabbed. I was like, God damn it, I fucking grabbed it. And I was about to pull the string out. Okay. So let's... Come on, work with me here. I need to get part of this done today. Oh, fuck. The good news is I have like a lot of crafting tools, so I can pull this out. I can fix this. Hi, Chief. 1 second while I... Okay. I got so many fucking crafting tools. It's not funny. I dabble in like a lot of different crafts and stuff, and like this is one I haven't done in quite some time. So this is definitely a journey for me to do this. Oops. Yeah. Let me tell you a story about that. Been there, done that, tried that. Nope. You can never fix anyone. They have to be the ones to make that change for themselves. Been there very stupidly long ago. No, but I forgot what this tool is for. I think it's like a clay. No, yeah, it's a clay tool for like making like dimple decorations on the side. It's got like 2 different dot things on the end. I mean, it's a lesson that everyone learns. Even if you want to be with someone who's like, who you think you love, and then they just act stupid, and you're like, oh, I wish I could change him or whatever, or I wish he changed like the way how he acts. It's something that people have to go through, and the person who's acting negatively needs to be the one who, you know, decides, oh, ultimately, I want to be the one who changes for myself. They need to change for themselves, not for like other people around them, even if they have a negative trait about them. It's like, well, they have to be the ones to see that. It doesn't matter if you see the negative trait and then you're like, well, I want them to change. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I think part of that comes from like people always wanting to, it's like, even if they know it's good for them to change, it's a part of human nature to always kind of like resist, you know, the opposite of whatever people tell us. And it's like, well, yeah, I know I should stop being a drunk, but are they ready to make that change? And it's not going to happen overnight. It's something that I guess like has to be worked on. Oops, sorry. I was fixing something with my camera. It wasn't locked on my OBS. It was about ready to move all over the place. But anywho, that's a whole other topic. I feel like I should put on videos for you guys to watch in the meantime, like while we're doing this. Or are you guys just content with watching me do this and music? Because I can find React videos or some shit. If you guys want to. Because I know this is going to take me a while. Especially with me doing each hole. It's like... Oh my god. I gotta fuck that one up. I feel like the edges I need to do like closer to me. Let me get it under first. Okay. I feel like you don't even need to have the yarn on here until like after it's over, but whatever. So how's everyone's morning today? It's Wednesday, and if you guys work weekdays like I do, then you're already halfway through. I feel like it's supposed to go through a lot easier than that, and I'm like doing this the hard way. Like, look, I already did like some of these uneven. Maybe I should pull a few of these out instead of like pulling it one out at a time. Also, this is not going to be a it's going to get done today thing. I will do most of this on stream, but we're probably only going to get like one row down with the rate I'm going. I'm sorry. Work? My back hurts too much to work. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, like, if anyone does work, then it's probably like halfway through. Or if they have like an office or a day job. I don't have an office job, so. But I do have a job that goes Monday through Friday. And luckily, no overtime, so I don't gotta work Saturdays. They have made overtime mandatory in the past, like when we had like orders that we were behind on, but I haven't seen it in a long while, so I hope it stays that way. I'll be so annoyed if they start making us work overtime. Like the fuck? Trust me, they do not need to make us work overtime. They got plenty of people at my job that will gladly work overtime and come in. Hold on, Luna's gonna fix this off screen for a second. Good lord. What the hell's happening with my life? Okay. God, this pill is gonna be some kind of fucked up when I'm done with it. Like, you can't see it from here. Well, I guess it's okay now after I've kind of like smoothed it out, but it was starting to become a little loose because I kind of pulled it the wrong way. I feel like, hold on. I'm gonna do something really quick. I have an image. We're not gonna bother labeling it, because fuck that's it. Okay. I will put the image up of what it should look like in the corner. May as well cover up that Spotify thing. I'm just gonna get rid of it. There. Now people know what the hell I'm making. I'm just a genius. Thank you. Thank you. Hold your applause till the end. I was supposed to do mail time and then like, I don't know. I felt really tired when I was like almost done with my work shift and I was like, if I play that fucking game, I'm gonna fall asleep fucking playing it because it's like, it's not a high activity game. It's like, how do you call it? It's cozy, so it's kind of like slower. I like cozy game, but when I'm like fucking dead tired, I know I'm gonna fucking be falling asleep. So maybe we'll play that like on Sunday or something to make it up. We'll see. There's plans for Friday and Saturday already, so it probably won't be for that day. Okay, that one actually went through pretty nice. I think I just need to pull it through with confidence. No slacking. Oh, let me fix my fucking camera. It's like coming forward. Oh, thank you, Melon. I will do a little stretch. Actually, I'm gonna go into VC. I'll just be there in case you want to join. Because I'm stressed out. I'll be in VC because anyone wants to join. I'm fucking stressed out right now. You have no idea how much this thing has stressed me out. At least at the beginning. It did, because it's like, oh, gee, let me just fuck around with it. I'm still a little stressed, but it's okay. It's getting easier. I think it'll be easier once I get towards the middle, because I don't have to, like, keep leaning in or pulling it towards me or whatever. And once I get this outer border done, it'll be easier for me to tell which square is where. So I can just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 brown or whatever. And then just go row by row. And then like the bottom part. I just need to make sure to not do that in orange. I'm gonna have to count those. I don't really know how many that is. It's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 10, I think. I'm kind of glad this isn't like a smaller one, because I would be hunched over trying to do this. Am I supposed to be pulling it that way? It feels like that's better, because then it pulls the yarn outward. I'm going to pull a bunch of these out and put them to the side. I think that's like 5 I pulled out. Or more like, yeah, that was 5 actually. I really feel like I need to find a video for this. I wonder if there's an easier method to this than what I saw. But honestly, let's not complicate things. I'm kind of wanting to put on a video for you guys. Let me...
How will that joke?
Let me find the channel. I'll give you some education. Nope. Some more. I'm trying to do this without the fucking Some more. Oh my god, why is it not showing more? Okay, here we go. I'm trying to do this without getting the fucking mouse. I got so many subscriptions I'm fucking subscribed to. For different things. Comedy, cooking. Sorry, I'm sighing because it's taking forever for it to load. I only have myself to blame. Okay, we're almost down to the letter alphabet I need to be at. Here we go. My favorite sandal to take you guys to. Oops. I did not mean to do that. It's gonna get a wee bit crowded here for a second, but trust in the process. Ooh, what's that? Edumacason? Oops, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Let me pull that. Oh, what is this about? IRLs. Do you play Roblox? No, not really. Sorry, I saw that right now. I was having a little bit of a stressful time if you didn't hear me earlier. Struggling. Alpha music on YouTube. We're doing a Lats Hook, Fox pillow. I will play a video for you all.
In 1843, British professor Edward Forbes proposed a radical new
I will restart
it. There wasn't any. Forbes had been dredging the Aegean Sea and cataloging the species that were dragged up. And he saw a pretty clear pattern. The deeper his ship dredged, the less it collected. So he figured that below about 300 fathoms, roughly 550 meters, the sea was entirely
That's so big.
Or lifeless because of its harsh conditions. And for decades, this hypothesis was widely accepted by the scientific community, despite it being deeply wrong. And today we know that the dark and murky depths are home to many species, from invertebrates to anglerfish to lanternfish and
I tossed my thing.
But
I tossed my fucking lantern. Good lord.
See, those weird deep sea fish may look ancient, as if they've been lurking.
Yeah, you guys can't see the comment. Someone on YouTube asked if I played Roblox.
In reality, they only
No, I did not play Roblox. I don't think I will with the reputation it has.
Just that vertebrates conquered both the land and the air before they conquered the depths. So what took them so long? Well, what made it possible for fish to...
When you coming back? Oh, I play WoW. I just haven't really streamed it.
The deep ocean is the single...
Why, you gonna play with me?
Records suggest that for most of the history of complex life, vertebrates just didn't go down there. The earliest vertebrates emerged in the shallow waters of the Cambrian period, over 500 million years ago. And by 375 million years ago, in the Devonian period, some had begun to crawl out of the water onto land. By a little over 200 million years ago, in the Triassic period, some of their descendants even developed...
I meant play with me in the game. What do you mean consent?
While some
the fuck?
Were on epic evolutionary journeys from the water to the land and into the air, none seem to have just swum downwards. There is evidence that fish were adapted for deep-sea living in the late Cretaceous period, but we don't see any definitive body fossils of fish down there until...
I think you're thinking of consent for the wrong kind of thing.
Plus, the genetics of the fish that dominate deep-sea ecosystems today also show evidence of this delay. Molecular clock data suggests that most modern major deep-sea fish lineages, which are part of a larger group called the Neoteleosts, only arose during or after the Cretaceous. Was it really quicker and easier?
I mean, I guess. In general, I don't go...
to evolve into
barging in on people, even my friends and stuff on WoW. I don't like go barging after playing a game. I go like, hey, you want to hang out? I don't know. To me, that gets kind of sometimes it can be kind of annoying on WoW if I'm on there and then like, oh, like someone wants to hang out all of a sudden. It's like I might be doing like role play or like doing my own thing, and it's like I wasn't ready for this confrontation.
And the simplest hypothesis that has historically been proposed is that the gap is real.
I saw a fist I'm locked on in the video. Oh.
But why such a long delay? Well, it's easy to imagine.
Yeah, I figured better than just watching me let's hook and listen to music.
Beyond about 200 meters.
Honestly, if you guys like,
technically begins, there's so little sunlight that photosynthesis becomes basically impossible. Now, photosynthesis.
if you guys like dinosaurs and like, what is it called? Anthropology and stuff, I would definitely highly recommend PBS Eons. They cover dinosaurs, like human history with Neanderthals and stuff, and like all this kind of stuff. I can skim through and show you guys some of the videos, but like they got a lot of interesting stuff here that I would recommend if you like that. So it's kind of like when National Geographic used to be on TV, but it's like the substitute for it. I've watched most of their videos. I think I skipped like half a year, but I watched like a bunch of them last year when I was like kind of like binging through them. Because I would watch them at work when I was on the really slow machines, and I'm talking about machines that would like only produce parts like every 10 minutes. So I was sitting there just fucking bored because the process of the parts didn't take a long time. So it's like, oh, okay, I'm just sitting here for 10 minutes. Let me just watch this fucking video while I wait for the fucking part to cut out. I work with lasers. That's why I say part cutting out. I work like in a manufacturing plant when I'm not doing my duty amongst the stars.
Because it's still kind of strange that it took so long for shallow water fish to conquer the deep. There are also a
No, I haven't been online like a month. I think I went on before I went to the board game convention, but I haven't been on lately. Just been a lot I had to catch up on with like playing with friends and stuff and crap.
Technically, yes, that's exactly what it is, but you get what I mean. Plus, invertebrates seem to have made it down there without.
I really only use it for WoW and Diablo. Your favorite dino is the ankle breaker. I'm sure they have one on the Anki in there. There's probably one in there.
And there's been a series of known major global anoxic events in the planet's history.
It's a bad time for me, Winston. I gotta go pee, kinda.
Deep sea vertebrate ecosystems. So perhaps modern deep sea fish.
I'll do a few more. I'll do until I get to this brown area, and then I'll go ahead and reward myself with a bathroom break. There's a dad joke there.
We're missing the fossil evidence of those earlier species. And that lack of fossils would make sense, seeing as the oceanic crust is.
Speaking of dad jokes, Dracor's been playing Pragmata, what people are calling the dad simulator. I feel like I might want to buy a better latch hook than this because it's nice and simple, but it's also like it's plastic. I feel like plastic causes blisters on the hands.
Researchers published a study that added a whole new dimension to the debate.
Let me move the video. It's kind of annoying where it's at.
Of deep sea vertebrates ever found. The fossils came from the Apennine Mountains of Italy and date back 130 million years ago to the early Cretaceous, when this region formed the bottom of the ancient Tethys Sea.
Why is it not locking up to the... Oops. Why is it not locking onto like the top of the screen? Hello? Oh my gosh, either too much or too little. Fucking Christ, that's gonna bother the fuck out of me. He has that little gap on the... Everyone ignore that gap on the top of the screen. Yeah, but I think wood causes blisters too. I think I'd rather have one with like a silicone handle, Because usually a lot of rough materials cause like blisters on the hand, especially when you're working with them for so long. Even with like crochet and stuff with the metal.
Because those pits required a highly
I think I'd probably want a latch hook with like a silicone handle on it. Because this is the kind of thing that they give you. This is like a cheap latch hook that's just meant to like get you through the kit. If I end up enjoying this, then I'm gonna have to like get a better one. Oh fuck! Kind of fucked it up.
It does suggest what the trigger for the latest colonization might have been. Because right around 130 million years ago...
You know what? We're not going to worry about that one being uneven. I really don't feel like pulling it out.
Due to the ripple effect of a revolution unfolding on land. Sea flowering plants, aka angiosperms, also emerged in the fossil record around this time and took over the world over the course of the Cretaceous. And the researchers argued that as they radiated and spread, flowering plants would have increased the amount of organic matter finding its way into the oceans. The nutrient-rich runoff in turn would have then increased the productivity of the marine realm.
My phrasing or the lady in the video?
At the surface. And some of this extra organic matter would have eventually found its way into the deep sea, raining down as the marine snow we mentioned earlier. This sudden extra input of energy into the deep sea meant that food webs down there could support a greater abundance and diversity of invertebrates. And we see the diversity of their fossil burrows.
I don't know why I keep putting it up there when I just need to pull it through.
That could use their mouths to get those invertebrates out of those burrows, like the early deep sea neotelios. Transitioning to the abyss finally became worth it. So maybe what eventually ended the deep sea fish delay was an ecological domino effect that began with flowering plants taking root on land. We still have a lot to learn about the natural history of the deep sea, the largest and most mysterious part of our planet. But if it's correct, this new hypothesis shows that nature isn't a collection of neatly separated ecosystems.
Also, when you guys get back from ads, let me know.
From forests,
I gotta show y'all something.
from flowers to fish. And far from being
Actually, let me time it. Okay, so it's gonna be like
the deep sea just needed a new group of plants basking in the light to give rise to new animals that lurk in the darkness.
I think
Wanna know
it's
more
easier
about
if I put it into the side.
Check out our episode
Sideways.
That time the ocean lost almost all its oxygen. And deepest gratitude to this month's eontologists. Addie,
Oops.
Annie and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel,
I did not mean to do it that way.
Jake Hart, John Davidson Ing, Juan M, Melanie Lam Carnival, Nico Robin, Raphael Haas, Tony Dye.
Did they say Nico Robin like Nico Robin from One Piece?
Eons, you can get fun perks like getting your name.
Maybe that's just like their username.
Back Steve. And as always, thanks for joining me in the Annie and Eric Higgins studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more primordial ordeals. Also, I don't know if it's still rolling. You can't see how cool my earrings are, but my earrings are very cool for this episode. Please admire. Thank you.
I'm sure there's something in here with Ankies. Fuck, I can't write. I got this. I can totally get this. Hey. Is that not gonna work that way? Hi, who is it? Who did something? I'm like, oh, hey, thank you for following. Hold on, I'll plug in my fucking thing so I can get an Anki video up. Specifically, an Anki video, because someone mentioned it. I'm pretty sure they have one. Thanks for following and joining. Oh my god. What am I clicking on? What am I clicking on?
In 1848, British professor Edward Forbes.
Stop. Do they not have an Anki video? Anki. I guess they don't have one. Anki. No! I guess we don't have an Anki. It's probably like they're probably mentioned in like one of the videos. Maybe it's not a specific one, but we can keep watching. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna last until this brown part to get to. Oh, actually, I only got like 2 more to go. I will last. That will be my treat for finishing this Earth's Fairest Mountains. Okay. Let me make
Around
this.
600 million years ago, a chain of gigantic ancient mountains loomed over a barren, desolate landscape. And you might be trying really hard to picture the biggest mountain range you possibly can right now.
Okay.
But I think I can confidently say, no, that's too small. Because these were super mountains, at least as tall as the very tallest mountain range today, the Himalayas, but nearly 4 times as long. Super mountains were so ridiculously enormous that as far as we know, they've only ever formed twice, far back in deep time. And they lasted for just a
You guys are gonna love me.
Overall history.
You guys are gonna find out that I like dinosaurs
Super mountains seem to
from watching this fucking channel.
Evolutionary shifts in the entire history of life. So it's possible that their rise and in particular their fall.
Also, feel free to customize your stream avatar. Nico Halloween Gamer. I think I know what favorite holiday is.
They were studying sediment samples collected from huge deposits across multiple continents, and they were specifically
Halloween's pretty awesome, and I'm not saying that just because I was born in October. Yes, once upon an October day, I was birthed. I actually really like having an autumn birthday. Okay, so as I said, I'm at the brown part, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to the bathroom. Yeah, unfortunately this year I won't have a Halloween outfit. I'll just have to like scramble something together from like pre-made assets. However, we should have the D&D and the Christmas outfit ready this year. Or that's my hope. I don't know how fast this rigger works. And honestly, I think it's probably going to be like 3 months for each outfit. But I'm hoping at least the 2 outfits by the end of the year. Next year, I'll probably work on getting a Halloween outfit together. An official one that's not like sampled together with like pre-made stuff. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom really bad. I've been holding it in.
Created a gigantic chain they called the Trans-Gondwanan Super Mountains. Stretching more than 8,000 kilometers across and over 1,000 kilometers wide, it dwarfed all other known mountain ranges, lasting for hundreds of millions of years. And with gigantic mountains came a gigantic amount of sediment. See, as mountains gradually erode over time, the rocks they brought up from the Earth's crust crumble into sediment and end up deposited all over the place. By river systems, for example. The bigger the mountains, the more sedimentation you get. And the Trans-Gondwanan Supermountains may have resulted in some of the highest sedimentation rates in history, enough to cover the entire United States 10 kilometers deep, according to the researchers' estimates. Not just because of their unprecedented size, but also because they were close to the equator, in areas with high rainfall that helped weather them away. Plus, this far back, there was no vegetation on land to cover and protect the supermountains and slow the weathering process. So, the levels of erosion would have been extreme. And as giant river systems on either side of the range drained into the oceans, they would have carried huge amounts of sediment with them. And here's where the researchers proposed something pretty radical. What if dumping all that supermountain dust into the ancient oceans supercharged life on Earth? See, the Trans-Gondwanan
Oops, I'm back.
just so happened to overlap in time with the
I got water here.
life in the fossil record during the Ediacaran and Cambrian periods. And the Cambrian is well known for
See
being
this?
a period when many
This is my big old bottle of water.
during the so-called Cambrian
I love it.
explosion that began
It's
around
purple and blue.
5 million years ago. This
Basically my
during the literal
stream colors.
when enormous amounts of sediment would have been flowing into the ocean.
It's my absolute favorite.
Could this be not just
Thanks, Melon.
I'm trying to hydrate, not get horny.
I just drink. Also, Melon, you're welcome to join me in VC if you want. Company's always welcome, especially when I'm just like bored.
And complex ecosystems that could support large animal life for the first time. And this could potentially explain why we suddenly see so much biological change in the late Ediacaran and early Cambrian. Key elements that had once been limited
We're like,
locked up in the Earth's crust.
this is how much we have done.
suddenly became abundant.
And this is how much is left, along with everything below that. We got quite a ways to go with this.
Specifically is what allowed for the sudden evolution of skeletons around this time too. Animals may have been building the first hard bodies on record out of broken fragments of supermountains. So metal.
Taking a few of these out to put on the side,
Now, the
so I don't
idea
gotta
that
keep digging
ancient
into the
supermountains
barrel.
influenced a key chapter in the history of life on Earth was pretty tantalizing when it was proposed in 2006. But it was hard to know for sure that it wasn't just coincidence. Maybe these were
I'm realizing my stream's a bit behind. I don't know why it's behind today. It shouldn't be. I'll have to look into that later.
Supermountains and ancient evolutionary shifts.
But I usually should be like around the same amount of time as you guys are. I don't know why it's like super behind. You guys are like a minute or two behind from what I'm actually doing in real time.
Major rivers noticed another interesting pattern. Once again, in those tiny, nearly indestructible zircons. They'd been searching for supermountains using a particular method that measured the amount of an element called lutetium in their zircons. If zircon grains are formed under really extreme pressure, they tend to have unusually low levels of lutetium. Rather than being incorporated into the grains, the lutetium is soaked up by the mineral garnet instead. And one of the few ways zircons can be formed under such ridiculous amounts of pressure, especially across a
What the
wide
fuck's
area,
going on here?
is by being at the roots of ancient supermountains. This time, when the researchers dated their low lutetium zircons, they found not one, but two periods of supermountain formation. One matched up with the Transgondowanan supermountains, of course, beginning around 650 million years ago. But the other supermountain range was both new to science and much, much older. It dated back 2 billion years to a collision that started its very first supercontinent, Nuna. And much like Gondwana, the continental collisions that formed Nuna came together in just the right way to form a supermountain range over 8,000 kilometers long.
I'm supposed to go here.
Just like their younger Transgondwanan counterparts, the Nuna
God
supermountain
damn it, I'm losing my rhythm.
the world ever saw also coincided with some major evolutionary changes. The earliest known organisms big enough to be seen by the naked eye appear in the fossil record around 1.8 billion years ago, right as the sedimentation from the Nuna supermountains would have been in full swing. They're coiled filaments called Grippania, and while we don't know exactly where they fit in the tree of life, they are orders of magnitude larger than the older microscopic fossil species that preceded them. And the earliest eukaryotes, organisms whose cells have a nucleus, are thought to have evolved around this time too, a major milestone in early complex life. So this is all consistent with the hypothesis that, on multiple occasions, supermountains freed early life from the previous constraints on size and complexity. The sudden massive pulses of nutrients they supplied as they rose and fell may have first fueled the evolution of large and complex cells, and then on the second occasion, large and complex animals. And the extreme sedimentation of both supermountains may have also helped trigger this biological effect by boosting oxygen levels. For one, these unparalleled nutrient influxes would have stimulated massive blooms of tiny marine photosynthesizers, which would have suddenly produced a lot more oxygen.
I'm like having a hard time after coming back from the bathroom. I think I got too comfortable.
A lot of elements and minerals that normally bind to oxygen, like organic carbon, pyrite, and iron, allowing more oxygen to build up in the atmosphere. This made yet another vital resource for complex life suddenly a lot more abundant and accessible.
Oh my gosh, grabbing onto the part in the back. Here we go.
Researchers pointed out that could help bolster this idea. They noted the absence of supermountains also matched up with an absence of big evolutionary change. A famously stagnant period of Earth's history unfolded between 1.8 billion years ago and 800 million years ago.
Great, and I let go of it by accident.
As the name suggests, not a lot seems to have changed during that time, and maybe that's because no supermountains seem to have risen.
I'm so glad I have this fucking tool with me.
Major evolutionary leap. Now, we still have a lot to learn about Earth's ancient supermountains.
Sorry.
And exactly how big a deal they were for early life. But studies like these point to something we do know for sure. From the highest peaks to the smallest cells, geology and biology are deeply intertwined.
I have to keep in mind where the math's at.
Built from elements forged in the hearts of dying stars, in a sense, we might also
Oops, I grabbed one too many.
Mountain dust.
I got another one over there.
Happy Earth Month. PBS is celebrating by releasing a ton of great new episodes across our channels, diving deep into our amazing planet, like the latest episode of Weathered, about extreme weather early warning systems. Links to that episode and PBS's full Earth Month playlist are in the description.
How did seahorses, one of the ocean's worst swimmers, spread around the globe? And where did they come from in the first place? Find out in our episode how plate tectonics gave us seahorses.
Oh?
And thanks to this month's super eontologists, Addie, Annie, and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel, Jackie Scott Ralston, Jake Hart, John Davison Ng, Juan M., Melanie Lamb Carnevale, Nico Robin, Raphael Hasse, Tony Dye, and of course, Steve. Become an Eonite at patreon.com/eons, and you can get fun perks like access to the exclusive polls and videos from the Eons team. And as always, thanks for joining me in the Annie and Eric Higgins studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons.
Okay, this is going a little smoother.
Deep time.
Watch when I say that it jinxes it. Hold on. Let me maybe start at the...
I was reading this on the airplane over, and I think I was not just mouthing it. So I think the person next to me thought I sounded crazy just saying all these words next to him. That I would hope so. Yeah, you're welcome, guy in third.
Is there a way I can, like, start at the bottom? They have more videos than this. I was trying to go, like, to the bottom or
Thank you,
lower
Bureau.org,
down.
for supporting PBS. Over 45,000 years ago, a group of Neanderthals stood in Shanidar Cave, located in modern-day Kurdistan. At their feet lay the body of a male Neanderthal. They are preparing his final resting place, shifting aside two female Neanderthals and an infant to make space within a hole in the cave floor caused by a rockfall. As they place him with the others, a member of the group scatters flowers around him. Yarrow, cornflower, and thistle, to name a few. This is one interpretation of the final resting place of a Neanderthal known as Shanidar IV, nicknamed the flower burial. But did Neanderthals actually bury their dead?
Oh, really? Why are you being a pain in the butt?
If they did, what would that mean? Burial practices often involve much more than simply disposing of a body. They're complicated rituals, ones that involve abstract and complex ideas of life, death, and what happens after our time on this earth. So if Neanderthals buried their dead, maybe they weren't just unintelligent cavemen after all. Maybe they had more in common with us than we thought. When the first Neanderthal fossils were discovered in the mid-1800s, they were initially imagined to be what we now think of as stereotypical cavemen. Many assumed that whatever Neanderthal culture was, from their stone tools to their behavior,
Oops.
it must have been inferior to ours. But this started to change in the 1950s, when researchers revisited the fossil evidence and came to very different conclusions from those earlier anthropologists. Some of the physical traits that were thought to be signs that Neanderthals were inferior to us Homo sapiens were actually the result of old age or medical conditions. And this reevaluation would be significant as more Neanderthal fossils were discovered, especially ones that looked like potential burials. Okay, but why? What's so significant about burying the dead? First, a definition. Burial can be much more than simply placing a body in the ground, an act that can have a range of practical benefits like foiling scavengers and controlling the scent of decay. If a body is carefully and intentionally placed in the ground in specific ways, it might indicate something more meaningful, like caring among group members or concern for lost loved ones.
Huh.
So intentionality and purpose is at the heart of the archaeological discussions about burials. And depending on the complexity of that burial itself, like when objects are found beside a body, this could be even more telling. See, some archaeologists view burials as potential evidence of symbolic behavior. Because today, actions like preparing a body for burial, positioning it in the ground, and placing goods alongside it often have a lot of symbolic significance shaped by cultural beliefs. And because symbols represent complicated, abstract ideas, symbolic thinking has often been linked to higher levels of intelligence. In fact, symbolism has generally been assumed to be unique to Homo sapiens.
I would think it's more of a sympathetic
So, if we
thing.
found evidence that Neanderthals buried their dead, it could show that they were not unintelligent, brutish cavemen at all. In the early decades after their 1950s image rehab, a Neanderthal child was discovered.
It's gotta be a sympathetic and survival thing, like
France.
covering
This
scent
individual was
and
unearthed
stuff.
in 1970 and 1973.
Let's find
and is
out.
known as La Pharisee 8. It was approximately 2 years old at death and is one of 7 Neanderthals found at the site. The group included adults and young children and was surrounded by odd mounds of earth. Some researchers have suggested that this may have once been a family living in the rock shelter in which they would eventually be buried. And those strange mounds may possibly have been part of some symbolic burial rite. Other researchers, though, have pointed out that the mounds look similar to landscape features, sometimes caused by the melting of permafrost. But a closer analysis of Laferisi 8, undertaken recently, has revealed important details about the position and the preservation of
Oops.
the body. The
The yarn's
position of
slipping.
Laferisi 8 suggests that the body was laid purposefully, with the head slightly
Come
higher than the
back.
rest of the body, an orientation that's unlikely to occur naturally. Also, juvenile bones are generally very fragile. So the simple fact that Laferisi 8 was preserved at all may be a testament to the care taken in burying the body. When compared to animal bones found in a nearby contemporary context, the preservation of this Neanderthal child is even more noticeable. Overall, this suggests that Laferisi 8 was buried intentionally. And similar preservation and positioning among the other Neanderthals at the site suggests that this may be the case for the rest of the group.
I'm realizing there's
And
like
this
this
isn't the only site with a
tethered
possible Neanderthal
plastic.
burial. In
I'm gonna try to
1983,
cut this
a
off
partial
really
Neanderthal
quick
skeleton was recovered
before
from
it gets
site
caught on the
of
yarn.
cave in Israel. Of the 23 individuals identified in the cave,
I have a
this is the
razor
well-preserved adult,
somewhere.
known as Kibara 2,
I think I
has
might
been
have it.
reported as an intentional
I
burial
may have to
for
look for
ecology
it
reasons.
later.
The fossils had no evidence of tooth marks from scavenging hyenas, for example, unlike other fossils in the cave. And strangely, most of Kibara 2's skull wasn't found. Yet there were no signs of broken pieces that might suggest the skull had either been destroyed or degraded over time. And there was evidence it must have been there originally. An upper tooth was found near the lower jaw, which showed no signs of being disturbed. Some researchers think that the skull was carefully removed at some point, perhaps to be buried elsewhere. Like Laferisi 8, these physical characteristics of the bones could suggest that there was some sort of intentionality behind the body's disposal. But does this mean that Neanderthals were thinking symbolically? Since the early 2000s, discussions around Neanderthal cognition and their ability to use symbolism have become more complicated. On one hand, many anthropologists today agree that Neanderthals were smart and social enough to have cultural practices of their own. We now know that they sometimes made jewelry from
Okay,
eagle
there, I
feathers.
got rid of a lot of that
This too
plastic
points
that
to the
was like
capacity for
sticking
symbolic
out.
thought, as these don't have a practical use. But on the other hand, scientific advances in analyzing taphonomy, aka the things that happen to a fossil between death and excavation, have
Okay.
increased the skepticism of some researchers.
Let's
They point to
continue.
natural causes to explain some of the features
That was
that
really
once
bothering the
actually
fuck out of me.
influenced burial rites. And that brings us back to Shanidar Cave. Since the flower burial hypothesis was published, many archaeologists have argued that the evidence is highly circumstantial, especially when you consider other explanations. For example, the proximity of the Neanderthals to signs of rockfall have led some to suggest that this was their cause of death and how they ended up preserved, rather than being intentionally buried. And even the connection between the presence of the flower pollen and inferred symbolism has been called into question. It's been suggested that the pollen was simply introduced by burrowing animals, and this has been supported by the observation of rodents around Shanidar Cave, as well as the identification of the same flower species growing nearby. But the picture continues to get more complicated. In 2017, new excavations revealed the first Neanderthal found in the cave in over 25 years. And although only the top part of the body was recovered, its position indicates that it may have been posed in death. The Neanderthal's head is resting on its left hand, and a triangular stone seems to have been placed underneath its head and shoulders, like an uncomfortable pillow. A piece from a stone blade was also found resting against one of the Neanderthal's ribs, which might have originally been placed on top of the body. More work needs to be done on this discovery. But given the presence of this potential grave good, as well as the body's proximity to the flower burial, this new find may help shed more light on the possibility of intentional burials at Shanidar, and the potential capacity for symbolic thinking among Neanderthals. So, like many of the biggest questions in human evolution, whether or not Neanderthals buried their dead is still open for debate. But does it matter? Well, yes and no. Because regardless of the evidence, or lack thereof, for burials, sites like Shanidar Cave help change our mind about our closest cousins and what they were capable of. The idea that Neanderthals could bury a member of their group was just as important as whether or not they actually did. But if we ever found more substantial evidence for the complex actions and rituals associated with burying the dead, the implications would be huge, because it would tell us that Neanderthals had the ability to think and communicate largely abstract ideas, like death, which is something that we've often considered to be what separates us, Homo sapiens, from other hominids. And if we could see ourselves in the way our ancient cousins dealt with death, what else could we have in common?
I think they probably did bury them on purpose. I mean,
.org for supporting PBS.
they were in the home of their caves. They could have just easily have taken them out of their caves and just like put them somewhere else. I feel like it was intentional.
And problem-solving activities and exercises, and solve problems with interactive lessons in STEM. For example,
Cause it's kind of like when people have like,
computational biology.
when people used to do like graveyards in their own backyard, they would bury their families there.
Since 2000, an ocean of sequencing data has emerged that allows researchers
They're just keeping them closer to home or wherever their plan was.
Foundational problems in computational biology, like genome reconstruction.
They could have just buried them somewhere else, but like, I don't want to smell that funk.
Evolutionary relationships. The course also addresses some physicochemical issues of molecular biology, like RNA folding. To learn more about Brilliant, go to brilliant.org/eons.
Well, that's what I would think.
Paleontologists are so wonderful, we want to bury them in thanks. Wow. Here's a turn of phrase for you.
Gail Brown, Juan M., Jaxie Weiss, Melanie Lamb Carnevale, Annie Eric Higgins, John Datasit Ing, Colton, Chase Archambault, and Jake Hart.
Become an Eonite at patreon.com.
Okay, now we're about roughly the halfway point because
like this one from The Virgin.
the nose is right here, and it's like lining up to here.
The waiter winks and says, "Okay, once upon a time there was a very..."
We're about halfway on the on the top row. I mean, not halfway up with the damn pillow. We got a long way to go.
Finish that story in the comments. What happens? And as always, thank you for joining me in the Adam Lowe studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more prehistoric stories.
No, Melon, I saw your answer on YouTube. I've never played.
Right there.
I've never played Roblox. And I don't plan to, considering the way how they don't monitor their interactions with adults and kids. I've just heard so much bad shit about it.
You'll recall are the group of human ancestors that are more closely related to us than to chimps and bonobos. During this million-year stretch, different branches.
Sorry if anyone disagrees, but
flourishing all over southern and eastern.
it's left quite the negative impression on me.
Zoom in on the earliest part of this million years, we'd encounter a familiar face, or at least a somewhat familiar face, the face of Homo habilis. It stood just over a meter tall and had a slightly larger brain and smaller teeth than its earlier relatives, the Australopithecines. But it still had longer arms and a protruding lower face, traits that are usually considered more basal in the hominin lineage. And yet, this ancestor probably made and used stone tools. In fact, Homo habilis means handyman, and its discoverers gave it that name because they thought that it was responsible for the many tools that had been found near its remains. But does this hominin really belong in our genus, the genus Homo? Was it more like us than its earlier ancestors? Over the last 50 years or so, the human family tree has really filled out. We've discovered all kinds of new fossils of our ancestors and relatives like the Australopithecines that have about the same brain size and limb proportions as Homo habilis. And this has led some researchers to question whether Homo habilis is really a member of our genus at all. As more and
I almost
more
looked into
fossils
our
have
yarn.
been found, our genus has become more and more inclusive, incorporating more members that look less like us, Homo sapiens. And this is an important problem to think about, because there's some consensus about who belongs in our immediate human family, like us, Neanderthals, and even the ancient globe-traveling hominin Homo erectus. They're all agreed to be clear-cut members of the genus Homo. But beyond them, there are lots of ancestors for whom we can't find a home. And there's no official definition of what constitutes a human either, whether that means being a member of our genus or our species, or just being able to walk upright and make tools. So by getting to know these other hominins, the ones who came before us, the Neanderthals and our other contemporaries, we can start to answer some big, interesting, and difficult questions. Questions about what it essentially means to be human. When the first fossils of Homo habilis were found by Lewis and Mary Leakey's team in the 1960s, they had a difficult choice to make. Were these the remains of Australopithecines, or were they in fact the earliest known members of our own genus Homo?
I really can't wait to get away from this top row. I keep almost grabbing the overlapping fabric that's underneath there that I'm not supposed to hook onto.
Which said that to be a member of the genus, you had to have some number of features in common with the three members of Homo known at the time: Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, and the Neanderthals. The Leakeys decided that Homo habilis shared 3 important traits with other members of our genus. It had an upright posture, it was bipedal, and it had the manual dexterity to make tools. And sure, Homo habilis had those 3 things. But in the decade after Homo habilis was found, new discoveries of other human ancestors were made in the same parts of Africa, and they had those traits too. And these new finds were all various Australopithecines, which were inarguably not part of our genus. The most famous of these discoveries is the specimen known as Lucy. Unearthed at Hadar, Ethiopia in 1974, she was one of the most complete specimens of Australopithecus afarensis ever found. And she gave clear evidence of an upright posture, like having thigh bones that angled inwards towards the knee and a more human-like pelvis. Then, 4 years later, a set of fossilized footprints were found in Tanzania.
I wonder if she's in a museum somewhere.
They were probably made by Australopithecus afarensis too. Again, showing that hominins were walking on 2 feet more than 1 million years before Homo habilis was around. So if walking upright was not exclusive to our genus, then the definition of our genus had to change. Instead of just physical traits, the thinking then turned towards lifestyle adaptations as a way of defining who belonged in our group. Lifestyle adaptations are features that are linked to how a hominin lived its life, like what it ate, how it got around, and where it lived. For example, the increased brain size in members of Homo was thought to be linked to a higher quality diet, because being able to consume more calories more efficiently has allowed for larger brains. And some researchers arrived at 4 specific lifestyle adaptations that they thought might qualify a hominin for entry into the genus Homo.
Oops.
Those adaptations included an adult brain size greater than
Like slipping off the box.
limb proportions similar to ours with long legs compared to our arms, the use of language, and the manufacture and use of stone tools. But still, these things only kind of apply to Homo habilis. Because one of the most famous and complete Homo habilis skulls, a specimen known as KNMER 1813, had a cranial capacity of only 510 cc's. Meanwhile, a big male specimen of Australopithecus afarensis was found to have limb proportions like those of early members of Homo, but it lived 3.58 million years ago.
It feels like nitpicking when looking for small things.
And the capability for language can really only be...
But I guess you kind of have to when you're trying to differentiate.
To tell whether Homo habilis or any ancestor that lived millions of years ago was able to speak. That just leaves stone tools, and while researchers in the 1960s were pretty convinced that Homo habilis was the maker of the stone tools at Olduvai Gorge, we now know that Australopithecines could likely make stone tools too. So let's look at our group another way. Instead of talking about who might not belong to our genus, let's consider who might. Who were those other members of our genus that lived alongside Homo habilis during that exciting million-year span in Africa? And what can they tell us about the origin of the Homo genus? Well, starting about 1.98 million years ago in South Africa, there lived an Australopithecine with distinctly Homo-like traits. Known from several relatively complete skeletons, it was given the name in 2010 of Australopithecus sediba. Its discoverers placed it in Australopithecus because of its small brain and long arms, but they also
Itty
noticed
bitty
it had
brain.
small molars and premolars and facial features that were similar to other Homo specimens. So these researchers actually think that Australopithecus sediba might be more closely related to our genus than other Australopithecines are. But other experts...
I mean, not to poke fun at it, but I'm sure our brains were smaller back then.
Conclusion, Homo rudolfensis. It's been found at sites dating back 1.8 to 1.9 million years ago in eastern Africa. The best fossil of this species is known as KNMER 1470, and when it was discovered in 1972, it was originally classified as a large specimen of Homo habilis. However, in 1986 and again in 1992, further studies found that its bigger brain, longer face, and larger premolars and canines made it too different from Homo habilis to be a member of that species. But it was still assigned to our genus because of its big brain. At 775 cubic centimeters, it was well over the classic 600 cc cutoff. And finally, we come to the first indisputable member of our genus, and one of the most successful and widespread, Homo erectus. It lived from 1.9 million to just 143,000 years ago. The first Homo erectus fossils were found in 1891, and some anthropologists later split the species into 2.
Oops.
With Homo erectus including the later...
Grab another yarn that was underneath.
And the earlier African fossils being filed under Homo ergaster. And experts generally agree that Homo erectus is definitely a member of our genus. These hominins had modern human-like proportions, were potentially capable of long-distance running, and generally had much smaller molars and much larger brains than their predecessors. In other words, they were a lot more like
I didn't
us
grab
than
that
any of
correctly.
the other species I've mentioned so far. Homo erectus is also the first species that we have fossil evidence for outside of Africa. They made it as far as China and Indonesia, but their initial
Ooh, that's pretty far.
them in the Republic of Georgia, at a site
Considering the
called
continents were laid out differently back then.
million years ago. And the interesting thing about this site is that there's a lot of variation among the specimens found there. Some individuals from Dmanisi had the unmistakable brow ridge of Homo erectus, but their brains were smaller than 600 cc's, that classic cutoff for inclusion into the genus Homo. In fact, there's so much variation in the Georgian fossils that their discoverers made a case in 2013 for taking all of the other early Homo fossils, including the ones assigned to Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis, and putting them in Homo erectus, lumping everything together as a single species. They argue that if the fossils from a single site can show as much variation as we find between species, then all of those early groups might as well be considered the same species. But of course, other experts disagree. They don't think overall cranial shape is enough to distinguish one species from another. To them, the devil is in the differing morphological details of each skull. Now, with all this in mind, let's go back to Homo habilis. Where does it belong? Well, it doesn't really seem to fit anyone's definition of our genus, and the best argument for keeping it in is just that taking it out would require redefining what it means to be a member, which would be a major taxonomic undertaking. Some experts have proposed lumping habilis into the genus Australopithecus. Others say it's neither and that it deserves its own new genus. So far, no single opinion has won out. Homo habilis remains a taxon in limbo. Ultimately, what defines our genus comes down to how much variation in morphology, time, and space we're willing to include in the
I would say put it in its own category. I mean,
increase in brain size, a bipedal gait, human-like limb proportions, and tool use seem to have been enough for inclusion. Those are all things that we thought made us members of the same genus. But as we've discovered more and more hominin fossils, our
need more.
family tree has become more
I mean, I need to pull more out.
rather than less. So now the latest research is suggesting totally new
I
ways
shouldn't
of
pull
defining
too many out though, because I want to stop on the top row and then go to the next row, which is a different color.
Smaller teeth generally
I also need to
indicate
find a
high-quality
permanent marker so I can mark it off on the chart
with tools instead
where I
of having to
finished.
eat tough foods for a long time. Another possible criterion is the pace of our development.
I'll pull like
We modern
10
humans
out.
have longer periods of childhood and adolescence compared to our closest ape relatives because we need that time to grow our large brains and use them to learn. And we can track these growth patterns in the fossils by studying microscopic features of teeth. And as recently as 2015, some experts have suggested that we should scrap the whole list of hominins altogether and just start from scratch. They say we should step back and look at the totality of the fossil record with fresh eyes and decide what traits we think are important for being human. As it stands, there's still no single way to define our genus. Mostly it happens by comparison. Is this new fossil more like what we've called Homo in the past, or is it more like an Australopithecine? And the jury's still out on Homo habilis, the species that started all the trouble in the first place. But if anything, the trouble really began back in the early Pleistocene, during that exciting million years or so when this group of hominins first started to flourish. And it may be in the fossils from that time, perhaps fossils we haven't even found yet, that will help us better answer the question of who belongs to our very exclusive group.
Exclusivity.
Thanks as always, and an extra big thanks to our current eontologists, Jake Hart, John Ivey, John Davidson.
Honestly, it's a lot to think on.
If you'd like to join them and our
But then again, it sounds like nitpicking in a way because, like, oh, their brain size was like not the same size as us.
What do you want to learn about?
And today that would be like, oh well, maybe someone has a tumor or something. Then again, I'm sure that cancer wasn't around back then. It's probably like a product of our changes in environment and stuff.
The only group of hominins on the planet Earth today. We are the lone twig left on our branch of the family tree. But we weren't always alone. 100,000 years ago, Eurasia was home to other hominin species, some of which we know.
This guy's also from the sci-fi, so they have a couple different hosts that do the PBS eons.
Like the Neanderthals, whose fossils we've been digging
He's from the sci-fi, so and What If?
Some of them are more recent additions to the family tree, like the Denisovans, who we may, on this channel, have called Denisovans, but we have been informed that it's Denisovans. The Denisovans were discovered almost by accident in 2008, and we know them only from a few fossil bones and from the DNA of their living descendants. That surprising discovery has opened our eyes to the fact that our ancestors met and even mated with other hominins. So anthropologists are following the genetic traces of these ancient interbreeding events, traces that many of us carry with us today. Thanks to this research, we're starting to better understand.
So that means I might be
how and
part
even
Neanderthal?
where modern humans paired up with other hominins, giving us a more complete picture of the history of our species. And we're starting to tackle some really exciting questions, like what's our inheritance from that time when we met up with other human species, and why are we the only ones left today? As we get closer to answering those questions, we're starting to see that maybe part of our success as a species has to do with those other hominins that we encountered in our travels around the planet. Neanderthals lived throughout Europe and from southwestern to Central Asia. We found their fossils from Portugal and the UK in the west, all the way to the Altai mountains of Siberia in the east, and down to Israel in the south. The oldest Neanderthal-like fossils come from a site in northern Spain called Cima de los Huesos, literally the pit of the bones, dated to about 450,000 years ago, while the most recent come from a handful of sites across Western Europe that date to around 40,000 years ago. Anatomically, the Neanderthals were
Still
very
need more
much like
pieces.
us, with few differences. They were relatively short and
I need more
slim,
pieces
with
unless I
robust
have a
limbs
hand.
and big brains. They had heavy brow ridges, large noses, and brain cases with more of an oval shape.
I got up to drink and missed.
Homo sapiens. And we know that
Torkoal? What do you mean, Torkoal?
Controlled fire, made stone
What's
tools and spears, made jewelry from eagle talons, and cared for injured members of their groups. And our ancestors clearly recognized them as being like
Oh!
enough so that we
The Pokemon.
we know this because researchers have sequenced the Neanderthal.
Take your phone with you next time. Yeah, I saw that.
Bone fragments found in a cave.
I had to look back.
And by comparing that genome to those of modern humans from many different
I
populations,
guess take the phone with you next time and you won't miss it.
Neanderthal DNA some of us still carry. Although original estimates were around 4%, more recent studies have suggested that living people of European and East Asian descent have between 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA in their genes. Meanwhile, people native to sub-Saharan Africa don't have any Neanderthal DNA, indicating that their ancestors never encountered Neanderthals. As we find more fossils to sample, we can tell that these interbreeding encounters happened more than once.
So we fucked with Neanderthals, is what I'm hearing.
Shed some light on when they happened. For example, genetic material extracted from the left femur of a modern human male who lived in
They say, hey,
around 45,000
you wanna
years
fuck
ago
my
has been found to contain
fucking mate?
and researchers were able to measure how long the Neanderthal segments of his genome
This thing
were
feels so cheap, it feels like it's gonna break on me.
in living people.
With the way I'm pulling it.
Sections were longer than modern humans, suggesting that he
I might
was
look into another one,
generations removed
for next time when we continue this.
from our ancestors.
Not stopping yet.
Researchers were able to estimate that this Siberian
Oh man.
product of an interbreeding
It's
event
making me
between
think.
Neanderthals and Homo sapiens that occurred 50,000 to 60,000 years ago. Just 10,000
Yeah, I
years
think
before
people today even have Neanderthal DNA too, but it's like a very, very small percentage because basically the well, we just didn't mate with them a lot, but it's still in our DNA a little bit. Hi, little almonds, how are you? What is our species again? Homo erectus, I think, mostly. But yeah, there's probably traces in us, like, from other ones of the Homo, like, genus and stuff that we've, like, mated with in the past, and but it's, like, very small. It's like when you mix your drink, when you water down a drink, I guess is how I would put it. No, I'm okay. I'm doing this. Yeah. I saw something about Homo erectus. I always get confused. Sure, I can do that. Let me put this one in really quick. Oh, fuck. I don't know why, but the sound fucking scared the shit out of me.
One of these genes, known as STAT2, is part of our
I jumped. I need to change the fucking Easter thing too. Okay, that'll be tomorrow or this weekend project.
Because it isn't found in sub-Saharan Africans. Plus, molecular clock studies.
Yeah, I always get confused, but like
appeared in the Eurasian genome long after the evolutionary split between Homo sapiens.
yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff with this. Hold on. Let me find who is that did uppies? Can I go uppies? I'll keep replaying in a second. Get uppies. Yeah, I was telling like who was it? Arshka earlier? I saw Gordy doing one of these for the deer pillow that he did. And it reminded me of when I did this like when I was a kid and stuff, like the Lats hook. And so we're doing the fox that's up in the corner. Seeing her do it inspired me to get one of these. I was like, oh, let's do a fox one. I almost felt like getting like colors that would match my vtuber. Like make it purple. Yeah, we did most of our Neanderthal sex during the extended period.
Genetic contributions can also have a downside.
Yeah, there was a lot of it. You missed like one of the ones before this.
As the environment in which natural selection is taking place changes. For example, there's a
also, if you enjoy this, this is PBS Eons, so it's like a bunch of like dinosaur stuff, and it digs into like our human history and stuff. It's not necessarily historical as it is more like anthropology, kind of like on YouTube. It's anthropology, kind of like videos and stuff. Anthropology, dinosaurs and stuff. PBS Eons is really good if you enjoy this kind of stuff, like enjoy like learning about our history and like the dinosaur crap and stuff. I really enjoy their videos. And then there's also Sci-Fi So, and I think on YouTube, and there's also one called like What If. They have like a lot of like sciencey stuff. So I highly recommend those if you enjoy this kind of like videos. Gordania, you ended so early. Hi. I told them that I get a lot of my from people like Steven Milo. He often makes videos. Yeah, the guy from What If and Sci-Fi So, he's the host that's talking right now. I told him that you inspired me to do this. What do you mean, holy booba? It's not fucking sticking out that much. Also, thank you for, I'm assuming Melon did the shout out. Thank you. We're doing the Fox Pillow and we're watching PBS Eons, learning about our human genus.
That's involved in the rapid coagulation
Thank you.
of blood, which used to be really beneficial.
I'm getting better at this. Look, I did a whole row. I thought it would be... Oh my god, you guys switched the outfit. Okay. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I did the whole top. I did this one top row, and then I'm gonna do it this way. I figured it's easier to go off the shirt and do it this way. Ow! What the fuck? Yeah, I'm doing this top row right here, the orange part, and then next that.
Earlier work there had turned up evidence of modern humans and Neanderthals, so the researchers
Well,
were expecting that the
oh, I don't want to interrupt this guy. I don't want to. Yeah, it's a little bit of muscle memory, and then like I'm doing like top row and going bottom because I started counting the squares and I was like, I don't want to like mess up a square, so why do you guys want the bunny outfit on for? And then I'm gonna do this like one after I do this top row right here. So it's almost done. I think we got like 3 or 4 more to put in here, or 5. Anyway, thanks for coming in. I thought you were gonna stream a lot longer.
pinky bone found there would also be
I'm gonna drink some water. I need water.
It was not.
Oh,
Almost
are my squinty eyes still up?
7 fossil bones with this
Let me see,
unique
is that
genetic signature.
Oh, okay.
There's the tip of a pinky, there's 3 molars, a sliver of long bone, and a piece of skull cap, all from
I love this geographical stuff.
all dated to between about 52,000
And I guess if you guys don't like geographical stuff, well, we can find something else to watch. I don't know.
jawbone
I'm sorry, I'm boring, okay?
dated to at least 160,000 years ago. This new group of
I'm a fucking boring old bit. God damn it.
lacks a type specimen, a fossil that's complete enough for future finds to be compared to. So for now, they are informally known as Denisovans, and they are...
Yeah, for some people it is. I actually enjoy Ark Survival Evolved. It's one of my favorite games. And I was playing like Ark Survival Evolved before I even found this like YouTube page, PBS Eons. I love dinosaurs and stuff. And to be honest, I was not a dinosaur girl growing up. I did not like them. And then like I blame Ark for getting me into fucking dinosaurs. I went like, oh my god, they're so fucking cool. I mean, I enjoyed like Jurassic Park and stuff, but Ark is probably like the main thing that pulled me into like re-enjoying dinosaurs again. Like I played with cars and I was more of a tomboy growing up, but dinosaurs were just not one of the things I enjoyed. But man, if you ask me now, I'm a dinosaur bitch. I'm a fucking dinosaur lover. Oh my god, hold on. I got the thing hooked in the wrong. Hold on. Here we go. Also, thank you for the biddies. Who threw them earlier? Who threw the biddies? Thank you, Grumkey. All hail the fox of Crescent Moon. Oh my god. Milf Ara? What the fuck? Who the fuck said I'm mom? Milf is like, mother I'd like to fuck. I'm not a mother. You guys, yeah, there's something else. I feel like I lost a yarn somewhere. Whatever. It's okay. Wrong hole? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Get your set. Oh my god. Oh wait, you're the one who instigated it. Okay, now you lurk? Wow. You're the one who said wrong home. I don't know why I read Grumkey. Wow. Wrong hole, huh? Okay, I see how it is. Okay, okay, venison milk, deer milk. Your new nickname. Hi, welcome. Booty gobbler. What the hell? Oh my god, 69. Oh, that's quite a name you got there. Gosh, you're gonna do something else, really. Gromkey gave you the bits. Yeah, I saw. I scrolled up and saw.
That we met Neanderthals, but there's no evidence of violence or direct competition between the two groups. So some researchers have suggested that it was just the...
It's not necessarily wrong hole. It's like... You see that, like, white stuff sticking up under there? They put the excess fabric under there and they didn't cut it out. And I'm trying, like, not to grab that part when I'm on the top row. Like, you can see there's some white, like, right here. Because they didn't cut it the correct way. They just stuck the white fabric underneath there and said, okay, we're fucking done for the day. Who is that for? Oh my god. Arska, you're such a good boy. You're the best boy ever. When you're at...
This generally makes populations less adaptable to changing environmental pressures. As for the Denisovans, well, we only just realized
hey,
it at all, but it's that some of the same factors that brought about the end of the Neanderthals affected them as well. And as a
Did you hear the Plaxodol Nemedicus is the biggest mammal to ever exist? I think recently a couple studies put it into... No, I haven't actually. Ooh, the Paracer. I know what the Paracer is. That's also an Ark. Thank you, Ark, for teaching me about some dinosaurs. Yeah, I know what the Paracer is. The Palaxodon? I might have to look it up after this video. I'll look it up. This one ends in like 2 minutes. I'll look it up afterward. Palaxodon. I'm pretty sure I'm not saying that right. Someone kill me for butchering it wrong.
Because we really weren't. The fact is, our species became better adapted to local...
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure I've seen it.
...with other hominins that had evolved to fit those environments. The other species, like the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, contributed to our survival in these new landscapes. They helped us tolerate new conditions like...
Also, I'm sorry if you guys hear dogs barking. They bark every single time someone walks up to the house, someone pulls in the driveway, and I hear them barking right now.
We were injured. The genetic legacy they left us is part of the secret of our success. And in
Okay.
a sense, those hominins
We are done with that top row.
because
I think.
parts of them live on today in us. They live on in our
Ooh, one top row done.
we weren't alone. Thanks to this month's Eontology.
Do
Patrick
I
Super
have a
Sweetheart,
marker to
John
mark this
Davidson,
off
and
with?
Steve.
Let me
If
see.
you would like to join them and our other patrons,
I think
in
I have a
supporting
highlighter, but that's not gonna really
go to
stick.
patreon.com/eons and make your pledge.
I might have to step away
If
for a
you wanna
second.
Join us for more adventures in deep time. Just go to youtube.com/eons and subscribe. Thanks for joining me today in the Konstantin Hassa studio, and if you would like to learn more about our hominin predecessors, please watch our companion episode, The Humans That Lived Before Us.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna see. Let me toss this fucking throw to the side. Okay.
Big news, dino lovers, and I mean
Paleoloxodon. Okay.
25 years, bringing these iconic creatures to life with the latest research.
I
and
really-
state-of-the-art visual.
I'm gonna try to do this without my fucking keyboard because I need to test it so I can have more desk space. Oh boy. Come on, load. Come on. Oh, it is? I can raise it up. Sorry, I lowered it down when I was like showing the music for D&D the other day. Sorry. No one told me. Like, let's see here. I can't hit enter. Oh my god. Okay. So it looks like a mammoth to me. Here you guys go. Paleoloxodon. I'm probably pronouncing that way wrong. It's basically an elephant, so it's not a mammoth. It's like a totally different creature. Oh, can I make it bigger? There you guys go. Ooh. Order Proboscidea. Temporal range, late Pleistocene. Estimated shoulder height, 5.2 meters, 17.1 feet. Estimated body weight, 22 tons. Oh my god. We're close enough for it to stab our eyes out. You know, I saw this thing, I think it was like a year or two ago. They were saying like, I think that they had like mammoth DNA that they were considering bringing back by the year 2030. And it's like, where the fuck are you gonna put that thing at? It's like, you know, that thing existed like in a different time period. Because, you know, like a long time ago, the world was, well, it went through many stages, but it was hot at first and then cold during the ice age and stuff. I mean, it was hot for a long time before the ice age because the earth was heated up. If you've never seen how the earth was formed, I would definitely look it up because it was like all like a really hot heated surface from like meteors just hitting it and hitting it. It was a very long process. But anyway, I don't know where the fuck they think they're gonna put a fucking mammoth if what I read is true about them trying to bring a mammoth back by the year like 2030. It's like, you're gonna bring this poor thing back and it's gonna be an environment that's probably different and it might not even survive those conditions because it might be too hot or too cold for it or whatever. It's like, okay.
Effects. Head to the link in the description to learn more.
Over 66 million years ago, in a late
Yeah.
forest, the
I think they said that, I forgot what it was. I think they said they found like a small piece of like mammoth DNA that had survived. And a lot of times the DNA is like too old for them to even consider like trying to like bring it back or cloning it. find the article. I'll try to find it like by the end of the stream or something. It was like something I saw like a year or two ago. It like popped up on my phone, like my phone's like news feed. I can't remember.
These ancient ecosystems weren't just ruled by giant dinosaurs, they were also constantly being shaped or engineered by them too. Enormous dinosaurs were so widespread and so common for so long that they became a force of nature in their own right, having huge impacts on the evolution of the species.
Yeah, well, I'm having.
And after around 160 million years of
We can.
herbivorous dinosaurs crashing,
I'm basically gonna try to mark off this row right here. I feel like it's gonna slide off.
Ancient flowering plants or angiosperms mostly evolved to play the reproductive odds, producing lots of small seeds with little investment in each one. But when those giant dinosaurs suddenly disappeared during the KPG mass extinction, the ecological dynamics of planet Earth were altered forever in ways that we're still feeling the effects of today. And it seems that one of the most surprising effects
I put a purple line through it, so hopefully it stays like that and it doesn't rub off later.
May have been the evolution of a new world that was absolutely full.
I'll check in like 5 minutes and see if it's like not gonna rub off.
Came a lot of fruit.
Famous cube mammoth?
Now, it's hard to imagine a world without fruit. But when you think about it, fruit's very existence is kind of bizarre. Fruit is the physical embodiment of an ancient co-evolutionary dance between plants and animals that stretches far into the deep past. A colorful, juicy token of emerging from a symbiotic relationship.
Actually, seeing that reminds me that I have a mango in the fridge that I gotta eat before it expires.
And resources to develop big seeds with nutritious and delicious coatings to attract fruit eaters. And those fruit eaters, in turn, pay the plant back by dispersing the seeds far and wide. Fruit, then, is a strategy.
Okay.
And it has been so successful.
And then some of those are brown. I need to grab brown.
That in tropical forests today, up to 94% of woody plants produce some kind of fleshy fruit. And this
I believe it's the darker one.
Animals in those forests have evolved to take part in the relationship, becoming at least partly fruit-eating or frugivorous. A win-win, right? Well, like all evolutionary strategies, producing fruit only pays off.
No, it's the lighter one. My bad.
Just right. And until fairly recently in our planet's history, in geological terms, the world simply wasn't ready.
I need to count how many squares it is.
In the 1980s, researchers hypothesized that the big dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era, the largest mega herbivores to ever walk the earth, acted as powerful ecosystem engineers, defining the evolution of the plant life around them. These researchers argued that the
Okay, I'm gonna pull 9 out for now, and
reproductive strategy of early flowering plants was a response to the chaotic environment of those constantly disturbed forests. The plant's survival strategy was to produce as many offspring as possible in the hopes that at least some found the right opportunity to thrive, even if most didn't. This is what ecologists call R selection. And in the case of plants, it meant that seed sizes were often small and fruit was
so that's a 9, and let me count how many more I need.
Suddenly went extinct around 66
I'm gonna
million years
pull.
ago, the reproductive calculus appears to have shifted. As forests recovered in the Paleocene,
And then we need
they grew
10,
back
I think.
much denser,
1,
finally
2,
freed from the
3,
persistent
4,
disturbance
6,
of giant herbivorous
8,
dinosaurs.
9,
In these
10.
new,
Okay,
more
10.
stable forests, the hypothesis
So we need 19 total.
shifted from
So
R
that should be
selection
9.
to K selection, which meant that their strategy suddenly became one of increased investment, with a decrease in overall quantity. K selection is usually something we see in more stable environments. In these ecological conditions, it's better to produce fewer, larger seeds and invest more into each one. And in the 2000s, other researchers built on this idea, arguing that these denser, darker forests of the Paleocene would have also created more competition for light among the plants. See, based on data of carbon isotopes from fossil leaves, scientists have estimated that the understory
I just need to pull 4 more out.
canopy Paleocene forest
You guys don't see me pulling them, but I'm
less light
pulling
than
them.
those more open forests of the Cretaceous. This would have further selected for
Ooh.
the evolution of larger seed
That one's getting untangled a little.
energy reserves in the Paleocene.
Okay, 1, 2,
That
3, 4,
strategy
5.
gave the next
Okay, we have the amount we need for the left here, and then
and helped them grow taller to for light. And with bigger seeds came more fleshy parts coating them, which attracted small to medium-sized animal dispersers. While some mammals
Kaneko, you won, you little cheater.
in size during the Paleocene, radiating to fill niches left open by the demise of the dinosaurs, they were still pretty puny compared to their reptilian predecessors. And in some ways, they would never fully replace the dinosaur megafauna of the Mesozoic. Nothing even close to the scale of a giant sauropod would ever be seen again.
W Kaneko.
So in the millions of years following the extinction event, mammals...
Let me move this paper out of the way before I bend it, and then it becomes unreadable by the time I'm done with this fucking thing.
But they were also still small enough to leave the dense Paleocene forest relatively undisturbed. All the necessary conditions were now in place. Earth was finally
my shirt.
And by about 55 to 50 million years ago in the Eocene, the world reached peak fruit. The extensive tropical forests of the Eocene that stretched as far north as the Arctic.
Oops.
The greatest diversity
Let's
of
not
seed
grab that
varieties,
other
fruit
piece of
varieties,
yarn.
and fruit types in the planet's entire history.
What the fuck's going on here?
In turn, created entirely new niches for
Oh my god, I'm grabbing the wrong...
eaters to thrive in if they
Stop.
can rely on these resources. The
I was grabbing onto the other piece of yarn by accident. Oops.
And multituberculates, a now extinct group of rodent-like mammals.
What is going on? We had a rhythm going.
And over the next several million years, they were joined by more and more bird and mammal lineages that became increasingly reliant on the new abundance of fruit, like true rodents, fruit-eating bats, and eventually us primates. The story of primate evolution ever since has been deeply intertwined with fruit. It's a topic we've covered before on Eons. But that relationship may have first become cemented in the dark forest of the Eocene over 50 million years ago. Back then, forests heavy with big and fleshy fruits...
They've also covered the chili peppers too, how the chili peppers spread. And I can tell you now, it's because of birds. Birds cannot, aren't affected by the heat receptors that are in chili peppers.
Habitats and resources.
And I'm talking about like the red ones.
Might never have had a chance to diversify, and you and I would never have evolved. Now, it can be pretty hard to track exactly how all this played out. Between the lumbering ecosystem engineers, the forest understory light levels, angiosperm seed sizes, and the co-evolution of dispersers.
Kaneko hacked.
There were a lot of things going on.
That's what I say. No one listens.
Give you so much information. So in 2025, researchers created a mathematical model to reconstruct the ecological dynamics of these long-term interactions as they played out over geologic time. Their model was able to explain another phase in the relationship, a reduction in average seed size towards the end of the Eocene, around 33
Oops, let me pull myself up a little bit more.
Significantly from its peak earlier on.
It's uneven.
As some terrestrial mammals finally got...
We're not going to worry about that. It's going to stay that way. I'm not fixing it.
Like the enormous brontotheres.
It kind of became a little uneven right there. It's okay though. Honestly, Lucky Mesnet Bird, yeah. That's part of how the chili seeds got spread. I mean, aside from us trading with other countries and stuff, but...
about how these dynamics may be playing out today, leading to two possible scenarios for the future of fruit. On the one hand, in recent times, ecosystems have been hemorrhaging big mammals, starting with the Pleistocene.
And I think if I recall correctly, birds are considered like the closest living relatives to like dinosaurs.
In America, for example, the average size of medium to large sized animals has
Or they're one of the closest. You would think it'd be crocodile or something, but nope, it's birds.
Through the extinction of megafauna like giant ground sloths.
If memory serves correct.
Patterns have played out around the world, mirroring the global loss of giant herbivorous dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous. And the researchers' model suggests that over millions of years, this will lead to forests developing to be denser and darker once more. And that could potentially drive seed sizes and fruit diversity back up towards their early Eocene peak. But there's another possibility. See, we humans are now the dominant ecosystem engineers on planet Earth. And while there are...
Heck, if you guys are bored of this, I could always like play a video on the Salem witch trials. Or a podcast on it. It was 13 episodes and each one was like 30 to 45 minutes long, and my goodness. The Salem witch trials were something else. But like witch trials and stuff happened before then too, like back in the 1200s too. But the Salem witch trials was like one of the most covered topics.
The future of fruit on planet Earth will depend mostly on the.
It was so stupid because like people would like say wits because they were like they didn't get along with their neighbors or whatever, or they had like family feuds, and they would point and say wits, wits, wits. And also there was like religious aspects to it too, like oh, they didn't understand like how some medicines worked. Oh, well, you're doing witchcraft because you're over here mixing herbs and shit that we don't understand. Or your traditions are unknown to us. Yeah, that's witchcraft.
Check out the link in the description to see what we've learned. We also gotta thank this month's eontologists, who are the apples of our eyes.
You guys might not realize I'm not like the most knowledgeable about history, but history is one of the topics that does stick with me a lot, and I enjoy listening to. I find a good history podcast and I'll be hooked. If you guys know a good history podcast, let me know. I'm always looking for something new.
And you can get fun perks like access to a digital puzzle of paleo art commissioned just for eons. And as always, thank you for joining me in the Kin Barnes studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more meandering.
Yeah, like they executed people like during the 1692s, and it started like years before that. Like that led up to that. And it's all because some little girl complained and pointed out, well, there's like, it was like 9 or 7 people. I think she pointed out 2 people, but then like the other people that were accused of being witches, they pointed out more people. Well, they were like, well, I saw this, I was shown this book that had names in it. I think it was like 7 or 9 names is what she said, vtuber. And it's like, oh really? You're adding more people to the list. She was like, yeah, I was shown the book of the devil or whatever.
Chris listening to my.
A lot of it was just people pointing out because they had land disputes or whatever. That you didn't like someone didn't fit into the community. Oh, you point at them and say wits. And the people were so easily manipulated and like persuaded into going like, yeah, that person's a wit's all right. It was just so fucking stupid and like the epitome of like human pettiness to me.
And by now you're probably tired of hearing us tell you that you're related to all of these bizarre organisms that look nothing like you. Like in the Mesozoic era, we introduced you to the Megazostrodon, a little insectivore that lived among the dinosaurs as one of the earliest known mammals. At least that's a mammal, so you can see the connection, right? But what about Dimetrodon? It lived in the era before the Mesozoic.
And I think I saw like
ancestor, but it was a stem mammal.
Like years later, I think that they when was it? Oh, it was in 2001. Like they started like I think that they redid the gravestones, and what was it they wrote on it? They changed the gravestones to saying like it wasn't not guilty, but basically they reversed like the charges. Yeah, of course it doesn't do anything for them now that they're dead, but they like put like on their gravestones like I can't remember what the exact wording was, but it was saying like not guilty or something. I can't remember what the word was. It's like evading me right now, and I literally just listened to the podcast like over like the last week. And it took all the way up to 2001 for them to finally like, you know, like go and try to make amends for it. And there's a difference between like Salem, there was a difference between like Salem town and Salem villas. And it was just a whole mess. Anyway, we had a witch finder again. Yeah.
Well, it's not exactly like looking in a mirror, is it?
There was like witch hunters and stuff. And there was like 2 girls who were also like witch hunters, but they don't have names for them because I guess they never found like a historical record of the names. But I think it was like 2 girls who was like witch hunters.
But now you have arrived at the Cenozoic era, and in fact,
during that time too.
Because that's the era that we're in now. And the Cenozoic is when many organisms took shapes and behaviors that you can actually recognize. Most of the mammals and birds that you can think of appeared during this era, and reptiles went through some surprising changes, but they eventually settled into the ranges that they inhabit today. But perhaps more importantly, for us at least, the Cenozoic marks the
fucking humans being stupid.
Okay, Okay, to be fair, if you traveled back to the start of the Cenozoic era 66 million years ago, there would still be a lot that you would not recognize. It was so warm that the whole world was full of tropical and subtropical forests.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
The poles. And for about the first 10 million
At least today we're not like crucifying and like fucking
extinction event,
burning people on bonfires for being witches, but
and the world was kind of empty. Along with
it's just man oh man craziness.
land vertebrates had vanished. Many terrestrial plants were gone too, and in the oceans, the giant marine reptiles and even most of the plankton had disappeared. Because of this scarcity of life, during this first chapter of this period, known as the Paleocene
Ew.
epoch, there were plenty
Got a little
of open ecological niches.
untwisty.
Surviving forms of life began to fill them. The last remaining dinosaurs, birds,
The yarn got a little untwisted
pretty familiar
because it's
forms.
like twisted into like
We begin to see the likes of Wyman,
it's a little loose, but it'll be okay.
waterbird from New Zealand. That's one of the earliest known penguins. Likewise, in New Mexico, the appearance of Sidiazi tells us that the ancestors of mouse birds found today all over sub-Saharan Africa were all.
I just enjoy history.
Meanwhile, on the forest floor, some
Not to
early
ask the people, but
mammals began to take over. At first, these mammals had it pretty easy.
history's fun
They weren't
shit.
predators, but plenty of insectivorous mammals had survived the extinction.
Now, if you guys give me a math question, I'm gonna be really bad at that,
Bigger prey.
and I'm gonna say next.
Predators that first appeared in North America, like the small
We're chopping off hands. Ugh.
as well as
Jesus.
looked more like a cat. For a long time, scientists thought that these small
Yes.
mammals were the direct ancestors of today's modern carnivores. But
Yeah, there's a lot of torturous stuff people did.
Are a separate lineage, one that only happened to converge on the same strategies and overall body plans of the carnivores we know today. Now, other mammals made their home
Even today, the world isn't perfect how it is, but I guess it's
They first showed up in Europe.
I guess it's a little better because then we have like court and stuff and more reasonable trials.
About what the earliest primates might have looked like.
Again, not perfect, but
It looks a lot like a rat, but it had long, grasping fingers useful for life in the trees and wide teeth for chewing things like fruits and leaves. But like other Plesiadapiforms, Purgatorius had claws instead of nails, and it was missing one of the key features of a true primate. Its eyes didn't face forward. So by the middle of the Paleocene epoch, animal life was on the rebound. And then it started to get really warm. Around 55 million years ago, the average temperature on land went up by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius in less than 20,000 years. This spate of global warming marks the transition to the next epoch, the Eocene, and it's known as the Paleocene-Eocene Thermal Maximum, or PETM.
what the fuck am I doing here?
If you've seen our episode on this phenomenon already, then you
I'm like
know
fucking
that
up.
we're not totally sure what caused it. It might have had to do with volcanic eruptions or melting methane ice on the ocean floor that released greenhouse gases.
Okay, after I do this row, I'm gonna go to the right side and then we'll come back to the middle and do that. I just don't want to do too much of the brown part and then I overdo it.
This was great for animals.
And I should need another 19 strips of like brown. How many rows are in this? So many rows. We ain't finishing this bits today. I tell you that much right now.
About twice the size of a modern anaconda, it feasted on fish, but also crocodiles and also anything else it could get its jaws around.
Also, who the fuck redeemed the Easter outfit, by the way? I mean, it's technically your Easter outfit, but it's an Easter outfit, but it's a bunny girl. I'll show you guys the outfit really quick. I don't have a bunny tail because I guess it didn't make sense to sew it because it wouldn't be seen. But yeah, this is the I got bunny shoes. Oops. Bunny shoes. Carrot. Sorry for the crotch shot. There.
May have been caused at least in part by what's known as the Azola event, where massive amounts of this small moss-like Azola
Tsunara. Oh my god, no.
took up half of the carbon.
What is with these nicknames?
Enough that the
Okay, so
and a lot of mammals from the Paleocene couldn't handle the cooler, drier weather of the late.
I think we need the
By about
seam.
40 million years ago, many of them had gone extinct. At least 45 groups disappeared from Asia, like the Myrmilids, a family thought to be closely related to early rodents. In North America and Europe, the changes
nine.
caused problems for mammals that lived in
One,
the
two,
trees, including primates.
four,
By the late
five,
Eocene,
six,
practically
seven,
all of the
eight,
primates on
nine.
those continents died out. But at the same time, some modern mammal groups start to show
Oh, this one's actually going a little larger than the other side is. Okay.
that includes today's horses.
Yeah, this one has a different number of
It's in the late
brown
Eocene
parts on the
that
right
some of the
side.
simians, the clade that includes
Yeah, it's like slightly
apes, began to appear in the fossil
bigger.
record. By the time the next
Or did I
Eocene
miscount
began
terribly?
34 million years ago,
1,
we start to
2,
see the
3,
likes of
4, 5,
Egyptolopithecus
6,
in
7,
North
8,
Africa,
9.
an early member of the group
1,
that
2,
includes
3,
what are known as the Old World monkeys and
7,
eventually the
8,
apes. But now
9,
the
10.
global
Okay.
picture was taking an even steeper plunge, with ice sheets beginning to
1,
form in Antarctica.
2,
And
3,
soon, another
4,
extinction
5,
event began,
6,
this one mostly
7,
in Europe.
8,
It's known as the
9,
Grande Coupure,
10.
and like most other extinctions, we haven't figured out all the details of what caused it. But we know at the drop of
Yeah, this one has more for some reason on the right side.
older groups of mammals to
I guess so
survive.
much for
It might have
symmetrical.
also raised sea levels enough to allow more migration from Asia and therefore more competition. Almost all of the tree-dwelling European mammals were wiped out.
What's that rock called, Chief? The one that was fought over? I think it was, what was it with? Greenland? I think it was fought over? No, or I gotta look at a fucking map. But I remember there was a rock that was unclaimed for a while. And it was like half claimed by Canada and the other half was claimed by a different country. God damn, I want to say Greenland. But I'm like fucking... I'm second guessing that. Hold on. Things are falling.
Digested, then sent back to the mouth to be chewed again. In the late Oligocene, there was
Okay, here we go.
The simians. Around 26 million years ago, the first so-called New World monkeys appear in the fossil record in South America. We're not really sure how they got there, although the lower sea levels might have helped them get around. These New World monkeys retained
I gotta look it up. I forgot what the name of the rock was.
size and fruit-based diet.
But it was
Meanwhile,
rock hard.
larger
Yeah, that one.
Asia began to take a different route. Many of these
Yeah, Denmark. Okay, so it's Denmark. For some reason, I almost said Denmark, and I was like, no, it's fucking Greenland.
From the Paleogene to the next period of the Cenozoic, the Neogene is a
Thank you.
usually recognized by changes in
Yeah, I recall.
things like algae and foraminifera. But the events
There was like
unfolded
a war over that, and they, yeah, for the like longest time.
The Neogene opened with the Miocene epoch as continental plates were on the move, kicking off an era of
And then just because it was unmarked, they had to go and plant like something on it.
rammed into Asia, while collisions in Europe started to create the Pyrenees and the Alps. Meanwhile, in Africa, another transition was underway as the first apes evolved from the Old World monkeys. We're not completely sure what the first ape was, but a transitional
Possibly.
proconsul first appeared around the start of the Neogene.
I'm not the most geographically expert person.
The most obvious trait of these animals
3, 4,
is their
5.
but they also had more
3,
flexible
4,
shoulder
5.
broad
Okay, I got as many brown parts as I'm gonna need for that row.
These traits combined to make it easier for apes to swing from the trees and eventually to balance on two legs. For the most part, the rest of the Miocene continued the
It might be. That's definitely something I have to look up for later.
Forests began to shrink while grasslands spread. For animals that grazed instead of browsing on trees, they had vast new expanses to disperse to. But almost all of the herbivores that couldn't
Hold on.
survive grass
Let me grab another orange.
began to disappear. In the oceans, the bizarre
I need to do the eds.
like Desmos
I'm
spirals
edsing.
disappeared, but new forms of
Here we
them
go.
started showing up in the fossil record.
And then...
And other animals that made themselves in the world's first kelp forests. And in the meantime, apes continued to diversify. In the next few million years, the ancestors of each of the great
Okay.
apes split off from the ancestors of humans.
Do I hook it in here? Or... God damn, I think they fucked this up.
Ancestors of gorillas were next around 10 million years ago, followed by the ancestors
Hold on.
of chimpanzees and
I'm like looking at this, and there's supposed to be like an orange piece here, but I don't see the orange grid, and I know when I look at this as an orange piece. Hold on. I might need to count this really quick.
The world was getting closer to something we would truly recognize. Sure, there was the occasional gomphotheer or three-toed horse, but other groups like canids, bears, and whales were fully fledged. The transition to the next epoch, the Pliocene, involved a brief period of warming.
Ah, this is so annoying when they fucking do this shit.
Which had detached from Antarctica and the Oligocene, finally bumped into North.
Yeah, they're supposed to be orange like all along the edge here. I feel like... Because this side should have orange here, and it doesn't have orange. It has orange here. I guess this is supposed to be the orange row, and they just fucked it up for some reason.
The first known hominins, Australopithecus,
This is pissing me off that they did this shit.
million years ago. Researchers think some of these early hominins were actually able to digest grass, which would have made it easier.
I'm about to do the orange row and just count how many there is. I will literally count every single yarn piece I need to put in there. Just to get this right. Hold on.
Pliocene, they had begun using stone tools.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep going from left to right, and I'm gonna count every single orange one. Let me put these brown ones to the side, because this is annoying the fuck out of me that that grid is not accurate.
The end of the Pliocene also marked the end of the Neogene.
Okay, how many do I need for this one? 10. Okay, so we're gonna do 10, 10, and 10. It's gonna be like 30, 20, 26 pieces, roughly.
The rise of the spread of Homo sapiens.
I did not want to do it this way.
Separate episode, but by now you've seen how the events of the Cenozoic truly shaped our
1, 2,
world
3,
and us.
4, 5.
Began with the world recovering from
I'm actually really hot. I wanna, I mean, not hot physically, but
with a warming event.
I'm hot because I'm wearing this fucking long sleeve sweater.
Yes, you might not be the spitting image of Egyptopithecus, but the Cenozoic era was when the world as we
Okay, here we go.
more than any other era
We have 10 pieces put aside.
our time. Thanks for watching me today.
Let me, Oh my god, shut up. You're making me blush. Shut up. Stop.
As part of us trying to give you things with which
I should really change out the fucking bunny outfit.
developed a really kind of beautiful piece of art in the form of
Do you guys like to see other outfits since I'm fucking sitting around here looking gorgeous?
Get yours?
I have a Lethal Company outfit, a pirate outfit, the goddess outfit, and the pop idol outfit. Do I have other outfits aside from that? No, I'm thinking no.
Around you have leaves that are shaped like tongues, longer than they are wide, and gently rounded or slightly pointed at the tip. Today we
The
call
tip.
these leaves Glossopteris, and they're an important clue
She said tip,
to
guys.
where and when you are. Their presence means you're probably in Gondwana,
Oh.
the southern part of Pangaea.
I might have to do that manually.
Stoic era. Dark times are ahead.
Hold up.
For now, though, this place is calm. The ground under your feet is damp with horsetails and ferns poking up here and there. You're on a floodplain in what will eventually be
Where the
Peruvian
fuck's my
of South
button
Africa.
at for this?
At the moment, around
Hold on.
3 million years ago, it's a seasonally
Okay, here we go.
landscape crisscrossed by
I think that one didn't quite work correctly because of
Don't stay that way. As you take a deep breath
because
in
of
mid-air, you notice strange
reasons.
in the distance moving towards
Reasons I can't explain. I mean, it's not a secret.
a small hippo
It's just more complicated for me to explain it. I need to hook up my Cinnamoroll fan. I have the fan, a fan that looks like the character from Sonorio, Cinnamoroll. Oh, also, if you guys are new here, you guys can put outfits on. So you can have one slot for your head, one slot for your eyes, so like glasses, a slot for your neck item, and a slot for items you are holding. Like I'm holding a baseball bat and Melon's holding a water gun. So if you click on the little SA symbol, you can customize your stream avatar. And also, if you don't see anything that you guys would want to wear in there, let me know and I'll take suggestions and I'll add them in a future update. What is this, an interview?
But first, they will have to survive what's to come.
Oh, could you survive?
Part of Pangaea in what's now Siberia, almost as
I guess we can watch this.
as it is possible to get on the supercontinent.
Should I restart this? No, I'm not gonna restart it.
Deep within the Earth. A massive volcanic event is beginning, one that will transform the world forever. It will last
All right,
for
let's keep going.
thousands of years and spew enough lava to cover an area almost the size of Europe. And it will happen in just the right
Oops,
place
let me move down low.
through huge
Sorry.
deposits of coal, releasing
I keep
tons
pushing
of
it up like
carbon into the
more
atmosphere
towards my
and
monitor
other
by
greenhouse
accident and
gases
it's
and toxic mercury.
pissing me
The
off.
world's climate will warm catastrophically. At the
Okay.
equator, the temperature of the ocean will reach 40 degrees Celsius, and much of the marine realm will become anoxic, losing its ability to hold oxygen and support life. Something like
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
extinct, along with up to 70% of all vertebrate species on land. And while these
The
figures
only
may
SA
seem
symbol?
obscure, today we
No,
know
no,
that
no,
the
no.
as the great dying. The
What do you
people
mean? No, it's a purple and okay. So the S is purple, and then The A is
stars
white.
of our planet's next geological era, and somewhere
Hold on.
another lineage from a
You're gonna make me do this, aren't you? Okay, so let me mute this before we get an echo. Look at all those people I follow, guys. 1 second. Okay. So you go, if you're on PC, you go to the About section, and if you're on mobile, it should be under your screen on the left side. Go to the About section, and it should have like a little SA symbol. The sound alerts has this guy with the headset. And then I don't think it's gonna pull it up here, but it should be on your phone when you look at your phone. But it'll have like a little SA symbol, so it'll be like a white S, and then the A is purple, and you'll have like all these like little like cosmetic things here. Lumi eye gear, Lumi hand gear, Lumi headgear. Look at all these cool cosmetics you could be wearing. Neck gear. It's a bow tie, neck scarf, collar, bow tie, gold chain. Yeah, look for the little, it should be 2 different colors, white and purple. Oh. Motherfucker. God damn it. Make me click on my thing. I love how I fucking decided to fucking have an ad right when I was explaining shit. Okay, I'm snoozing ads. We don't got that bits to worry about for like 5 more minutes. Okay, are you here now? Refresh your page. I'll just look for the little look for this white S, purple A. Go down to this box.
different branch of the Theracic
I'm sorry.
family tree than
I hit snooze ads right now, but I think you would have to refresh your page for it to stop. I'm not sure. I don't even keep free rolls on because I'm like, fuck free rolls.
of luck to make it through, but would you?
Yeah, I have 3-minute ads every hour.
Hello and welcome to Eons.
I think I split them into 2 because I was like, having someone come into a 3-minute ad is just like very. I feel like it pushes them away, and I keep my mind on the minimum. I've seen people who do 10-minute ads like every hour, and it's like, what the fuck? I get you trying to make money on Twitch, but that seems excessive.
All right, Blake, are you ready to get living in the great dying?
Kelly, how long have we been doing this? Right? How long have we been working together? I think it'll be 7 years in June.
Yeah.
And do you
Oh, okay. Yeah, they should be gone for a bit now.
the YouTube show?
So there should be like a button that has a purple. The S should be white, and the A should be purple, and the sound alert has a little guy with a headset. So if you're seeing an SA symbol, click on that. That's the stream avatar.
This is gonna be a tough one. This is definitely gonna be a tough one.
I got a bad feeling about this drop.
Well, we've talked about the Great Dying quite a bit on Eons.
I kept it at 3 minutes. Hold on.
You know about the Permian period.
I kept it at 3 minutes for the longest time, but I feel like a newcomer coming here and getting hit with a 3-minute ad, I feel like that kind of pushes them away from channel because they're like, oh my god, I gotta watch this 3-minute ad to like get to like watching it. I've asked people before, and people have said they prefer to just do the 3-minute ad, like 1 3-minute ad. But I feel like, to me, it just feels like it's very discouraging for people to come in, and especially for a new time shatter, to see that. So that's why I kind of like split it. That's why I split it into 2 1.5-minute ads. So I'm gonna keep trying that for a bit and see how it goes. But to me, I don't know. That's just my perspective on it. It's like, oh, I only had to go through a minute and a half instead of waiting 3 minutes to like watch the people's things. And I have it turned off so the ads don't play when people come in here right away. But I guess sometimes it just does it. I don't know. I've tried fucking with the thing so many times, but I'm always looking to improve the streams and like make it different or better. I'm just trying to find the right balance.
You know, was it Macbeth?
It's the
Oh, it's only 2 times per hour.
At the end.
yeah. So
I don't know. Maybe we'll see again. Maybe I'll do another poll like next month or something and see if people preferred it with the 3-minute ad
It's gonna be better.
or the 1.5.
That's what I know about
I think I
But
have
also,
it.
All this dope stuff was happening in the Permian. Like
I
people
think
have been talking about plant life.
I'm about to open my fucking thing.
Like recollect.
Hold on. You're gonna have me open this thing? Because then I think. Let me. Where is it? Chrome. I'm about to go look at this thing. What is it? Monetization? Yeah. I have it set for that. Run a 1.5 every 30 minutes. So it's at the minimum of what it would need to be. And then disable pre-roll ads when I run ads. So it's disabled, and I think I have it delayed, so it's not gonna hit them right away. Yeah, first ad delay, 30 minutes.
I don't have a lot of at-hand knowledge about botanical life from this period.
I guess I'll take a poll next month and I'll see how people feel about the scenes, or if they think it's
You know?
Oh yeah, the critters.
1.5 or 3 minutes.
They don't get enough respect, really. They don't.
Got your synapses.
I just felt like I saw more people leaving when it was like a longer ad.
Mammals are like living their best lives, and then this happens. It just seems unfair.
It's
snuffed
kind
out
of
at
like,
the end of it. Yeah, definitely. As
to me, it's kind of like the concept. Oh, you guys. Oh, wait, you guys told me to turn the volume up on YouTube before. Sorry. Hold on.
And Pangea, right?
It's kind of to me like the way how the retention span is for like TikTok. It's why people like the shorter form content is because they want to see. They want to just be able to like doom scroll and like go, okay, 30-second video, 30-second video, or 1-minute video. It's just like they can just binge on more stuff faster. Let me see how this volume sounds to you guys. Also, I need to replay the video. I need to put the video on like play. I might skip it.
I'm all for unity, but like parts of that place were just not habitable.
Yeah. So like,
So we're in Gondwana land.
Gondwana land. Yeah. So we're on Gondwana. So
I don't know about you guys, but this video is kind of boring. I'm gonna probably skip this one. No, it's not you. It's mostly newcomers. I don't know if they're upset about it, but like, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think of like what's better for like people coming into here. I know the people who support me are fine and will like stick through the videos and stuff. But just like when you have people coming in, it's like, oh, here we go, the hot chili peppers.
When the first people arrived in the Americas, they encountered many strange new species, from armadillo-like animals the size of a car called glyptodonts to the humble but nutritious potato. But they seem to have been struck by one group in particular, a genus of plant with the bizarre ability to make mammals feel like their mouths are on fire.
I had to turn it back on.
Capsicum, better known as the chili peppers. And starting about
I will have personally lowered this down on my
6,500
headset so I
years
do not have my ears
archaeological
blown
and genetic
out.
Evidence show that groups of people throughout the Americas independently domesticated different chili peppers over and over again.
Chili
This makes
peppers.
it one of the oldest known domesticated plants in the Americas and possibly the oldest
But
domesticated
yes, feel free to
spice ever.
decorate your stream
While humanity's love
avatars.
affair with chilies has its roots in ancient
And if for some reason
Mexico,
your stream
Central,
avatar is
and
not
South
pulling up, let me
America,
know and
they
I'll
have now
refresh the
reached
stream
every part
avatar
of the globe.
app.
Today, chilies are the most widely cultivated spice
It's good. I
crop
think I
in
have
the
it set to
world,
like
grown everywhere from their native home
30
in the
people
Americas
can
to
be
Europe,
on there at a
Africa, and
time, I
Asia.
think.
But how and why did chilies evolve this
Maybe less?
weird, fiery
I got a
trick
double
in
check.
the first place? And why did we learn to
Okay,
love
so another
that
10. Let me grab another
spicy
10.
burn? Well, like many of the best love stories, it happened against all odds. From an evolutionary perspective, our relationship with chilies was never supposed to be. The story of chili plants and their unique red-hot fruit began in the middle of the Miocene epoch, somewhere between 10 and
Oops,
20
that's
million years
one
ago,
too many
when the
yarn.
genus
I
split
keep
off
pulling out
from
too
its
many.
closest relatives and developed its characteristic spiciness. Researchers think capsicum originated in western or northwestern South America, around Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. Over millions of years, it spread and diversified throughout South America and eventually expanded north into Central America and Mexico.
Night-night,
By the
Chief.
time people arrived, the genus
Have a good
contained
power nap.
dozens of wild chili species that were widespread throughout the region. Now, the fiery kick that many chili species are known for comes from a specific
Power
compound
nap,
unique to the
siesta.
genus called capsaicin, which is mostly produced in the tissue that surrounds its seeds. And exactly how these plants make capsaicin is still kind of unclear, but it looks like a few of their genes went through a series of rearrangements and duplication events over time. These duplications allowed the extra copies to evolve new functions, like making capsaicin. But producing this compound comes at a cost to the plant. It's a pretty large molecule that requires valuable resources like nitrogen to create, and some studies suggest that spicy chilies that make capsaicin seem to be much less efficient at using water than non-spicy
I'm about to order a
ones.
fucking silicone
This means
handle.
that when
Fucking
there's less water
Latsook.
available, like during a drought, spicy chilies do much worse,
This
like
plastic
producing
one's kind of
half as
annoying.
many seeds as their non-spicy relatives. So, why did some chilies become spicy in the first place? Well, there's evidence that the advantages of capsaicin may outweigh the costs. The compound seems to protect the plant from certain insect pests and plant pathogens, including a devastating plant-killing fungus. Studies have shown that spicy chilies are much less affected by the fungus than
That's a lot of
non-spicy
text.
ones. And the natural geographic distribution of spicy chilies matches up pretty well with the distribution of the fungus. And the fungus thrives in wet environments, exactly the places
One of my favorite
where
facts
the
about chilies is
water
probably a bigger
efficiency
factor
trade-off that
in the
comes
West
with being
Indies
spicy
being
is
called
less of a big
that
deal
and
for the
Native
plant.
Americans
This
being
antimicrobial
Indians
trait of
historically.
spicy chilies may have been one of the key reasons that
They've been
people
looking
were
for
so quick
Indonesia.
to domesticate them
They
over
had been
and
looking
over.
for Indonesia,
It
not
would have been a
India.
valuable way of keeping food fresher longer. And we have some archaeological evidence
Native
of this.
Americans being called
In
Indians. Oh yeah.
2007, researchers identified microfossils of starches from domesticated chilies from 7 sites throughout the Americas, always
Messing
alongside
description.
microfossils of maize.
Well, the funny thing
oldest evidence
is,
of these two foods being associated goes back 6,100
even with them
years
not
to a
being
site
from
in
India,
southwestern Ecuador.
I can't
And
recall
while
where
our
Native Americans are
relationship
from.
with
I know they're
chilies
from
is
part of
clearly
Asia.
useful and delicious,
Native Americans
from
are
an
from part of
evolutionary
Asia.
perspective, it was never meant to happen.
Because it was around a little over 2,000 years ago. I think it was 2,000. I got a double sec. There was a bridge between upper North America and Asia that was called Beringia, Beringia, and it connected the two continents together, and that's when Native Americans like traveled over here to over here to where I am in North America, and they crossed that bridge and they came over here when that land bridge was around. It was like 2,000 something years ago is when they dated back to. I forgot what part of Asia they came from, but
capsaicin. See, this compound binds to a receptor in
There's
mammals
that.
called TRPV1.
I'll probably have to look it up on my
This is an
tablet
ancient
because
receptor that appeared
I do not want
early
to plug
in the
my
evolution of vertebrates
keyboard back
over
in
400 million
right
years
now.
ago, and is widely shared among vertebrates living today. Its function is to sense dangerously high levels of heat and warn the organism by stimulating a painful burning sensation. Through an oddity of biochemistry, capsaicin is also able to activate this receptor, which tricks mammals, including us, into feeling like their mouths, stomachs, or skin are on fire. It doesn't actually cause any physical damage. It's just a sensory illusion created by hacking an ancient pain pathway shared across many different species. But the same
struggling here for a second.
receptor in birds has
I don't know
small
why.
structural differences that make it insensitive to capsaicin. This means that while mammals quickly learned to stay away from this group of irritating fruits, birds remained completely unaffected and continued to eat the fruit and disperse the seeds far and wide. This is known as the directed deterrence
I think it was 2000. Let me. I'll double check it. I can't remember how long ago. I can't remember the exact years it was.
It hurts so good.
But yeah, that was a major point in them like crossing over.
That we learned to love the pain, maybe because, in a sense, it kind of gets us high. When TRPV1 is triggered by capsaicin,
I was like, why did it lower down for a
second?
second?
It's completely fooled into perceiving dangerous levels of heat and sends a message like, hey you, so some bad news, you're on fire right now. No worries, sending some chemical relief your way to help you through these trying times. Levels of two neurotransmitters suddenly rise: endorphins, which help to reduce pain and stress, and dopamine, which gives a sudden rush of pleasure following the initial pain. Their rapid release makes eating hot peppers a sensory roller coaster.
I mean, I'm sure there's more routes than that, but I think that was one of the main ones I recall.
Once you've been through it a few times and realize that the danger isn't real.
Reading
this is an example of a constrained
I'm sure it wasn't
risk,
just strictly
where our body thinks we're in danger, but our
the
mind
land
knows
bridge.
there's no actual threat. The thrill of the experience and the rush of chemicals that comes with it is pleasurable and even kind of addicting. Like, think horror movies and bungee jumping. And this may be why our appreciation of chili peppers and their heat generally increases with time.
How the fuck did I close this?
The more chilies and the hotter ones you eat, the more you come to like them.
My
and
little news thing on my PC was like popping up.
The burning sensation doesn't disappear, but you increasingly associate the pain with the thrill of the experience.
Bad
Only
PC.
one other mammal is known to snack on chili peppers: a tree shrew. These little guys
I don't
aren't
know what
thrill
tribe it was
seekers like
exactly.
us. Instead, their tolerance of the heat comes from a mutation in their TRPV1 receptor that gives them reduced sensitivity to capsaicin, much like birds. Their range overlaps.
I'm not the smartest in the world. I have like little snippets of like history in my head.
Spiciness.
Things I've listened to and
this
learned.
mutation helped the shrew expand.
Okay,
its
so let me
diet
see
by
here. I also need to plug my
sidestepping the
tablet in.
burning defense. The same adaptation works on capsicum too, so the tree shrew will happily feast on chilies all day long.
Hold on, I need to pick that
aside
up.
from that one exception, we're the
I need to pick up my needle here in a second, or latsuck. Okay, so yeah, it says they migrated from Asia between 15,000, not 2,000, like I said, like a dumbass. I don't know why I thought 2,000 for some reason. Between 15,000 to 30,000 years ago. The most widely accepted and scientific evidence points towards crossing via Beringia, a massive land bridge that connected modern-day Siberia and Alaska during the last ice age. I mean, there's other information there too, but like that's why I type it. What I got when I typed "How did Native Americans get to America?"
only mammal that
I don't know where the fuck I
scared
got
off by that
2,000 from.
burning sensation. And this wouldn't be a very good love story if capsicum didn't get something
Excuse
out of the
my-
relationship too. From a certain point
Excuse
of view,
my brain
capsicum
rot.
is the real winner here.
As I
While
try to
their
remember the
spicy
correct dates of
defenses may have
things.
originally evolved to keep us away rather than to attract us, our infatuation with them has definitely
Okay,
worked out in their favor. Without us being very weird, heat-loving, thrill-seeking mammals, it's pretty unlikely that their genus would be as widespread as it is today. So, in a sense, becoming spicy was key to its eventual
Okay,
global
we need
domination. After millions of years
7
of
more
seed
orange
dispersal by
pieces.
birds, chilies found their new disperser of choice in the Holocene epoch, a species of great ape that would take them all over the world. Move over, birds. We are the seed dispersers now.
Good lord, that sounds cliché as fuck. 1, 2. I'm still here.
Yeah,
I just
we assisted
I just
Toomies
have
with their
I
global
just have
domination,
this
but
pulled a
what
lot
about
closer
us?
to me,
Find
so
out more on our
I'm like
episode
pulling
where
the
we
pieces
took over
out.
the world. And thanks to this month's
Okay.
eontologist for being
Hi,
the spice
Melon.
of our life. Sean Dennis, Jake Hart, Annie and Eric Higgins, John Davidson Ing, and Patrick Seifert. You can become an Eonite at patreon.com/eons to get fun perks, like submitting a joke for us to read.
History's
like this one
fun.
from Sarah M. Why was the paleontologist laughing? Because they found this humorous. That's a classic. And as always, thank you for joining me in the Konstantin Hassas studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more evolutionary escapades.
On to the next one.
Around 10 million years ago, one of our primate ancestors was searching for food on a forest floor. This primate was one of the last common ancestors of humans, gorillas, and chimpanzees, and it was slowly adapting to a new way of life, splitting its time between the trees and the ground. And this lifestyle opened up all kinds of opportunities for finding food, like scavenging fruits that had fallen from the trees. But some of these new foods could hold some surprises. Once they landed on the ground, the fruits often acquired a little kick. This happened through the process of fermentation.
A kick.
Bacteria, or yeast, got into the fruit and started feasting.
The animals were
converting
getting
the fruit's
high off
carbohydrates into new
fermentation.
chemicals, including ethanol, a kind of alcohol. But thanks to a recent adaptation, instead of getting sick from the boozy fermented fruits, that primate could digest them
Dreaming
safely
cat
and get
dance.
more calories at the same time. This new superpower would open up a whole new nutritional landscape for us, fermented foods. It took millions of years for hominins to go from enjoying nature's own fruit punch to making things like kimchi and beer. But figuring out how that process unfolded has required a lot of scientific sleuthing. Since these foods don't leave much of a trace in the fossil record, scientists have had to rely on a whole bunch of different disciplines, from genetics to experimental archaeology, to solve the mystery of our relationship with fermentation. And it turns out the very evolutionary path of our species may have been shaped, at least in part, by the delicious chemistry of fermentation.
Fermentation.
On the most basic level, fermentation is simply when microbes metabolize certain foods. Yeast and bacteria, for example, eat lots of the same things that we do. They use enzymes to digest their food, and what they leave behind are byproducts of that process. Now, we're used to thinking of fermentation in terms of things like bread or cheese or wine, but it can happen to pretty much any kind of food molecule: carbohydrates, lipids, even proteins. Fruits, vegetables, grains, fish, red meat, they're all fair game as far as microbes are concerned. And hominins have benefited from this process when certain microbes have gotten into our food first and produced the right byproducts. For example, lactic acid bacteria are some of the most common microbes found in fermented foods today, like sourdough bread and cheese. When those bacteria get to work, they produce lactic acid. And the acidic environment that they create keeps other more dangerous microbes from getting into the food. The same thing happens when microbes produce ethanol, also known as alcohol. Perhaps you've heard of it. The alcohol helps make the environment around the food inhospitable to harmful bacteria. So humans didn't invent fermentation.
Also caught public
We just took
lice.
advantage of the work the microbes were already doing, and eventually figured
Thank you
out how
for
to harness
that.
that work to make foods that we wanted and that were safer to eat. But for our ancestors, fermented food probably seemed pretty dicey. For example, let's go back to that
I'm
food
sure
on
it
the
would have
forest
gotten to
floor.
us at
When our
one
primate
point, just like
ancestors started eating
how the
fermented
plague
fruits,
was
the
spread by
ethanol
the
in them
rats
could have
because they
posed a
had
big
ticks on their
problem.
body.
Instead of just getting the sugars and starches that they were used to, now they were absorbing alcohol too.
And of
if their
course, the
bodies couldn't
rats got
digest
the
it,
rap for
the
that
ethanol could have
because
made them sick
they were carrying
quickly.
disease
Sort
due
of like
to
getting a bad hangover, but
ticks.
after only a couple sips of booze. Luckily for
Dang,
these primates,
yummy,
though,
yummy in my
they acquired
tummy.
the ability to metabolize ethanol much more efficiently than others had in the past. A random genetic mutation led to a change to a digestive enzyme known as ADH4 that shows up in huge amounts on the tongue and in the esophagus and stomachs of primates. And this new version of ADH4 was 40 times better at digesting ethanol, which meant a new source of calories was suddenly available that didn't pose a risk of getting sick. Okay, but eating fruit that's fallen on the ground, that's one thing. But what about drinking milk that's gone sour or eating meat that's kinda rotten? How could either of those things be appetizing? Well, some researchers think that has to do with how our sense of taste evolved. When our hominin ancestors were hunting and gathering to get their food, their sense of taste was crucial for identifying which foods might be safe and which might be dangerous. And the price of being wrong could be pretty high, as we talked about in our episode about what real paleo diets were like.
Yeah.
Today, human taste buds interpret different foods as being sweet, salty, sour,
I
bitter,
think lice
or
just need to
umami,
die
which is a savory flavor. Sweet and salty flavors come from nutritious or calorie-dense sources, so we tend to seek those foods out. Take carbohydrates, which can often taste sweet.
They got a little
Carbs aren't just the main
freaky.
source of calories in bread and breakfast cereals. They also account for the calories in fruits like bananas or vegetables like yams. As for salty foods, some researchers think that we seek them out because we sweat and lose sodium, so we need more of them. And then there are the bitter flavors, which have helped us interpret that taste as a warning that something might be poisonous. That's because most compounds that produce a bitter flavor, like those in milkweed plants, are toxic at different concentrations. But maybe the weirdest taste adaptation we have is the ability to taste sourness. Most chemicals that produce sour flavors don't have much nutritional value, like, say, vinegar. But foods that have been fermented or are rich in vitamin C often taste sour too.
Almost
So it's
picking up my
possible
little
that our ability to
pile
taste
by
sour
accident.
foods helped us identify fermented foods specifically, because those foods added important nutrients to our diet. Finally, our preference for that hard-to-define flavor
like
known
I
as
could do this
umami
all
might also
day
be
and
related to
probably
fermentation.
finish
Today,
it.
the flavor is usually associated
But
with things like cooked meat
gonna got
and
work
fermented
tonight.
products like miso and soy sauce. But raw meat doesn't
So
have
we'll
that
stop this
umami
in like
flavor.
an hour or
Plus, it
two.
requires more energy to chew and digest than cooked meat. So it's been suggested that our preference for umami might have
I also
evolved
can't
in
just go to
response to the
sleep, like,
nutritional benefits of eating
early,
foods
or
that
I'm gonna
microbes
be
had already pre-digested for us.
waking up hours
The flavor was a
before
signal
work, and
that
I'm gonna
microbes
drain
had
my
already done
energy.
some of the work. And just like our ability to taste sweetness, our taste receptors for umami
Yeah, we'll see an
have
hour or two. I don't know.
evolutionary roots and are shared by most
If I
land
hit my
vertebrates.
head against the fucking keyboard, you
Okay,
fucking
but
know.
still, the idea of
Time
letting
for a nap.
microbes digest meat before we get to it sounds like a recipe for food poisoning, right? But in the proper conditions, this type of fermentation can actually be beneficial. Some researchers think that our distant relatives, Homo erectus, may have been eating fermented meat, though there's not any concrete archaeological evidence for this. But it's possible because fermented foods didn't require specific tools for their preparation. Homo erectus literally would have just had to stash the meat somewhere and wait. For example, we know that fermentation can happen if meat is buried or submerged in water. In fact, one paleontologist in the 1990s demonstrated this in a pretty convincing, if kind of odd way, by submerging a dead horse in a pond in late winter. And sure enough, between the cold and the low oxygen environment at the bottom of the pond, by spring the horse meat was sour and cheesy smelling, but also totally free of pathogens and safe to eat. I am so hungry right now. So anyway, it's at least possible that techniques like this could have been used by human ancestors and relatives, including Neanderthals. Thanks to a number of archaeological sites associated with Neanderthals, scientists think that they ate a lot of meat. And it wasn't just scavenged meat. The animals were mostly adults and showed evidence of being butchered. So the assumption was that Neanderthals were big-time carnivores, relying on meat for fat and protein. But an anthropologist named John Speth was puzzled over how they avoided getting scurvy. This is a disease that happens when we don't get enough vitamin C. It's killed millions of people throughout history and can still be a problem today. Neanderthals couldn't exactly have gone to the corner store to get some limes to squeeze on those rhino ribs or whatever. Plus, vitamin C is one of the most unstable vitamins. It's easily leached out of foods by water, and it quickly breaks down when it's exposed to oxygen, heat, light, and elevated pH levels. Now, the only places where vitamin C is found in most animals' bodies are in the organs,
like
including the
fermented
brain.
meat.
So if Neanderthals were
Don't
eating a
quote
lot
me on
of
that.
meat, and the vitamin C in animal organs degenerates when it's cooked or exposed to oxygen, how did they get their vitamin C? Speth had a hypothesis. Maybe the Neanderthals were fermenting the meat. This would have preserved the vitamin C while also making the meat easier to digest without needing to cook it. If the Neanderthals had stashed those
I mean, they
meats
didn't
somewhere
have
for
modern
safekeeping,
cooking like we
that
have
might
now. I mean, they had
protected the fermented
fires
meat
and
from
stuff,
oxygen
but
exposure, so the vitamin C would have
you
been
have
more stable.
tribes
But would they
to
have gotten
feed,
sick
and you
from
have
eating
like
something
to
that
kill a
was
whole
kinda
animal.
rotten? Maybe not. Speth pointed out that
You
there
have to
are a
find a
number
way
of
to
cultures
store
today
it.
that have been fermenting meat for centuries.
Or make
like
it
the Inuit,
last.
who bury meat in pits lined with acidic leaves. The leaves, along with the acid produced by fermentation, make it difficult for dangerous bacteria, like the ones that cause botulism, to survive. As Homo sapiens spread around the world and explored new environments, fermentation came to play an even greater role in our relationship with food. It even figures into one of the biggest questions in anthropology. Did we start practicing agriculture so that we could bake bread, or so that we could brew beer? Don't make me choose. The earliest evidence of brewing comes from a burial site in Israel, which has been dated to 13,700 years ago. And the burials include several mortars, stones that had been
I would
hollowed
say
out for grinding
bread
and
came
storing
first,
food.
but
And researchers found starches in their mortars that showed signs of having been mashed and fermented. So the people who made those mortars were making alcohol. Whatever drink it was probably very low in alcoholic content, but it's still considered the earliest known evidence of making fermented beverages. Since then, fermentation has come to play a fundamental part of the human diet. We fermented dairy products into cheese and yogurt, grains and grapes into alcohol, vegetables into pickles and kimchi, and even eggs and meat. Fermented foods give us access to vitamin C.
I think I'll
and
pass on the
bacteria that
fermented
help us with
stuff.
digestion and make
I
some
do
foods
like
easier to
sardines,
process so our
though.
bodies
I mean,
don't
it's
have
not
to work as
fermented,
hard
but
to
it's
convert
like
them into
one of
energy.
those ucky
So
foods that a lot of
of
people
who
don't
we are
like,
has
and
been
it's like,
informed by our ancestors'
sardines
complex
and
and
anchovies.
sometimes risky relationship with fermented foods, going all the way back to that primate ancestor 10 million years ago.
Ooh, and the ones with
It's in your
mustard are
tongue,
good.
in your brain, in your gut, and in your DNA. So, cheers. Now that I've made you hungry, I guess, be sure to check out our other human diet episode,
Made
The
myself some
Risky Paleo
shirataki.
Diets of Our Ancestors. And for more on our evolution, check out the Human Evolution Learning playlist. And thanks to this
What,
month's
sardines?
sweet eontologists, Luke and Curtis
Or
Mahoney,
anchovies?
Sean Dennis, Jake Hart, John Davison-Ing, Patrick Seifert, and of course, Steve. Pledge your support at patreon.com/eons and become an Eon.
Or are you talking about the
and
mushrooms
as always,
that-
thank you for joining me today in the
that,
Constantine Hausa studio. Subscribe
Melon's
to
talking about.
youtube.com/eons to learn more about our ancient past.
Oh, yeah, they're the ones that come in a can, and they're like really small ones. They do have bones and stuff, so you do have to watch out for that
You
and like
share a
spit them
trait
out.
with
But
every single human who's
a lot of
ever
times they're
lived,
pretty soft and
but no
it's like
other
not even
animal
noticeable.
on Earth has it. It's not your big
Okay.
brain or
It's definitely
your
an
opposable
acquired
thumbs.
taste, I
it's
think, but-
actually this little shelf on your face that we call a chin.
To me, it's not the worst thing in the
really.
world.
And here's the thing: we're not
I'm also
totally
not very
sure
picky eater,
why it
so-
exists. Ever since Homo sapiens was named in the 1700s, the question of how to define our species has been, well, a question. See, when Carl Linnaeus added humans to his system of nature, he didn't include a description of distinct traits. Like, he simply wrote a Latin phrase that translates to
Let me move this
know
over
thyself.
more. Okay.
And it turns out that's a lot harder than you might think. Ever since, scientists have struggled to identify traits that are uniquely ours. Many ideas have been proposed, ranging from anatomical to cultural. Humans as the hunters, the tool makers, the large brain species, for example, have all been debunked. But what hasn't been debunked? Chins. So what is a chin even for, and why do we have them? Something so unique to us must have a purpose, right? Well,
lower
maybe not.
part of the
It
jaw?
could just be an evolutionary accident. But even if that's the case, the chin is still useful, just maybe not in the ways you'd expect. And we brought in paleoanthropologist Ella Al-Shamahi, host of the new Nova and BBC series Human, for a closer look.
Around the time that Linnaeus named Homo sapiens, scientists had already noticed that all of our skulls have a bony, projecting chin. Paleoanthropologists call this the mental eminence or protuberance, and it has a specific anatomical configuration that's present from the time we're fetuses. That configuration is often called the inverted T because it looks like an inverted T. So there's a central ridge that runs down the middle of the jaw, meeting a horizontal section that juts out along the lower edge that's framed by depressions on either side. It's kind of funny that we need to give a technical definition for chins. Like, we all know a chin when we see one, right? But we're not just talking about a random bony bump. This is instead a specific piece of facial architecture, and it's not something that any other animal has. Compare our projection to a chimpanzee's chin, for example. Theirs, like most other animals, basically just slopes backwards in what's called a receding symphysis. When scientists began uncovering fossil human relatives, the pattern became clear. Neanderthals, discovered in the 19th century, had receding chins like chimpanzees. You can see the difference when you compare it to Homo sapiens. And as additional hominin discoveries, so those fossils belonging to species more closely related to us than chimps, began to trickle in, they only added more support to the growing consensus that we alone share this feature. Like our 3 to 4 million-year-old ancestor Australopithecus afarensis, they lack a projection. Even our more closely related ancestor,
If I had to
Homo
guess, I would think it's part of speaking.
seeing this feature
Because maybe it allows us to make more vowels and stuff, having a more protruded chin like that.
A sort of signature of our species. Scientists began to wonder, what is it for exactly, these projecting chins? And once they dove into that question, they found a mystery. I'll let Callie take it from here.
There have been some wild hypotheses over the years trying to explain why we have chins. Some scientists have suggested they evolved as a clamping device to hold cloth while working, while others have maintained that they are merely decorative features shaped by sexual selection. But the most outlandish? That chins evolved to take a punch. Researchers used data from actual experiments that had Olympic boxers punch a dummy to better understand head injuries to explore whether this bony reinforcement might help in fights. And they argued that facial features like robust bones and muscles strategically placed around the jaw could better withstand impacts. But ideas
I have to rearrange what they had planned.
Often amount to
Someone
little more
fucked this
than
up.
just so stories.
It's supposed to be orange
Seemingly
down the
logical
side.
Explanations that crumble under
Like,
scrutiny. The more credible
how
ideas
this one has
that have
orange.
emerged over the years are centered around other unique features that we often think of as important for humans to be, well, human.
And the chart
first
here
major
shows
hypothesis
orange
appeared in a 1913 article
on both
called
sides
The
of the
Story
teeth.
of
Someone
the Chin.
fucked up this thing.
In it, a physician suggested
I'm gonna
the
have to work
chin
around this.
resulted from our complex language abilities.
Someone really
Since human
messed up when
speech
they
requires
put this
many
together.
different tongue movements and precise muscle coordination, he reasoned that the chin
I think
might
to balance
anchor
this
those
out, I'm
muscles,
gonna
aiding
work from
speech production.
here
The problem
upward
is the chin isn't
to try to
actually
fix
the
it. It'll be a
attachment
little
point for
off.
those muscles. Instead,
Yeah,
the
someone
main
fucked it
muscle
up.
he highlighted attaches
But it should be the same, like,
inside of the
the other
jawbone.
side.
So most researchers
Orange
didn't buy
all the
it.
way up.
Meanwhile, more hominin fossils were being
I'll
discovered,
work from
like Peking man in
here
China,
and
now
go up
classified
to
as
fix
Homo
it.
erectus. These
So it's
two
gonna be a
lacked
little
chins,
wonky and crooked,
reinforcing
but
that this feature belonged
I'll,
uniquely to Homo sapiens. Which
Uh,
meant that it
I'll
could
get it.
potentially
I'll get
be
it looking
used as
the
a
way how it should be.
diagnostic feature, helping us recognize
I fucking hate
our
this
own
person who did this.
species from
I
our close
hope
relatives
they
in the fossil record.
spill
But
their
even as
shit.
the chin's uniqueness became more clear, its evolutionary purpose remained elusive. In the 1950s, scientists turned to biomechanics, studying how muscles, tendons, and ligaments work together in the lower jaw. And they came up with a new idea, the airway impingement hypothesis, which basically says that chins arose in response to breathing. Specifically, that it was a response to constraints in the respiratory system resulting from our upright posture. But not everyone was convinced. Other researchers stuck with the biomechanical approach, but focused on the other main thing our jaw does: chewing. This seemed more promising because we know Homo sapiens chewing is pretty unique. See, our faces and jaws have shrunk significantly over our evolutionary history,
need to count
retracting
something
in
really quick.
response to the unique shape of our brain case, a shift that has fundamentally reshaped our facial architecture in the process. And this smaller face and jaw raised a question of what new stresses might this have created? Since bone remodels in response to stress, changing density and shape based on the loads placed on it, maybe the chin is simply a response to chewing pressures. Maybe, these researchers argued, it acted as a buttress, strengthening our smaller jaws for the demands of processing food. For a while, this seemed like the likely answer, but no one had definitively proven it. And around this time in 1967, scientists uncovered the fossil called Omo 1 from Ethiopia, considered to be one of the oldest Homo
whoever did
sapiens
this.
ever found at almost 230,000
God
years
damn it.
old. Omo 1 is pretty fragmentary, but
You had
it
one
does
job,
preserve
and you
the lower
failed.
jaw, which shows that this human had a prominent chin. This underlined the fact that the human chin is pretty old and added confirmation that it's likely been around since the beginning of our species, which evolved potentially around 300,000 years ago. After almost a century of searching for a purpose, some scientists began asking a radical question. What if the chin doesn't have a function at all? What if it's just there? As weird as that sounds, evolutionary biologists have a term for these non-adaptive traits. They call them spandrels. They're just byproducts of other evolutionary processes never directly shaped by
like the
natural
navel.
selection. But proving that something is just an artifact is pretty difficult. After all, how do you prove something doesn't have a purpose? So the science on the chin stayed in limbo. It wasn't until the early 1990s that researchers moved away from theoretical approaches and really started putting the chewing hypothesis to the test. One scientist compared the geometry of the human jaw to other primates and found that the proportion of our jaws are unique in how short and broad they are. He then built upon experimental work that had examined the precise stress patterns that different primate jaws experience when eating food, and applied that work to this human shape. This showed that the short, broad shape of Homo sapiens' jaw does in fact create a different set of stresses. And the structure of our bony chin seems to exactly match the needs raised by this distinctive shape and the stresses it causes, he argued. For example, the lower jaw experiences stresses caused by twisting of its left and right halves, called vertical
I'll be gone in an
bending.
hour
And
or
the outer
two.
layer of bone is exceptionally thick, right where vertical bending creates the most stress, down at the base of the symphysis where the two halves come together. Comparing this to other hominins, the researcher pointed out that the timing of the chin's appearance lines up precisely with these changes in jaw proportions. So he argued that the reason the chin doesn't appear until Homo sapiens is because earlier species, from Australopithecus to early Homo, retained those more ape-like jaw proportions, which meant that they didn't need to solve the problem of counteracting this stress because the problem didn't exist yet. So this suggested the chin truly was an adaptive response, one that was responding to changed mechanical demands on the jaw. And while this study has won over some scientists, others are more skeptical and continue to maintain that the chin is just there. In large part because more recent biomechanical modeling reveals that jaws with chins actually aren't any better at handling those particular types of stresses than those without chins. So there's still no consensus on the chin's evolutionary origins. And in recent years, some scientists have argued that all chin hypotheses, functional or not, face some challenges, either on a theoretical level or an empirical one. And while more discoveries of hominin fossils, both others without chins and Homo sapiens with chins, are adding data points to the timeline, they still aren't telling us why this characteristic exists. But what we can say is that even if the chin doesn't actually do anything evolutionarily, it does allow us to identify ourselves in the fossil record, to know
They had some
ourselves.
theories earlier.
So something that's functionally useless can still be useful. And as humbling as it is,
Honestly,
to
I feel
not
like
know
it's just like a
why we have this
cosmetic thing.
feature, at least it's given
Like
us
they said,
something
like
that
the
can be
navel
listed
was
under
a
Linnaeus's
byproduct
distinctive
of
traits of Homo sapiens,
human
at
reproduction
least
because it's
for now.
from giving birth and stuff. So
Big
I don't
thanks
know.
to Ella for joining us on this episode.
I would
Ella
think
is
it's
the
more to
host
help
of an amazing
speak
new
or
series from
something.
Nova called Human,
But who knows?
That tells the epic story of Homo sapiens.
Sounds like an open
as
debate.
They outlast other human species and spread across the globe. Head over to the link in the description to check it out and tell them Eon sent you.
Oh, they were talking
Did
about
our
the
most
chin and
famous
jaw.
fossil ancestor Lucy, who did
Yeah.
not have a chin,
They were talking about the chin and
die
jaw
by
in this episode, and
falling
then
out of a tall tree?
they were comparing
The
it to
answer is
like
part of a decades-long
byproducts of
debate
like
over how
reproduction
exactly
and
our
stuff.
ancestors transitioned from life in the trees to life on the ground. Find out more in our episode.
They were going over
How Did
like
Our
all the
Most
theories that
Famous
people had and
Ancestor
stuff
really die?
of like
Jen's
why
up
it
to this
exists.
month's Eontologist.
Addie, Annie and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel, Jackie Scott Railston,
Like they're
Jake
basically
Hart,
saying like the
John
belly
Davidson
button isn't a
King,
human, it's
Juan
designed.
M,
It's
Melanie Lamb
because we give
Carnevale,
birth
Nico
and
Robin, Raphael Hassa,
from
Tony
the
Dye,
what is it? The
and
umbilical cord being
Become an Eonite at
being, tucked in.
patreon.com/eons and you can get fun perks like access to the Patreon-only activity feed and behind-the-scenes content. And as always, thank you for joining me in the Annie and Eric Higgins studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons.
Any more yarn pieces?
People.
I don't think that's enough, but we grabbed a few. I feel like having a cookie. Can I have a cookie? Have I been good
So
yet?
funny. Now
Have I
I'm,
done
like,
enough
always,
work?
like, if I, not so much UFC, but boxing. Like whoever has the bigger chin, that's who I'm gonna guess is gonna win. Yeah, I wonder if I found a hack to boxing. There's too many ways to get knocked out in UFC, so I don't think the chin would help. But in boxing, though, boxing maybe.
Have a cookie. Yeah. It's It's too far away though. I also gotta go to the bathroom again. I had so much water.
Big news, dino lovers, and I mean big news. Walking with Dinosaurs is back on PBS after 25 years.
I'm hooking it too far
bringing
under.
these iconic creatures to life with the latest research
dang it,
and
stop grabbing other
state-of-the-art visual
things.
effects. Head to the link in the description to learn more.
In 1842, a new term appeared in the scientific literature: dinosaurs. Maybe you've heard of it.
Dinosaurs!
The term was coined to refer to a collection of strange, extinct reptilian land
Rawr.
animals whose bones and teeth had been turning up in mines and quarries in England as the country rapidly
I swear, one of these days I'm gonna get like a
Biologist
dinosaur
Richard
hoodie
Owen
made on my
placed these
model.
huge,
It'll
bizarre
be like
animals
a
in a distinct group
toggle
of
I
their
can wear
own,
a fucking
which
hoodie.
he called Dinosauria, or the terrible lizards. The first dinosaurs to be recognized in Owen's new grouping included such lumbering giants as Megalosaurus,
Give me my way of
Iguanodon, and
viewing.
Haleosaurus.
Give you.
But there was one type
You
of
get-
newly discovered giant reptile that Owen excluded from Dinosauria. One whose
Have a
bones
cookie.
seemed so huge that he felt it didn't fit in
Do I have
even
cookies
with
left?
this new group of
I have
big
nuts.
monsters that were already blowing
Jerky.
people's minds. Today we know the group Owen left out as the sauropods, the largest
I have
animals
cookies.
that ever
I'll
walked
have
the earth.
granola.
But for Owen, who was also the first
I think
to
I have
formally
one
describe
more
a sauropod
cookie
skeleton,
sleeve.
it was almost impossible to picture something that big walking on land. So instead of classifying it as a dinosaur, he named it Cetiosaurus.
I have 3
or
more of
whale
these.
lizard, assuming it must have been some kind of gigantic sea monster. Now, in the years since, we've learned a lot about these so-called whale lizards, including that
Don't worry,
they
I won't
really
munch in the
are
mic.
dinosaurs,
I'll
and they really did
mute it
roam
in a
the
second.
plains and forests of Mesozoic Earth, smashing through what we once thought were the limits of body size on land. But we can't judge Owen too hard for getting sauropods so wrong.
It's
because
puffed
even
rice,
after
so
all
they
this
cook it
time,
in
they
like oil to
still
puff it,
sometimes seem just
like the way
too big to
how
make sense. How did
Rice
these
Krispies is
uniquely
made, and then
large land
inside it's
animals
marshmallow,
actually live,
chocolate,
with their
and
anatomy and
a biscuit
physiology
on the
pushed to
bottom.
such extremes? Well, sauropods
I
unprecedented.
know they're Mexican, but I'm sure the countries have like different versions of it. It looks a little crinkly because I kind of crushed it by accident.
Marvel
But
at the
oh
grandeur
well.
of these titans of the deep past. Once you dive into the details of what it took to be gigantic, one thing becomes clear: it's not easy being big. Sauropods are in a league entirely their own. There are no known land animals living or extinct that even come close to the size of the largest sauropod dinosaurs. The very largest of them, which belong to a group known as the titanosaurs, are estimated to have pushed up to 35 to 40 meters in length and maybe over 70 tons in weight. For comparison, the next largest non-sauropod land animals in history that we know of barely approach a third of this size. So we actually have no good comparisons in any other land animal group, before or since. Which is extremely unusual in natural history. We often see similar lifestyles and body plans emerge convergently across even distantly related groups in different places and at different times. Like cetaceans and ichthyosaurs, crabs and false crabs, or trees and other trees. But sauropods are a unique evolutionary case. And there's probably a reason that no other animals have ever come close to their proportions. When you scale up to that degree on land, your biology has to get pretty weird to cope. So maybe it's not surprising that it took a while for scientists to really accept that sauropod dinosaurs did in fact somehow haul themselves around on land, and that they weren't aquatic or semi-aquatic giants supported by the buoyancy of water around them. Because merely taking a single step seemed impossible without their legs shattering under their own weight. This is simply a problem of physics, and one of the primary mysteries that paleontologists have had to grapple with to make sauropods make sense. And despite all the scientific advances made over the years and all the sauropod fossils discovered, we still struggle to model the biomechanics of such large creatures taking a single step without breaking apart. But in 2022, researchers made a pretty important leap in figuring out how on Earth they walked on Earth. The scientists decided to test a potential explanation: built-in feet cushions at the bottom of sauropods' huge column-like legs. kind of like a larger version of the pads found on the feet of elephants today. Seeing as these structures are made entirely of soft tissues, they don't fossilize well, so they haven't left any proof in the sauropod fossil record. But by analyzing their foot skeletons and fossil tracks, the researchers were able to generate 3D digital models of the feet of various sauropod species, this without breaking apart. But in 2022, researchers made a pretty important leap in figuring out how on Earth they walked on Earth. The scientists decided to test a potential explanation: built-in feet cushions at the bottom of sauropods' huge column-like legs, kind of like a larger version of the pads found on the feet of elephants today. Seeing as these structures are made entirely of soft tissues, they don't fossilize well, so they haven't left any proof in the sauropod fossil record. But by analyzing their foot skeletons and fossil tracks, the researchers were able to generate 3D digital models of the feet of various sauropod species. This allowed them to test and compare how the feet behaved under the forces generated by different postures, both with and without a soft tissue pad included in the model. They found that without the presence of the pad cushioning and absorbing the forces bearing so much weight, the foot bones simply broke and crumpled, regardless of posture or species. But with the foot pads, levels of strain on the foot bones were brought down to safer levels. And even still, the stress over time would have led to chronic injuries, which means it's likely that their limbs also had other soft tissue structures that we have no physical evidence of, but that also help take some of the load. So that's at least one problem sauropods seem to have struggled with early on in their journey towards gigantism, developing built-in biological pillows just to stop their feet from fracturing beneath their enormous weight. But their massive bodies didn't just threaten to break their legs, but also potentially to break their eggs too. See, some of the largest animals today are among the most committed parents. Think whales, elephants, big cats, and great apes. These big animals have just a few offspring at a time, but personally care for them for years. But a fully grown 70-ton titanosaur would barely be able to even notice its own young, let alone actively care for them. One researcher described it as
oh my god, I've been talking and I was talking to myself because I was oh my god.
Of an ant.
I'm gonna
go.
go.
Eggs and the vulnerable
I'm just
hatchlings would
gonna.
have actually been much safer without the parents stomping around nearby. And in recent years, the discovery of titanosaur
I was
nesting
talking
sites
for like
around
3
the world,
minutes.
from South America to Europe to Asia,
Wasn't
have
anything
given us a
important
glimpse
though.
into how exactly parenting works when you're almost the size of a 737
I muted myself when I crinkled that fucking cookie wrapper, and then I forgot to unmute.
The discovery of a new site containing 256
well, when I
fossil
ate the
eggs
cookie, not when I.
belonging to around
You know
6
what?
species
I'm
of
just gonna-
giant titanosaurs dating back over 66 million years. The eggs had been buried in shallow pits along the marshy
Damn it.
shores of
I
a
hate
lake,
hitting the mute
like the
button
nesting
because I
habits
always
of
forget to
modern
unmute.
crops. And the dense,
Like I try to mute when I eat
closely
and
spaced
stuff,
clutches
and
of literally
or if
hundreds
I'm
of
opening something
eggs,
really
typical
loud
of
so I don't
sites
like
this,
annoy people.
suggest that
Then I forget to hit the
titanosaurs
fucking button
nested in big
again,
colonies,
like a
similar
dumbass.
to many modern turtles and birds. And also like sea turtles, titanosaurs must have had a lay 'em and leave 'em approach to parenting, laying a bunch of eggs in as nice a nest as you can throw together in an afternoon and then skedaddling. After all, considering their size, there would just be no way for them to stick around and navigate through these dense and fragile nesting sites without accidentally causing damage. Those titanosaur hatchlings likely had to immediately fend for themselves, and without any help from mom or dad, they had to somehow survive their first few years when they
Poor
were
baby
at their most
dinosaur.
vulnerable to predators. Eventually, though, those hatchlings would grow so big
I
that
feel like they would have went back for them. Wouldn't have just left them there.
Trauma. If they could survive their
I mean, like,
rocky
came back to
start,
them
they would
after they hatched
become
out the egg.
simply untouchable. But not every part of sauropod anatomy was supersized, though. In fact, one body part is actually notable for being unusually small: their heads. Sauropod skulls were so proportionally tiny that they had the smallest brain size to body ratio of any dinosaur group. And their brains don't seem to have expanded over the long course of their evolution either. Even the latest and largest titanosaur species from right at the end of the
I
Cretaceous,
feel like I need to
over 100
fill in
million
this
years
gap, but
after
I'm gonna
the
wait to
first
the end
sauropods appeared,
and see if I have
still
extra yarn
had
at the end for
tiny
that.
tennis ball-sized
It
brains.
feels like it
This
should
too
be
may have
probably
at least partly been a
filled.
trade-off that came with their
Okay, I'm just gonna
bodies
do it now.
growing so huge.
If I need an extra
See,
orange
the
thread, I'll just go to the
evolution of
fucking
elongated
store.
necks that sauropods are
I'm pretty
famous
sure they give
for
extra for
triggered
this
an
shit.
array of associated changes in the sauropod skulls that balanced on the
I love how
end of
quickly I
them.
changed my
This
damn
idea
mind.
is known as the head-neck
I mean, it's like,
cascade,
no, we're gonna
and
do
it was
this now.
potentially activated multiple times over the course of sauropod evolution. Periods of neck
God,
elongation
I'm so
seem
decisive.
to be associated with episodes of skull reduction. The longer the neck became, the less able it was to support a big and heavy head at its tip. So the
Also, let me
skull
change my
was
outfit
forced
back to the
shrink
outfit I
in
originally had
proportion
on.
to compensate. Now,
I don't mind the
size
goddess
isn't
outfit, but I don't feel like
everything
wearing
when it
that today.
comes to intelligence, but those skull
Okay,
size
I think that's a bit
constraints
better
would have
right
put
there.
some hard limits on brain power, limits that other animals, including most other dinosaurs, didn't have
Yeah,
to
that
deal
looks more
with,
full right
which
there.
means
Okay.
that one of the big costs that sauropods
So-
may have paid to get so uniquely gigantic was to condemn themselves to a path of
I
eternal
have these three brown ones. They're
And
supposed to fit in these
surprisingly, this
squares,
wasn't
but I
the
think I only need one or
major
two
challenge of the
more.
sauropod brain. They
'Cause
also face the problem of overheating.
There was a miscount in
This
this
is because
fucking
larger
grid
animals have lower surface
that wasn't
area
made
to
correctly.
volume ratios, making them worse at shedding heat effectively. Plus, sauropods were too big to simply scamper into the shade when they needed to cool down, like smaller animals easily could in most
And after I finish this row,
If you're a
I go pee.
titanosaur 30
Yes,
plus
I go
meters
pee
long
again,
from head to tail, there
'cause
generally aren't many
my
things
bladder
dotted around the
sucks.
landscape that can
some fucking
easily
reason.
shade you. This combination of problems was a recurring mystery of sauropod biology. How were they able to keep cool and prevent damaging heat-sensitive tissues
damn it.
in their brain and sense organs? In 2019, researchers argued that they figured out at least part of the answer: panting. Lots and lots of panting. See, by reconstructing how sauropod blood vessels would have been arranged along the grooves and canals in their skulls, the researchers could see how they exchanged heat with their environment to cool off. And they found that, unlike other dinosaurs they examined, sauropod blood vessels were clustered
Okay.
in both the nostrils and the mouth. This suggests that
I
they
think
used
I
panting
need to-
as a means to actively cool down when they
I feel
approached
like I need to
dangerous
squeeze
levels
one
of
in right
overheating,
here.
which may have been pretty often. So where does
Then it's
that
gonna be
leave
like
our
a
view
gap.
of sauropods nearly 200 years after Owen first described one? Well, their baffling
Well,
size has
okay,
led
fine, we'll
us
put it
on
in.
quite a journey.
It's supposed to be that
From
many
reconstructing
anyway.
them as sea monsters to
When it's
envisioning the
fucking covered in there.
iconic ground-shaking terrestrial
Gonna make it
dinosaurs
fit.
that we know them as today. And it's kind of understandable that science got sauropods so wrong for so long, because as we've seen, these animals were barely even possible.
here.
They existed seemingly only to spite physics, and persisted only thanks to some extreme evolutionary adaptations. And while we find their record-breaking sizes incredibly impressive, it's important to remember that living so large would have come with some enormous struggles too. Like shattered legs, vulnerable eggs, an overheating head, and a brain that was far too small
Hi,
for
Timmy
such
Manny.
big worries.
I don't know why, but I'm talking about like the
For more
sauropods.
Mesozoic
Kind
mayhem,
of reminds me
head
of
to the
like
PBS app or
what's it called?
pbs.org to watch Walking with Dinosaurs.
The
Walking with
Great
Dinosaurs
Danes.
is back.
It's like
25
they're
years
bigger,
after
but
the
then
original
sometimes they
series
come with
brought
like
these icons of the Mesozoic
genetic
to life.
issues. Like
The new
one of my
series
friends had a
uses
Great
the
Dane,
latest research
and
to show how these
they
ancient
are
animals
prone to getting
aged
like
through state-of-the-art visual
arthritis,
effects.
pregnant.
Check out the link in the
What?
description to watch these new stories from the deep past. And a gigantic
Who's
thanks
pregnant?
to
You
this
are?
month's
Congratulations!
Annie and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel, Jackie Scott Railston, Jake Hart.
I'm happy
John
for your
Davidson
pregnancy,
Lee,
and I
Juan
hope
M,
that
Melanie
you
Lamb Carnevale, Nico
blossom
Robin,
into a
Rafael Hassa,
beautiful
Tony
mother
Dye,
and or
and
father.
Become an Eonite at patreon.com/eons and you can get fun perks like access to a digital puzzle of paleo art commissioned just for Eons. And as always, thank you for joining me in the Ken Barnes studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for
Let
more
me just grab
cretaceous
the
creatures.
tab. I was gonna do it from my PC, but I don't want to plug in my fucking keyboard. Hold on. Let me do this shout out really quick.
In fact, one body part is actually notable for being unusually small. Their heads. Like me. I have a small head. Maybe not sauropod small. But it is. I can wear child hats just fine. Yes.
I have a tiny head. Sometimes, yeah. Usually the child-sized ones squeeze a little bit too much, but I definitely have to buy like the
What in the world is this random rant?
sized frames. Hilarious. Like I wore an extra small helmet in softball.
I took a small sip of water. It's probably breathing more than a sip, but you know what? I don't feel like
Thank you to
fucking
CyberGhost
sucking a lot of
VPN
water
for
right
supporting
now.
PBS.
Deep beneath the waves, gliding over the ocean floor, swims a bizarre creature known as the ratfish. With its wing-like fins, whip-like tail, and shell-crushing teeth, it looks like something stitched together from spare parts of other animals, which is why it's also called
Sorry,
a
I'm
chimera.
looking at the chart
But
really
what
quick.
really stands out about the ratfish is what it's
I'm
made of.
looking at this.
Cartilage, not bone.
Actually, let me
Just like
mark off what I did with the
And that's
highlighter
because
really
the
quick.
ratfish is a strange leftover from a once great evolutionary chapter in our planet's history.
So we'll cross off
Long before the rise
this
of the great
row. I
whites
won't
and
cross off the
hammerheads
side
we know
row that I
today,
did.
Sharks and their
But yeah.
cartilaginous relatives ruled Earth's oceans and rivers in astonishing variety. It was the golden age of sharks. But this golden age wasn't dominated by massive killing machines like, say, Megalodon. Instead, it belonged to creatures that were, well, just really, really weird. We're talking sharks with sauce for
Damn hook's
teeth,
getting in my
sharks that look
way.
more like flying fish than fearsome predators, and sharks with what can only be described as anvils growing out of their heads. So why did sharks get so incredibly diverse and odd during this period, only to lose most of that diversity forever? Turns out, the same thing that gave rise to the Golden Age eventually ended it. Tracing the fossil record.
Also, if you're with who I think I am, Bob the Rock, I would appreciate you not coming in here and saying that to me. Because I know someone started that rumor on a different channel and I don't really like it. If that was towards me. But if it's towards you, then congrats, and I hope you're happy with your pregnancy. Actually, I'll leave the video on for you guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. Be right back.
Sharks and their relatives is no easy task. And by sharks and their relatives, I mean the whole group of fish whose skeletons are mostly made of cartilage. We'll be calling them all sharks in this episode, mostly because many of the fossil species are commonly called sharks, even if they aren't part of the taxonomic group we recognize as true sharks today. Because cartilage is softer than bone, it doesn't fossilize well, which means that much of the shark fossil record is teeth, spines, and scales, which are all made of the more durable dentine. The first hints of the emergence of sharks come from some isolated scales from the late Ordovician period, around 465 million years ago. But the first definitive fossils come from the Silurian period, around 439 million years ago. These early sharks were small generalists that shared the oceans with a number of other groups of fish. And of those other groups, one in particular might have limited the diversity of sharks, the placoderms. By the Devonian period, around 419 million years ago, these heavily armored fish had radiated into many different species, essentially ruling the seas. Some, like the massive Dunkleosteus, were apex predators, while others were more modest bottom swimmers or feeders and ranged from marine to freshwater environments. Because placoderms were everywhere, some paleontologists think they probably competed with sharks or even excluded them entirely from certain marine niches. But despite the limitations imposed by placoderms, the ancestors of chimeras and true sharks were already present. They just weren't dominant. Sharks were small-time players stuck on the ecological margins. This balance of power changed, though, when the late Devonian mass extinction hit marine ecosystems starting around 373 million years ago. While this mass extinction was a disaster for the placoderms, which eventually disappeared altogether, for sharks, it was an opportunity. See, some sharks and their relatives probably managed to survive by exploring a wider range of feeding strategies and living or venturing into open oceans, rather than just sticking to the shallow seas where the extinction effects were most severe. With their main competitors gone, sharks and other cartilaginous fish wasted no time in filling the now empty niches that the placoderms left behind. And during the final few million years of the Devonian, sharks didn't just bounce back from the extinction event, they boomed. By the Carboniferous period, around 359 million years ago, warm, shallow seas were widespread, and in those waters, sharks began to get, well, weird. Near the equator, sharks thrived as they evolved into a range of species from varying shapes and sizes. It was an explosion of shark diversity unlike anything ever seen before. In fact, in some of those environments, sharks and their relatives were up to 60% to 70% of their total number of species. One glimpse into this golden age comes from the roughly 325 million year old Bear Gulch limestone in Montana, a site of exceptional preservation that captured the ecosystem in stunning detail. Here, we don't just find teeth and scales, but also complete skeletons and even soft tissues. And this glimpse reveals a truly wild cast of characters. Because unlike their generalist ancestors before them, these creatures were well adapted to very specific ways of life. Take Thrinacotis, for example, a shark that evolved an eel-like body, allowing them to move through tight spaces and ambush prey in crevices no other shark could manage. There was also Janassa, which looked remarkably like a modern ray, with a flattened body and teeth that were specialized for crushing shells. And perhaps the most surprising was Iniopteryx, a shark that looked like a flying fish, though it likely used its
I got
large
back and then I was like
pectoral fins
looking
to
at
move
something.
vertically in the water as it
Still need to
chased
look at
after
something.
prey,
Hold on.
rather than glide above the water surface.
Maybe I'll go like I keep going like an hour 45 minutes or something.
All comparison, like the Stethacanthids, a group of sharks that sported what looks like an anvil on their heads, complete with hundreds of tooth-like structures on top of it. This bizarre headgear may have been used to ward off potential
I
predators.
don't know what these messages are
or possibly
from, but
for
I'm
some sort of
deleting
fortunate
them
mates.
because they're
These
irrelevant.
Golden Age sharks were the result of
let me pull up
evolution
chat.
getting experimental. And they weren't all just small specialists. Some, like Cyviotis,
Where are we starting
grew to
off?
sizes rivaling modern great whites, as much as 8 meters long. One impressive
Hey,
specimen
Melon.
from
Also,
what's
I don't
now
know if you
Mammoth
saw
Cave
that
National Park in
comment I
Kentucky
deleted.
reveals that these apex
I'm hoping
predators would have
the
even looked
count
somewhat
looks
familiar.
like it's
Not
4
unlike sharks
years
today.
old,
Sharks and their
but
relatives also managed to conquer
I know
freshwater
Bob the Rock
habitats during
had
this time.
started saying
One
that
shark called
thing
Zachanthus,
before
which
that I
roughly
wasn't
translates
comfortable
to
with,
alien
and
spine for the long spine that emerged from the top of its head.
I'm guessing
was
it might
part
be
of
a
larger
friend of
group
his
that
or
was
something.
Just as diverse ecologically
Just
as the
random
sharks in the
assness.
ocean. Some of these xenocanths ate fish, while others hunted invertebrates or even filter fed. But what allowed sharks to diversify so dramatically and fill so many niches so quickly from the end of the Devonian into the Carboniferous?
It's the
Well,
one that
the
starts with
answer
an
might lie in the
SC.
most
I
iconic
timed
feature
them
of
out.
sharks even today, their teeth. See, during the late Devonian and
If you
throughout
need
the
me to
Carboniferous,
explain it, I'll explain it
sharks
after
developed a
stream.
huge variety of tooth structures, each specialized for different feeding styles. For example, ratfish and their shell-crushing relatives developed super strong tissues that hardened their tooth plates, creating a hyper-mineralized dentine. This allowed them to feast on prey that was harder and had larger shells than they ate in the Devonian, expanding their options to include a greater diversity of brachiopods and crustaceans. And they didn't stop at a single shell-crushing mode. Sharks evolved an array of tooth shapes, from large plates to teeth covered in knobby bumps, each useful for eating different types of hard-shelled animals. For sharks that preferred soft-bodied prey, including fishes, the cladodont tooth was most common. This kind of tooth had multiple
pull this back
cusps
a little bit.
surrounding a large
Hold
central
on.
one, perfect for puncturing and grasping slippery things like fish and squid. The arrangement and size of these cusps varied between species and even within a single shark's
I'm not gonna
mouth,
bother
creating a more versatile toolkit for
counting
handling and
these
processing
because
prey. Teeth
this
specialized for
next row
cutting
should
and
stop
gouging
like
big
one
animals were also
before
popping
this
up,
round
which
one.
would become more
So
common
it just
in
stopped
later
like right
sharks.
here.
But possibly the most bizarre of all were the
Done.
tooth whorls. Teeth that were
Well,
arranged in spirals,
keep going.
fused together to create large cutting
Wait, flip on
surfaces.
stuff right now.
Overall, this dental diversity combined with the wide range of body
I think
forms
we'll
that
stop in like
sharks
30
evolved
minutes, like
allowed them to
2:15.
dominate aquatic ecosystems in ways no single group of vertebrates has managed since.
I
And
know I
being
was
able
really
to
gonna
occupy
try doing
different niches,
another
from
1
shallow
to 2
marine
hours,
basins
but I
to
don't know.
open oceans and
Getting
from
kinda
tropical
stressed
seas
after
to
seeing that
freshwater
messes.
rivers, meant that the Carboniferous
And I-
truly was the golden age
I'm
of
not
sharks.
embarrassed to
a time
explain
with
it, but
seemingly
I'll
no
explain it
limits
another
on
time
what
to
they
you
could do.
guys.
As the Carboniferous period gave way to the Permian period around 299 million years ago, sharks were still going
Just
strong.
know that I am
World
not
tooth sharks
pregnant
like
and I do not need
Helicoprion
rumors of that.
proliferated and more freshwater sharks emerged among
Someone
the
wrote
xenocanths.
pregnant and I
But
deleted
the
it.
Earth was changing, which would make the very specializations that made these sharks so successful into a vulnerability. As the Carboniferous became the Permian, the supercontinent of Pangaea formed, changing coastlines and sea levels. And by the middle Permian, sharks and shark-like cartilaginous fish diversity was not as high as it
Already
had
getting a
been
little
during the
stressed about
Carboniferous.
it.
During this time, there's a spike in the number of species going extinct in the fossil record, while fewer and fewer new species appear to take their place. But what exactly caused this shift is still debated. It might have been ocean anoxic events, periods when oxygen levels in the waters plummeted. Or maybe it was climate change and falling sea levels caused by the
some water.
continents
I'm not gonna
colliding to
stress
form
because I just
Pangea,
got up a bit
disrupting
ago.
food chains. Whatever the cause,
I'm just
the
so
tides had
distressed over
begun
people
to turn for
typing then,
sharks,
like,
whose bizarre adaptations were
come
well
in here
suited
saying
to
that.
specific
I'm just about to
conditions that
ban
were
that fucking
changing
word.
dramatically. Now, many shark groups that had evolved during the Carboniferous did manage to press on, just not speciating as fast as before. These groups managed to adapt to the changing
making me
conditions,
sad to think about
while
it.
other groups disappeared entirely. It all came to a head during the mother of all mass extinctions, the end Permian mass extinction event, aka the Great Dying. Approximately
I'll do, like, one more before
252
I
million
take
years
some
ago,
water.
massive volcanic eruptions pumped enormous amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, triggering global warming and ocean acidification that wiped out over 80% of marine life. And sharks
Maybe
and
I'll
other
go a little
cartilaginous
sooner, I don't
fish
know.
were no exception. Because
Trying not
unlike
to
the
end
late
sooner.
Devonian mass extinction that their ancestors had soared through,
I
many
guess
of
I already know
these
I feel
sharks
like
were
crying.
no longer generalists. They had traded their flexibility for their bizarre specific adaptations. The same thing that had launched sharks into their golden age of weirdness, a mass extinction, would now punish them for getting too weird. Many of the strange sharks and cartilaginous fish that had characterized the golden age disappeared completely. The incredible array of shark body plans and feeding strategies mostly erased in an evolutionary instant. But not all was lost. Just as sharks had survived the late Devonian mass extinction by venturing into open water, some sharks were able to pull from that ancient playbook to weather the Great Dying. These survivors were less specialized and less weird, but more resilient. While we don't have all the details worked out, it seems like it took a 1-2 punch of anoxia or climate change and the greatest mass extinction event in Earth's history to finally end this golden age. As the planet slowly recovered, sharks began to rebound. Some groups from the golden age bounced back in the Triassic, though many would be gone by the end of that period. And some of the other survivors from the golden age would re-diversify again later in the Mesozoic era and continue on into the Cenozoic. This ultimately produced familiar sharks like Megalodon by the Miocene epoch, as well as the sharks and cartilaginous fish we have today, like great whites, hammerheads, rays, and skates. The rise and fall of weird sharks reminds us that the aftermath of crises is when ecological space opens up. So that's often when we see evolutionary experiments in radical new forms. But it also reminds us that there's a trade-off between being perfectly adapted to our particular set of conditions and being adaptable. As fantastically bizarre as they were, the most specialized sharks with the most spectacular solutions to life's challenges struggled when those challenges changed. And for a time, generalists inherited the Earth. But through it all, the ratfish glides on along the seafloor, using their specialized teeth to crush the shells of their prey, looking much like they did during the Carboniferous. Today, they're a reminder of that golden age, offering a glimpse into the weird and wonderful past of sharks.
Okay, got the app relaunched. I can look at the comments and oops, let me lower this down a little bit.
If you're looking for a way to browse the web securely, CyberGhost VPN is designed to keep your online activity safe and
I would
private,
like to finish
especially
this
on
one
public
last
Wi-Fi.
row before
CyberGhost VPN was created
go to
because
bed for the
online
night.
privacy is challenging, and private
Or at
nodes
least
and
before I
browsers
get
aren't
off
as
to,
private
like,
as many people
start
think.
getting ready.
CyberGhost encrypts and reroutes all of your traffic through secure servers, helping prevent ISPs,
Well, maybe I'll stay on a
workplaces,
little
and
longer
websites
than
from tracking you. By
30
changing your
minutes,
online
like I
location,
said.
you could even find better prices and unlock libraries of over 40 of the most popular streaming services. It works on up to 7 devices at the same time, so you can protect all of your gadgets or even share with family and friends. With over 38 million users worldwide, CyberGhost VPN keeps your information encrypted, your IP hidden, and your online identity anonymous. Use the link in the description to get 4 extra months free at an 83% discount, plus 45 days money-back guarantee, so it's totally risk-free. So click the link in the description to learn more about CyberGhost VPN.
And we gotta thank this month's sophisticated eontologists:
Addie, Annie, and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel, Jackie Scott Ralston, Jake Hart, John Davison Ing, Juan M, Melanie Lamb Carnevale, Nico Robin, Raphael Hasse, and Steve.
By becoming an Eonite at patreon.com/eons, You can get fun perks like access to exclusive polls and videos from the Eons team. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more carboniferous critters. Or possibly for some sort of courtship with mates. I don't know what I'm doing. My body is just doing things. I did it, and my brain was like, what are you doing? Stop. Okay. I'm gonna do it again, please. One without a wink.
Oh, twist video. Why do you hate me? It froze up when I tabbed out.
In 2003, a fossil was discovered in an ancient lake bed in what's now China. It was almost a complete skeleton about the size of a platypus with teeth that resembled a seal's. And in the rock surrounding it, there was a shadow. That shadow was the preserved impression of skin and other soft tissue, including a furry pelt, webbed feet, and a paddle-shaped tail. It looked like a typical aquatic mammal, the kind you might see near a river or lake today. But this creature lived in the Jurassic period, 164 million years ago, and it wasn't technically a mammal. It was a mammaliaform, part of the group that includes mammals and our ancient relatives.
Ooh, I think that's too many.
And for a long time, scientists
I
had
don't
thought
think I
of the
need it for
mammaliaforms
that.
lived during the Mesozoic era
We'll
as
see.
small shrew-like insectivore generalists.
I definitely feel like I grabbed too
scurrying in
many.
the shadows of the dinosaurs. But this discovery complicated the history of mammaliaforms.
I seen
It
that
painted
Odin
a
has a
picture
hair
of their
bow.
explosive diversification,
cutesy wootsy.
their mysterious disappearance, and how our own ancestors might have survived thanks to a leg up from some leafy allies. Now, we know that placental mammals like us humans belong
I need to
to a
redecorate
group called
mine.
Diphtheria, while marsupials
Should've gotten
like
a
kangaroos
pride
and
item.
koalas belong to a group called
I guess the
Metatherians.
closest thing is the clown wig.
Eutherians and Metatherians share a more recent common ancestor than other mammals.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to get a pride one done on time.
Referred to as therians. And monotremes, like the platypus and echidna, are our next closest living relatives. Together, therians, monotremes, and all the animals back to our most recent common ancestor form what's called the crown mammal group. The mammaliaforms are basically one more step removed from there. It's the group that includes crown mammals and their most recent common ancestor, plus all the mammal-like animals that are more closely related to mammals than they are to anything else. The common ancestor of the mammaliaforms would have looked something like Morganucodon, a small insect-eating generalist that scurried through the undergrowth of the late Triassic around 200 million years ago. And the descendants of mammaliaforms like Morganucodon would eventually give rise to our mammal ancestors, which were also small insectivores. For a long time, it was thought that all Mesozoic mammaliaforms were built like this because of the imposing ecological presence of the dinosaurs. Many thought it wasn't until the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction that space was freed up for the mammals to adapt to new niches. But mammaliaforms were rare in the fossil record.
Nice to get
and
into a rhythm
paleontologists were
here.
lucky to find more than a few teeth or parts of a jaw. So this hypothesis wasn't exactly based
Have
on
a
ton of
straightforward
material.
color
Occasionally, more
for
substantial
most of
fossils
this,
were uncovered,
kinda
but even they were mostly
helped it
tiny,
go
like the
faster, I
genus
think.
from
I don't gotta
China
keep
known as
swapping between
Zhanghatherium.
colors.
And while it's true that most mammaliaforms did fit this description,
I might get
the
a
site in northern
permanent
China
marker so I
has
can mark the
recently
rows off
flipped
instead
the
of
script.
highlighter, because the
Layers of
highlighter's way
Jurassic
too
lake
light.
sediment and volcanic ash deposits
It's like a
have
pastel
preserved
color.
the fossils of a huge variety of organisms. And that's where our mysterious paddle-tailed mammaliaform was discovered. It belonged to an ancient group called the Docodonts and was named Castorocauda, from castor meaning beaver and cauda meaning tail, after its, well, beaver-shaped tail. Measuring at least 42.5 centimeters
we got,
long and weighing up to
more
800
pieces
grams,
to put in here.
it may not have been huge by our standards, but it's the biggest Jurassic mammaliaform ever found. Castorocauda also sported the oldest evidence of a furry pelt, which indicates it was warm-blooded. This suggests that some of the characteristics we associate with crowned mammals are actually ancestral traits that existed long before we emerged. But its size and its fur are only part of what made this fossil so special. Castorocauda was a far cry from a tiny scurrying generalist. With its webbed feet, paddle tail, and teeth adapted for catching fish, the scientists who described it recognized it as a semi-aquatic specialist. And this pushed the emergence of the first aquatic mammaliaforms back by over 100 million years, which meant the mammaliaforms were developing specialized traits much earlier than we thought, despite the supposedly restrictive presence of the dinosaurs. And it soon became clear that Castor Ocata
And
wasn't
then
the
let me
only
look at the
fuzzy
brown really
innovator in
quick.
this
I think
fossil
it's the same on the
deposit.
brown.
Over
Yeah,
the
so
next
it's
few
like one
years,
before.
Scientists began uncovering more evidence that they'd been kind of wrong about these ancient
I will
critters.
mark that now so I don't go
Mammaliaforms had
too
actually
far.
experienced a period of
So it
major
should be like
ecological radiation.
right
And not only that, this
here.
radiation revealed fast rates of evolutionary change that
Sorry, that's hard for you
peaked
to
in the
see.
mid-Jurassic.
1,
But why?
2, so it should be right
What
under
caused
there.
it? Well, when
I'm gonna
separate
do that
lineages
now,
start
so I
to
don't
radiate at the same
put
time,
too much orange in.
it suggests that something is going on in the environment that benefits multiple groups. During this time, Pangaea was in the process of breaking up, which transformed ecosystems. And scientists soon realized that this breakup gave Dogodonts and other groups the chance to radiate into new niches and develop brand new adaptations. Like the tunneling Docophosor with its sprawling limbs and paws like a mole's for shoveling earth. Or the squirrel-like sap-eating Agilodocodon with its curved claws and flexible elbow, wrist, and ankle joints for
Now we
climbing.
know.
Members of another mammaliaform group,
We will
Heramidia,
stop the
were
orange
also getting into the
here
action.
so we can get
The
to
fossilized
orange,
imprint of
orange.
skin membranes stretching between their
And
limbs
then
indicates that these animals
the rest should be
could
brown
glide
straight
from tree to tree.
across.
In addition to the environmental change, this mammaliaform
I will not
radiation
even
might
count.
have also been a result
Just
of good
Phil.
timing. Because ever since the Triassic, mammaliaform groups had been gaining adaptations like fur, warm-bloodedness, lactation, and modifications to the jaw and inner ear, sometimes convergently. Developing this critical mass of advantageous traits could have made it easier for them to explore new environments and adapt to specialized roles. Now,
Why aren't you pulling
the
through?
ancestors of crown mammals were also a part of this mid-Jurassic radiation. But while they saw a major increase in species diversity, they stayed shrew-like. For example, the late Jurassic Jeremiah, another mammal from that lake bed formation and the earliest known Therian. If Jeremiah wasn't our direct ancestor, it was at least a close relative, and would have looked a lot like our Jurassic ancestors. So if other mammaliaforms weren't
Let's get a
nearly
bunch
as
of
constrained
orange
by
to put in
dinosaurs
there.
as we thought, why did our ancestors stay so small? Well, a recent study found that other mammaliaforms actually had a greater role in suppressing the diversification of the Therians than the dinosaurs did because of their good timing. Those mammaliaforms had shown up on the scene earlier than the crown mammals.
I will count
and
these out again so I
occupied
don't
the available
accidentally use
specialist
Shemot.
niches before Therians had a chance to compete. Now, that doesn't mean that the dinosaurs had no influence. As far as we know, they did prevent ancient mammaliaforms from ever getting bigger than a hefty house cat. But it goes both ways. The presence of mammaliaforms in these smaller-bodied roles would have also limited the ability of dinosaurs to exploit those same niches. And our ancestors were perfectly suited to the insectivore niche they occupied, which may have been their saving grace for the changes that were to come. After all, there's a reason that we're here now. So why
and then-
did our ancestors survive while other mammaliaforms didn't? Trying to figure out how, when, and why most of the others disappeared is challenging. Because we can't identify a line in the fossil record with
I will
diverse
put
mammaliform remains on
20
one
for
side
now.
and only Therians and monotremes on the other. Even with all the new discoveries,
What?
mammaliaform fossils are still relatively
Why?
rare.
Why are
And when
you
they
in
do
jail
turn up,
for?
It's usually only teeth. But those teeth allow us to identify which group these critters belong to and draw conclusions about their lifestyle, distribution, and
Are
diversity.
you
in
stuck with
recent
Arshka?
times.
Yeah, I feel that
For
way too.
example,
Like I'm in jail
the
when I'm
mid
stuck with
to late
him.
Jurassic, about 175 to 145 million years ago, there are teeth belonging to all kinds
Oh,
of
okay. I'll
mammaliaforms
refund
in the
you
fossil record.
and
But
I'll
around this
relaunch the
time,
program.
many
1 second.
mammaliaforms were also starting to experience a decline. This decline was not marked by a destructive cataclysm, but instead by a gradual two-phase process. A study
It's not that you're not
analyzing
allowed.
mammaliaform
For some
fossil
reason, the
distribution
program
throughout
like
the
stopped
Mesozoic
working or
found that
whatever.
they first experienced a restriction in range.
No,
And
no,
then,
I
during
need
the
to remedy
Cretaceous,
this
around
right now. Oh my
125
god, someone
million
clear it
years
out.
ago,
Melon, why'd you
the record
clear it
reveals
out?
a decrease in species
Did you
richness.
clear it out?
During this time, in most areas, two types of teeth
I think Melon cleared it out by accident without realizing that there's an issue.
Were cymolodont molars, belonging to the multituberculates, a rat-like group of crowned mammals whose teeth mark them as
Try not
plant
to-
eaters. The second type were tribosphenic
Oh, okay, you
molars.
refunded it? Okay.
These are the kind of molars
I was
we
gonna say
have,
to the
and they're the kind of
well,
molars ancestral placentals
As long as you
and
noticed it wasn't
marsupials
working, that's fine.
Studies indicate that this
I just
kind
try
of
not to
tooth
empty
has
them
a
out to the
greater
end of the stream in
capacity
case
to
something
evolve
happens
into
and
varied
like I didn't
forms than
spot
some
it
of the
like how
other
that
tooth
happened.
types. And in the late Cretaceous,
I'm
they took
relaunching
on
the
a form
program
that
now.
could cut, pierce,
Fucking
and
piece of
chew
shit.
exoskeletons.
God damn it.
These were the teeth of a small,
Thank you,
insectivorous
Melon.
generalist.
At least you refunded
This
instead of
change
not
coincided with the
refunded it.
Cretaceous Terrestrial Revolution, a time of ecological upheaval that lasted from 125 to 80 million years ago. It was an event that would alter ecosystems forever. The spread of flowering plants. Flowering plants, or angiosperms, made up less
Art's
than 5%
going to
of
sleep
terrestrial
early?
plant species
My
at the start of the
God.
period. But by the end of the Cretaceous, they dominated the land, comprising over
What
80%
world are
of
we in?
terrestrial
Usually
plant
he's up like another
As flowering
5
plants
hours.
spread, small insect-eating mammals were in the perfect position to take advantage of the insect pollinators that diversified in response to this expanding niche. The ability of angiosperms to outcompete other plants in many regions even helped them make the climate more humid, expanding the world's wet tropical habitats, which began to spread into what's
Honestly,
now
when I
North
say that,
America
I wanna,
and
like,
Eurasia. And mammals' ability to climb
I
trees
want to try
and travel
Warframe,
across
but I need
uneven
like
terrain
to play it with
likely helped
someone.
them to navigate the spreading tropical
Someday I'll
forests.
fucking try
At
it.
the same time, the growing abundance
Warframe or
of fleshy fruit
Shellframe,
and
I want to
seeds
try.
provided new nutritional opportunities for the herbivorous multituberculates. And their high energy needs may have driven them to compete more fiercely for resources. Such a dramatic change in the environment would
He
have
was
been
playing
a stressor
Rivals
for
and
highly
Warframe pretty
specialized
late.
animals
Oh
that relied on
yeah, we got
specific
all our.
resources,
Oh,
leaving
I
many
see.
mammalian forms struggling to
Melon,
adapt.
remind me, we need to
But small
play
general spirits
Rivals.
that were less reliant
You
on stable
downloaded it and then I
conditions
forgot
persisted.
about it.
In this way, evidence suggests that the spread of angiosperms helped our ancestors succeed by tipping the scales
I
against
thought
their
hitting the
ancient
camera button made that
mammalian
disappear.
Some
The only way I know to make it disappear is the F10 button. Hold on.
Into diverse
Let me
forms
plug
in
it
Australia.
in.
But
Hit the
Therians
F10.
weren't free to take over quite yet. Other crown mammal groups were still around and had started to specialize. The most successful of these was the multituberculates, a group that had taken advantage of the new abundance of vegetation brought on by the spread of angiosperms. They and several other mammal groups would go on to survive the KPG mass
It should
extinction,
eventually
diversifying
fade away.
and competing with placentals, marsupials, and monotremes. But now
Okay.
we know that this era of
Yeah, it's
evolutionary
still there. I
rivalry
think it fades
was
away
nothing
after a
new for the
while.
mammals.
I hit
Instead,
F10
it was the next
twice.
chapter of a story that had played out over millions of
No,
years
you're
of
fine.
mammalian history. From the
I
diverse
just don't know why it's
diplodons
not
of the
going away.
Jurassic
Usually it fades
to
away
the
like pretty quick.
angiosperms that helped our ancestors get a foot
Toggle
in the
UI.
evolutionary war. Eventually, competition and a
Yeah, I
changing
hit
climate
F10
caused the
twice and
last of
it's like
those
not
other
going
mammal
away.
groups to
I think it'll go
disappear,
away in a little
leaving
bit.
the monotremes and
I don't think
therians
it-
to diversify. The
I don't know why
diversification
sometimes it does
resulted in
that.
The return of countless
being
forms,
stupid.
from the shovel paws to
Fine,
the
you don't
gliding
gotta apologize
membranes
for that.
and
I
the
didn't
paddle
realize it
tails
was
that our
up.
ancient relatives
But it looks like
pioneered.
hitting F10 twice
And
didn't
that
fix it
shift left
either,
our
so.
own group, the placentals, to
I'm just
become the
gonna knock
most
here.
successful, diverse mammalian forms to ever live so far.
Can you tab away from the window? Like, I know if I'm on a
Before you go,
window.
we wanted to let you know that
Oh.
Complexly is making a 2025
I
wall
can
calendar.
minimize
This year, all
it.
of our shows contributed to one calendar. For 2025, the folks behind SciShow,
Oh, it went
Crash
away.
Course, Bizarre Beast,
I
Study
never-
Hall,
I
and
never
of
noticed
course,
that.
PBS
Thank you.
Neons
I didn't
decided to
realize it would do
celebrate the
that
social
by
progress,
tabbing away or clicking another
technological
window.
advancements, and the mind-blowing discoveries achieved in
God,
the past 25
I guess
years.
the more you
For
know.
the Eon section, we wanted to highlight one of our favorite fossils, the
I'm trying to finish this
incredibly
roar, I'm working on before I head off for the night. Thank you.
Each
I
month
never
features
knew
an
that.
illustration by artist Emily Alvarez and a paragraph about the topic. Find your 2025 Complexly
My
calendar
stupid ass
now
over
at
here, fucking guessed.
complexly.store/calendar.
And we got to crown this month's Eontologists.
Addie, Annie, and Eric Higgins, Carl Wofel, Jake Hart, John Davison Ng, Juan M., Melanie Lamb Carnevale, Nico Robin, and Raphael Hasse.
By becoming an Eonite at patreon.com/eons, you can get fun perks like access to behind-the-scenes content, including clips from Eon shoots. And as always, thanks for joining me in the Ken Barnes studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons
Got that like
for more
really
Cretaceous creatures.
curly yarn right there. I don't know if y'all can see it from here. Oh my god, I dropped it! I dropped my fucking hook.
Together, Therians, monotremes, and all them animals, all them animals,
Like this one yarn right here.
I'm really feeling that
It got like really
Montana spirit, I guess.
curly. It's the one that's kind of like bent right here. It got like really bent or
In
Girlified.
2016, a room of scientists gasped while watching a video of a comb jelly. Known to science as Ctenophora, comb jellies are translucent gelatinous
Guys, I
creatures
think
of
I'm
the
halfway
sea.
done.
And they're so
No, not really.
ancient that they're probably the oldest animal lineage out there. They were likely drifting around the world's oceans by at least 600 million
This
years
will take
ago.
me a few
And
sessions. Maybe I'll
researchers
do
have
this on a
studied
day that I'm
the
scheduled
ins
off
and
of
outs
stream.
of comb jellies
And then we
for
can do this like as a
centuries,
relaxing
literally.
fucking thing.
Like other animals with ancient roots, from sponges to anemones, they were long thought to use just one hole to eat and poop. Their gut was thought to be like a cul-de-sac, where food goes in, gets digested, and then is shot back out. But the video showed fish that had been gene-edited to glow in the dark, moving through the jelly's digestive system. And once the jelly was done breaking down its luminous food, two holes in
Ooh,
its
it looks so
bottom
bright and
suddenly appeared,
shiny.
and it pooped out of a pair of mysterious holes.
It's
Now,
like
while watching
Christmas.
a
You
see-through
will go.
jelly poop might not
All right,
strike
have a
you
good
as that
night. I'm probably gonna be here
exciting,
another
it updated much
30,
of what
probably another
scientists
30
thought
minutes
they
or
knew
something.
about how and when animals
Maybe another
evolved
hour.
penises in the first place.
I
And it
really want
turns
to finish
out
this
that
row off so
while
I
the
don't like.
evolution of the butthole
I
was
don't
a
want to
major
stop in the middle of a
breakthrough
row.
in animal development, its story
So
might
hopefully I
actually
can do this
end
kind
with
of fast,
redefining
but
what
if
it
I
means
don't,
to
then
have a
oh well.
butthole at all.
Sucks to be me, I guess.
We wanted
I
to let you
fucking
know
hate
about our
OCD
new
at
Ammonite
times,
and
fucking
trilobite fridge magnets, just in time
saying,
for
"Hey,
magnet
you
giving
gotta
season.
finish
The
this."
Ammonite was 3D scanned from a Cretaceous fossil about 145 to 66 million years old, found in Madagascar. And the trilobite was modeled after a 390 million
OCD be
year old
pissing me off
fossil found in
sometimes.
Morocco. Who is the cutest? Look at this. You can find these magnets and our other merch at the link in the description, or head over to complexly.store.
Now, there are a couple different ways that animals can eat food and then excrete it. And a
Night,
butthole,
Melon.
an opening
Thank you
at
for
the
your
end
help
of
and
the digestive
everything.
tract where waste is pushed out of the body, is only one of those ways. Some creatures completely lack digestive tracts, like adult giant tube worms at the bottom of the ocean, who get their nutrients from bacteria living inside their bodies. But most ancient and simple organisms, those that originated over 500 million years ago, like jellyfish, sea anemones, and some flatworms, have sac-like digestive systems with literal potty mouths. Stuff comes out the same way it came in, from the same hole. Now, this simple plan can have some disadvantages. Like, every meal needs to be completely digested before new food can come in, so it's pretty limiting if you need a lot of energy to grow, develop, and do stuff. And since these sacs have dead ends, they can't really have different segments and compartments doing slightly different jobs, which means they miss out on the benefits of having different microbes and enzymes.
What do you mean
breaking
so
down
much hell
different
my head?
components of the meal at the same time. Later in the evolutionary history
A
of
little
animals,
addicted
it's
to that
thought
game?
some creatures solved
I've seen
this
it before,
problem
and
by
I've thought about
evolving
like
through
wanting to
guts,
play
which are
it.
more tube-like digestive systems.
I'm not
where
really sure
nutrients
yet.
come in one
I want
way
to look
and
into it a
go
little
out
more.
another way. Ta-da! The birth of the butthole. This, it's long been thought, was a necessary step towards animals becoming more complex, because they could eat more without waiting to have digested everything else. Now, exactly when and how this happened is a mystery scientists are still trying to solve. The first attempt to explain the through gut came in the late 1800s, when a German zoologist applied his theory of recapitulation to the problem. Recapitulation was the idea that you could tell how animals had evolved by watching how they developed through their embryonic stages. But no one could replicate his drawings of embryos.
Oh, recently got
Later,
an
in another
update, yeah.
attempt to explain how anuses evolved, scientists started using the velvet
I didn't know I had an
worm
update
as a
recently.
template. This led them to claim that
I have it on my
anuses
wish list
originated
instead because I
from
thought it
the
looked kind
same
of cool,
opening
but
as the mouth. See, in velvet
I don't know.
worms, the embryo is a spherical
Maybe someday
blob
we'll
that
see.
develops a first hole in the middle.
I'm not interested by it though.
Blastopore. Although not everybody agrees it's a true blastopore. Over time, the circular-like organism becomes more elongated, and the blastopore becomes more furrow-like. The furrow slowly starts to divide its labor, sucking water and microscopic nutrients in from one side and then spitting them out the other. Eventually, this groove pinches in the middle to create two separate holes. And as the holes drift farther and farther apart, the sac-like gut folds inside where the pinch is and
Ooh, they added
slowly
pets?
turns into a tube. This tube then is the through gut. Maybe this journey
What
that
kind
velvet
of
worms
pets
go
do they
on
have?
as they develop shows us how the evolutionary process of
mind
the
me
anus
asking.
unfolded. And this became the longest standing hypothesis about anuses. According to this school of thought, the first anuses appeared in this manner sometime between 600 and 540 million years ago, before animals became more sophisticated bilaterians, with a right side, left side, bottom, and top. And in 1908, an Austrian zoologist studying the embryonic development of other animals noticed that they didn't go through the same journey as
Pests
the
and
velvet
weird
worms.
alien dogs.
Instead of
Ooh,
becoming
that
a
sounds kinda
groove
cool.
that formed two holes, the blastopore hole stayed a single hole through embryonic development. And in
I
some
want a
animals,
weird
that
alien
hole
dog.
develops into a mouth. In others, the same hole develops into an anus. Then the hole
So,
grows
my
into
mouth
a
is an
tube
anus?
that becomes elongated through the body until it meets the other side, forming an anus or a
Oh.
mouth, respectively. According to this theory, the butthole is basically the bottom of the gut that slowly poked its way out of the body. And scientists actually started using this process to categorize animals into two different groups. When the blastopore first forms the mouth, the animal is a protostome, meaning first mouth. Starfish are protostomes, for example. And when the blastopore becomes the anus first, the animal is a deuterostome, a second mouth. Earthworms are deuterostomes, and so are we. This school of thought suggested that the butthole was basically just turned on during evolution when organisms evolved in directions where a butthole would be helpful to their success, and that it could sometimes be lost again when it's not helpful anymore. If buttholes can break out of the body during the evolution of an animal to fit its lifestyle and not through the complicated tubing of a single hole, this helps explain anomalies that the theory of recapitulation couldn't explain. Like, for example, the marine worm Ramesillus multicaudata evolved a branched
That's a
gut
mouthful.
with hundreds of different buttholes along its entire body, likely because that's what worked for its life
Stop
strategy.
talking about
Or the
buttholes.
acial flatworm, which doesn't have an anus at all, even though some of its ancestors
What's the video
Building
called
off of
again?
this, a slew of scientists came up with new ideas for how exactly the breakthrough happened. In the
It's called How
1940s, for
Animals
instance,
Got
one
Butts.
German scientist theorized that the digestive system poked its way out of the body by connecting to the
Gotta
genital
love a
opening,
good-
which
a
was
good butt
already
topic.
there as another hole before the anus. While another Austrian zoologist suggested animals first had a sac-like gut they stored their ovaries in, too, and the through gut developed together with the genital tract when the ovaries started getting more complex. Hypotheses that bring
This
the
channel
genital
mostly talks
cavity
about like
into the
dinosaurs
picture
and
help us
human evolution.
understand why birds
They
and
focus on like
reptiles
different
today have
parts
cloacas.
at a time.
Not exactly buttholes, but instead one hole for reproducing and excreting waste. So this growing body of research has built on top of itself throughout the decades, sometimes dismantling or upsetting older ideas. And there are still some big unanswered questions that keep researchers on the fence. Like, is it one hole splitting into two, or one hole that poked out after the other? But most hypotheses tend to agree on a similar trend. In all of these ideas, the scientists have painted a linear, progressive picture of increasing complexity. Animals were simple, with sac-like guts, and then they evolved through guts when they became more complex and sophisticated. And that's why that 2016 video of the comb jelly pooping was so shocking. It completely upends this picture. Because these seemingly simple animals apparently didn't have the seemingly simple gut that scientists had assumed simple animals had. This initial bias is probably why it was so hard to find those anuses on comb jellies, even though they've been studied for so long. Back in 1850, a biologist had even speculated the jellies probably had a through gut, but because he never really observed any excrement coming from anus-like pores, his idea quickly fell flat. So when scientists saw that their comb jellies were expelling waste from the same hole the food had entered their body, they assumed it was the way their digestive system worked. But it turns out the jellies were probably just puking this whole time. Maybe because they were fed too much during the experiments or fed something they didn't like. They hadn't been pooping at all. If one of the most ancient organisms on the planet already had a through gut, this invalidates the core belief that the butthole evolved when organisms started getting bigger and more sophisticated. Or even that buttholes allowed for animals to start to grow and develop and
I
diversify.
need another 8
See, back when
orange
scientists began asking
pieces.
questions about the anus, they were assuming that evolution was
Guys,
about
pay attention.
progress, and that complex
You're gonna find
was
out how
just
buttholes are
better.
made.
But maybe
apparently.
through guts were instead the most simple solution for the digestive system to start off as. And maybe we need to rethink what we assume is simple
Oops, I
and
grabbed too many
what is
pieces.
complex in the evolution of life. Once we rethink these categories, new possibilities emerge. Like maybe ancient sea anemones and jellyfish initially already had through guts with bumholes, but closed them up over time because they weren't all that useful to their success. Or maybe buttholes evolved independently in unique ways at different times throughout history, and maybe there are some radically different ways to be a butthole. After all, if some animals evolved their mouth and butthole at the same time, some evolved mouths first and others evolved buttholes first, some animals have 2 buttholes
Let me
and
pull this
others
back up
have
here.
hundreds. What exactly is a butthole? We just don't know yet which hypothesis is correct, with some scientists maintaining aspects of the original soul hole concept probably ring true, while others favor other ideas. It's hard to track this down through prehistory because there aren't many fossils to work from.
orange
Jellies don't
pieces, and
exactly
then
fossilize
we
well.
gotta do the rest of
And
the
up
row
to
in
the
brown.
modern day, we didn't really have the technology to fill
It
some
shouldn't take
of
us
these
too much longer.
holes
Probably be done
in
with
our
like
knowledge.
2:35
It's only
or
now that
something.
scientists can study
I'm
the
getting a good
cells
flow
and
here.
molecules that make up these different
Even with
holes
this
in different
butthole
animals
talk.
that we can start to figure out what buttholes are molecularly and what cells they came from. For instance, scientists don't yet know whether comb jellies activate the same genes other animals do.
I feel like this isn't gonna need all 8 of these
Maybe
pieces
they're
I
triggering
pulled.
something completely different with
But
no
we'll
affinity
see.
to what we now call a butthole.
getting really close.
Maybe it's something completely different and new, butthole 2.0. But what we do know is that evolution is about finding solutions that work for
Looks
all
like
different
you've
animals with
got a lot
all
done.
their different
It's not a lot done. It's
Not
only
about
3
following a
rows.
linear path from sac
You know how many rows are on this? A lot. I don't know how many rows there are.
and with modern advancements in technology and maybe a
It's
few
not a
more
lot. Trust
blind
me, it
ends,
isn't.
the next decade of research
I mean,
will
it's a
hopefully get
dent,
to
but it's
the
not a
bottom
lot.
of this.
Right, Gordy, you know the pain.
Okay, listen up, because we want to hear your feedback. Every year, PBS Digital Studios sends out an audience survey, which we use to help understand what you enjoy on YouTube and what you want to see us make more of.
I know
We
Gordy
also get to vote
understands.
on new show ideas, so it'd be great if
This
Eon
is a
fans were
very
well
small
represented in the polls.
segment.
There's a link in the description. Thanks in advance.
At a site in South
I'll
America,
zoom
at
out
least
before
22
I
giant
finish,
ground sloths met
and
their
I'll
end.
try to show you
One
guys
of
like
the
a
hypotheses that
wider
researchers
piece.
proposed
So
for
give me
what
like another
killed the
20 or 30
sloths
minutes,
has to
and
do with their butts.
I'll show
Find
you guys
out more
before
in our
I
episode. Did these giant ground sloths
so you
poop
can get an
themselves
idea
to
of how
death?
much. But this is like 3 rows on the top.
And we can't leave behind this month's eontologists.
Addie, Annie and Eric Higgins, Carl Wolfel, Juan M., Melanie Lamb Carnevale, Nico Robin, and Rafael Hassa.
By becoming an Eonite at patreon.com/eons, you can get fun perks like access to a monthly
Whose
digital
face did
puzzle
you
of
combine,
Eon's
Gordy and
commissioned
someone
video art.
else's?
And as always, thank you for joining me in the Kin Barnes studio. Subscribe at youtube.com/eons for more fantastic fossils.
I swear, why do you paint me as the type of person who's into vor?
And maybe there are some radically different ways to be a butthole. Oh my god. Man, that's really hard to keep a straight face.
Great job.
Oh, maybe I won't be on screen for that. I said butthole or buttholes 21 times. Oh, no, now 23 times in this episode. That has to be some kind of record, right?
I'm sure someone else said more buttholes than you have, but yeah, sir. Close enough. Keep going higher.
You know that iconic scene in Jurassic Park? You know, the scene?
Okay,
where the
so there's
T-Rex
2
attacks the kids
here.
and
Ooh.
roars like...
Yeah.
Well, how would it make you feel if it was covered in feathers?
Let me count how many
The big
brown pieces I
emu.
need. And then, we can start finishing up because it's like
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching
this
Animal
must
Logic.
left brown.
Eutyrannus huali is a newly discovered tyrannosaur species found in northeastern China that lived 60 million years before T-Rex. Multiple individuals were found with preserved remains of monofilamental
So at minimum, we
feathers.
need like
Scientists say it would have been
20
like touching long, thick fur,
Hold on.
similar to the modern emu.
I'm not counting
This
correct.
is the largest feathered dinosaur ever found, and since T-Rex is related to this new species, chances are good that T-Rex was feathered as well. Sorry guys, but your scaly Godzilla monster is looking less and less likely. If you thought that puberty was a weird time for you, T-Rexes, who lived 66 to 68 million years ago, had a much weirder time. Starting around age 14, they would gain 600 kilos a year, or around 2 kilos a day until the age of 18. After which, they would plateau until they died, which typically was around 30. Their exact height is difficult, if not near impossible to measure, due to the incompleteness of the fossils, but best guesses put them at around 12 meters in length and at a height of 4 meters at the hips. Starting as a 1-ton lizard and ending up as a 7.7-ton powerhouse,
We need like 10 more.
T-Rexes lived fast and died young. And in order for them to grow so exponentially, they had to eat a lot. According to XKCD, one of my favorite webcomics, if a T-Rex was released into the world today, a la Lost World, it would need to consume one human every couple days to sustain itself, requiring around 40,000 calories per day. Alternatively, they estimate it could keep itself going on 80 Big Macs every day. No big surprise, the T-Rex's diet mainly consisted of other dinosaurs, and there's even evidence to suggest incidences of cannibalism. But when Steven Spielberg made Jurassic Park in 1993, there was no proof suggesting that the Tyrannosaurus Rex actually hunted live prey.
Okay, so we have
Some
about
scientists
21
even thought
more
that they may
brown
have been
pieces. I'm assuming this is gonna go
feeding on
fast.
carcasses left behind by
Probably
other
10 or
meat
15
eaters.
minutes, but we'll
A
see.
recent discovery by researchers suggests
So it's
differently, and the
2:20 right
T-Rex
now,
tooth
so
that
let's
is
see how long this
lodged
takes
in
us
the
to
gill
finish this
vertebrae
up.
of a hadrosaur may be the smoking gun. The T-Rex fed with
Or
a bite
finish
with
this row up
full
at
action,
least.
effectively tearing flesh and crushing bones in its powerful jaws. By examining the bite marks left in the fossilized pelvis of a Triceratops, researchers believe that Tyrannosaurus could bite with up to 3,000 pounds of force. This further
Damn.
supports the suggestion that they hunted and killed their prey. I mean, why would a scavenger need to bite with the force of a small truck? In order to reach the tasty, meaty neck muscles of the Triceratops, researchers believe the T-Rex
I'll tell you this
could
much,
actually
3,000 pounds of
decapitate
force
their
is a
prey,
lot. We
using
have
their
machines
powerful
that
jaws
can,
to grasp the bony shell and, well,
not
pull
bend,
and
but
pop their
it
heads
pulls
right
on
off.
both ends of like a
Basically,
metal
it's the Cretaceous version of popping
band.
open a beer. Using
And that's a
statistical
lot of
analysis,
force.
scientists
Actually, it goes up
calculated
to
the
like
top running
5,000 pounds
speeds
of force.
5 meat-eating dinosaurs. The T-Rex.
Maybe we could crush the a T-Rex with that amount of force.
Kilometers an hour, the T-Rex just barely beat out a human. Yes, sadly, we'd still get eaten if we don't outmaneuver them, but the Tyrannosaurus is certainly not as fast as the Jeep in Jurassic Park. So another Jurassic Park myth. In the iconic scene, Dr. Grant says, "Don't move. T-Rex can't see us if we don't move," implying that T-Rex vision is movement-based, but it's just not true. Can you imagine T-Rex bumbling around, running into trees? Due to the front-facing position of the eyes, it had an incredible binocular range of 55 degrees and could see with reasonable clarity up to 6 kilometers away, which would have been even better than hawks. All in
Yeah,
the
that's
family
crazy. Okay, guys, remember, Jurassic Park gave us false information.
School you. Beyond their adorable frolicking among the waves, which has made us fall in love with them since times immemorial, there's a ruthless world. The life of a dolphin is dangerous and violent, and often its worst enemy is another member of its species. This is the dark
Hey,
side
I'm
of
finishing this one last row right here before I finish.
The hunting of
It's like
dolphins is
21
immoral,
brown
and whoever
pieces,
willingly devises
right here.
destruction for dolphins can no more draw nigh the gods as a welcome sacrificer, nor touch their altars with clean hands.
I've seen most of the
Ancient
Jurassic
Greek
Park
poet
movies.
Oppian,
So you were saying that that them telling us to stay still in like a dinosaur situation with a T-Rex would be false because their vision had a lot more angle than what was anticipated. It's like, oh my god, the whole entire stay still and the fucking T-Rex won't see you was a lie. It's a lie!
Like friendship, sociability, goodwill, and playfulness.
Over the centuries, as we've studied them more closely, we've discovered that dolphins also share our
Yeah,
less
it's only like
desirable
3
human traits,
rows.
like individualism
It's only like
and
3 rows on
even
the top.
violence.
You guys can say it's a
Dolphins
lot, but it's a
comprise
lot
36
not done
species that can
to.
be found all around the
And like I said,
planet.
I'll zoom out like when
Like
I
humans,
stop for the
dolphins have
day
complex
in like
social
10 or
systems,
15
and they're
minutes.
highly individualistic. This sense of me first, as we know ourselves, can sometimes result in a lot of sketchy behavior. Dolphins
It's
are
better
apex
now that I have a
predators
rhythm
that
going
hunt
instead of the
both for
beginning. If you saw how I was starting in the
necessity
beginning,
and fun. Their
my god, I was a
strategies for
fucking mess. I
swarming
watched
and
that
gobbling up their
fucking
prey
tutorial
are
video
well
of how
documented.
that took one
From creating
area.
mud clouds in the water
I
to
watched that
confuse
like
prey, to bum rushing
20
fish
I
onto
probably
shore
replayed the
and snapping
fucking
them up on
1
the
minute
sand.
video 20
We are
times.
always
I was like
discovering
so
new
fucking
ways that
nervous.
dolphins have
I was
found
like, what
to
the fuck do I
secure
do?
their
What the fuck do I
snacks.
do?
What is more surprising is when we
Even though they had a
uncover
picture
dolphins
here on the
hunting or
fucking
even killing
thing,
for sport.
I'm very
Bottlenose
much a
dolphins have been seen
video
killing the
learning
significantly
person. Like, I
smaller
learn better by
carpet
seeing
porpoise.
things
The
done
scientists studying
than a
this
fucking
behavior have yet to
static
determine the
image.
why behind it, but it seems that competition for resources isn't one of the reasons, as there isn't much overlap in the diet of these two species. More likely, these dolphins are maiming and killing porpoises to maintain their fighting skills, or much more sinisterly, just because it's fun. And porpoises aren't the only species that dolphins snag for their entertainment.
Damn.
Dolphins have been known to use turtles, pufferfish, and octopuses
Yeah,
as
I've heard it
living
before
toys.
that.
They've even been observed using pufferfish.
Yeah, I've heard it
to
before
get
that
a little
people
bit
think dolphins
high.
are so nice, but they're
When
jerks.
stressed, pufferfish release a neurotoxin
This isn't really new to
powerful
me. I
enough
mean,
to kill.
some of this
But
info's
when
new,
used
but
sparingly, it
I've
can
heard
make
it before that dolphins are
pleasantly
jerks.
blissed out. Dolphins have even
I learn by
been
doing
observed
stuff
passing the puffer
yeah,
around the
it's just
group to
watching,
get
looking
high
at a
together,
picture
and staring at their
doesn't
own
help me much. I
reflections in
prefer
the
to watch
water
a
surface
video
above.
where I see the movement
While they
of what's
may be
going
vibrant
on.
during recreational time, when it comes to reproduction,
That's why I had to go watch a video, even though they had a
quite so
diagram of how to do it. It wasn't a very
Sex and
good diagram,
aggression
I'll
in
tell you that
dolphin
much.
Society often go hand in hand, and male dolphins are especially hostile in their
To me, it didn't look
interactions
like a
with
very good
females.
diagram.
In a behavior called herding, a group of 2 to 3 males are known to surround a female who is unwilling to mate, capture her,
They're nice to us,
and
but they're jerks
prevent
like
her from mating
animals
with
and
anyone
stuff.
else. This imprisonment can go on for weeks at a time. All the while, they're trying to coerce her into being receptive to their advances. This is a particularly brutal reproductive strategy to ensure that the male who successfully mates with her will carry on his line. But females also have their own strategies to avoid becoming impregnated by a male they don't like. Female bottlenose dolphins have evolved complex spiral-shaped vaginas,
Imagine getting bullied into
folds
pregnancy.
leading to dead ends. If a male forces himself upon her, she can
Then
rotate
again,
her body, causing him
animals
to
have
spill
more
a
of that
seed in the
reproductive
wrong
instinct than I think
direction.
humans do.
She can then swim off to mate with a male she picks
It's like
herself.
a primal instinct.
Sex among dolphins isn't always so violent, thankfully. Australian humpback dolphins have been seen courting females by bringing them enormous sea sponges, all while singing and dancing.
Oh, that's kinda cute.
These visual and auditory displays, along with the gift of a hefty sponge, could be meant to convince the female that he would be a strong and virile partner. The less romantic interpretation is that he's showing off just how strong he is, as a display of dominance to coerce her into mating. And now we're back at violence, which I guess is never far from the surface with dolphins. Remember those murdered porpoises? They were killed at the height of the breeding season, when testosterone in male dolphins is at its peak, and their most ferocious tendencies are on display. During this time, dolphins have even been known to have the blood of their own brethren on their flippers. Infanticide happens among dolphins when males kill the young of a female they didn't mate with. This reproductive strategy ensures that the female will become fertile again in a few months, quickly opening up
I
the
think I need like
possibility of a
less than
successful pairing for that
these
male.
ones here. I think I have like 3 or 4
In
squares
2009, a
squares
scientist
to
in
do, but
Scotland
I
observed
think I need
an
less than that.
attempted
Let me
infanticide
when a male charged into a
I counted
mixed
out how
group
many
of
were on the
bottlenose
start, and then I
dolphins,
grabbed that much
grabbing a
yarn,
newborn calf
so I
and
wouldn't go
attempting to
over it.
kill
But let me
The mother and others were able to pull
see
the
if I
baby
can
away,
put some of this yarn away.
but it was found 8 months later, beached with serious spinal injuries. These kinds of aggressive attacks against newborns may explain why spinal deformities are common in that dolphin population. When it comes to dolphin sexual aggression, even other species aren't safe. Not even humans. There have been countless reports of male dolphins trying to use humans to scratch a biological itch. One coastal town in France even introduced a swimming ban in response to a lonely dolphin named Zafar that started harassing swimmers. Much like us humans, touch is an important part of bonding and communication in dolphin society. Dolphins will often touch each other's flippers or brush up against each other as they swim alongside. The need to touch sexually is also part of reinforcing bonds among dolphins, even between same-sex individuals.
Dolphins be horny though.
The fact that Zafar was an outcast from dolphin society was likely a contributing factor to him seeking contact, sexual and
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, they're jerks.
Humans who were
I mean, I think
gregarious
for the
nature.
most part they're portrayed as like innocent, but like
engage in some seriously sketchy behavior according
there's
to
been
us.
some cases
Hyperbole aside,
like I
it
think
can't be
I've heard
viewed
like
through a human
of
lens.
cases of like them
Instead, we could use these
like
complex
bumping into
creatures
boats
as
and
a
stuff.
mirror to hold up to ourselves in an effort to examine our own darker sides.
Or like purposely trying to push like smaller
Today,
boats.
We're talking about organisms that show little or no signs of biological aging. These are the immortals. We are a species obsessed with aging. We're constantly trying to battle the gray hair.
Sorry, I kind of brushed my
wrinkles,
head
and
against the
especially
fucking
disease and mental
mic.
and
Okay.
physical deterioration.
So this
that comes
looks
with getting
pretty
older.
good
While
right
it may be
here.
straightforward for us humans,
I might
on a
try to
scientific level, aging is extremely
I might try to
difficult
squeeze another
define,
yarn in
and
there
is
at the
far
end.
from universal.
It's like hard to see, but it's
Dozens
like
of
a little
theories
like
for aging
grid
have been floated to explain it in evolutionary terms.
Certainly, the human race hasn't been here
Actually, I
long.
can put it in right now.
To see a star go through
Okay.
its birth processes, its coming of age.
Because this one should have had like 3 more pieces, but the way how they fucked up the grid, it kind of
is a real mouthful. So
ruined
let's
it.
break it down. Senescence is the
That one
trend on
more.
a cellular level.
And then
where
we're still left with
individuals of a
2 more
population
pieces that should have gone in this row,
increasingly experience disease
according to what
and
the grid showed
deterioration
us.
as they age, leading eventually to death. Negligible here means that the rate of disease and death in relation to age isn't statistically significant. What that means is that the risk of disease and death is stable, or in some organisms, even decreasing over time. Sometimes establishing senescence is difficult because it's hard to study long-living organisms in the wild. For example, we know that Galapagos tortoises are the longest living reptile. Their lifespan
Why is it showing
exceeds a century
that?
in the wild and almost twice as long in captivity. But the jury is still out on if they actually age or not.
I don't want to see this shit.
In 2016, a room of scientists gasped while watching a video of a comb jelly.
I'll stop here. I'll play Spotify for right now. I got like 1 more to put in. Okay. Let me try to get this one in. I might move it away from the camera. It's like in a really fucking annoying spot. Nope. Okay, here we go. I know, it's such a fucking mess right here. It's making it harder to see it. Let's try to even out that thread. Okay. God damn. Okay. Okay, that's it for right now. Let me zoom out so you guys can see how much progress it is, since you guys think it's a lot. So I did these first 3 rows. I need to mark it off. You can see it's like lightly marked off, but Let me get a Ziploc bag for the open bags I used of yarn, so they don't go like. Because now that there's not as much yarn in there, it's gonna be loose all over the place. And that's gonna really annoy me. Say it with me. Organization is the key. So or I, rather, have this bag that's going in. The loose ones and open ones are, I really hate fucking messes. So, like, the orange one has more of a dent, like, it's more looser. And this one, we didn't use too much brown, so it's, like, still a little tighter. So, that's gonna go there. And then let me turn on the app for the camera so I can zoom out. I'll organize the rest of this off screen. Mark as red. Okay. Actually, I'll go ahead and organize this while waiting on the app to open. I need to put this thing away. Is that like in another language or something? I was gonna say Spanish, but I don't think it's Spanish. I fucking speak Spanish, but I don't really know a lot of words in Spanish. Okay. Oh. Well, I guess there's that too. Okay. So I have the yarns in the container it all came in. Then let me zoom out so you guys can see what's done. Which isn't a lot, again. I'm gonna put the scissors in my top desk of my drawer so I remember to bring them out. Oh, there's a brown one right here that I didn't put away. Fucker. God damn it. Let me put that yarn away before I forget about it. I thought I had them all. Apparently I didn't. Fucking piece of shit yarn. Coming loose and trying to run away. Okay. Okay, so let's see how much I can zoom out on this. Okay, that's all I can do. So this is like the top part right here, and I did 3 rows on there. It does look like a lot, but then so where the bend is at, where the zipper is, the white part behind here is where the zipper's at. And then this is like the top row where the ears go. And then this is the top of the eyes. I still got all that. So it's a lot more to go. So yeah. That's like, what, like 1/20th of a pillow? I don't fucking know. I don't know what math is. I really don't know math. I'm gonna say 1/20th of a pillow. I don't fucking know. I'd have to count all the grids to give you an exact number. But it is not a lot done. To me, it's not a lot done. So I appreciate you guys being encouraging. I don't even think it's 5%. Let's be real here. I don't think it is. I'll probably just put this in a Ziploc bag instead of trying to stuff it in this container. I'll get like a big Ziploc bag or some shit and put it in there. I don't know. right now I'm not liking trying to put it back in here. I'm afraid it's gonna fray the fabric. The fabric of reality. Okay. And then... Ooh, I really don't want to crust that. Really don't want to crust the fucking threads. Let me lay that flat. Okay. Then... There. It's back in its container. Oh, I hope I only go faster. What's next time I pull this thing out, I'm gonna forget what I did, and then, I'm gonna be like, where the fuck was I at? My dumbass is gonna forget. Okay, so now I need to find someone to raid to, and say bye-bye, Lego box. Well, it's not Lego, it's like off-brand. It's so pretty, though. Look how pretty it is. Actually, it'd be easier showing me this way. It's so pretty. I like purple. I love purple. I like purple and goth stuff. Oh, no problem. Let me find someone for you guys to raid into. Birthday. Thank you guys for coming by and keeping me company. Oh, let me plug in my keyboard before I do all that. Because... I think we'll raid into Kataro, but we'll see who's live. One of my legs closed. Okay, here we go. The leg of the keyboard. Max purple goth theme. I like goth stuff, but for... I don't wear goth normally, but I like it. Style of it. It's definitely one of my top favorite like style choices to wear. I do want to get a goth outfit for my V2 model at some point, but that's not really anytime soon because, as I said, I'm getting the Dungeons and Dragons outfit done this year and Christmas, and next year it'll be like probably a Halloween outfit and another one. I'm not sure yet. I mean, I have outfits in mind, but I'm not sure what order I'm gonna do them in. I just gotta... I haven't thought as far as as next year. I got lots of outfit ideas I want to do, but still a little time because the rigger can only work so fast. Also, before you guys go, I gotta ask you guys something. Let's see here. So, don't leave me yet. Okay, so recently Twitch released this thing called Creator Badge Drops, and to my knowledge, it says reward your viewers with a badge to celebrate your next special event. Once a viewer meets your new gift, subscribe, or watch requirement, the badge is automatically rewarded. These badges can only be used in your channel. And then, basically what they have here is, this one is for, subscription counts. So I think it's, for if you subscribe for a certain amount of months, or if you gift subs, because it says subscription 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm pretty sure it counts for like, if you, because I know some people like might subscribe for like the whole year, like ahead of time, and then, but it says like sub and gift reward at the top here. So it's like if you sub for a certain amount of months, or if you buy a certain amount of subs or a gift. And then there's another thing here that is for how many hours you have watched. Yeah, so it's 1 hour to all the way up to 8, and I think I can only do them in increments of, oh, okay. So they cannot exceed 28 days. So if you guys are in my server, or you guys can find me through Discord DMs, you can DM me and you can tell me what kind of image you think you would like to see as a badge for a reward for each of those increments. So I'm assuming I can award you one for 1 hour, 2 hour, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I can put a separate image in for each one. So if you guys know me through a mutual server, or you wait till the end when I post my social link, you can find me and you can tell me what kind of image you think would look cool here. I don't really know what to put for this one, but I think for the subscription one, I'd probably put like holding a gift box, and maybe this one would be like eating popcorn. So that's kind of the idea I have right now, but I'd like to hear back on the community from the community, because you guys will ultimately be the ones who get rewarded these badges and will be the ones who will have them to use. So it would be nice to get feedback, but if you guys don't want to get feedback, that's fine too. But it just helps me when I know what you guys want, so I don't go like, oh no, that my expectation was different than this. So just DM me, or you can post it in the general chat if you're in my server. I think I have a suggestions channel on my server. I think I have a spot for suggestions. If I don't, I'll make one after this. Or I'll make it this weekend. Or you can just DM me, it's fine. Okay, let's see who's live. There's a bunch of people live today. Ooh, Papa Paradox is playing Subnautica 2. Okay. So, I appreciate you guys all being here. Here's a link to my socials, and at the very bottom of my socials is the Discord link if you want to join the community. You're more than welcome to, and also here's my YouTube channel if you want to help my small growing channel. If you want to help out, you can go to my YouTube and hit subscribe there, and also you can subscribe on TikTok if you really want. I'm trying to get TikTok to 1K so I can do live streams. I'm almost there. I think I'm at like 700 and something. I can't remember the exact number. But anywho, here's the YouTube. And the TikTok should be in the Cardco one. So let me find who I was gonna raid again. Papa Paradox. Alright. This is tired. Sorry, I'm very tired right now. I love you all. Goodbye. Come back. I won't be live tomorrow. We'll be live. I mistimed that wave. We'll be live like 6 or 7 p.m. CST on Friday, and also I think I'm gonna be up earlier than that so I can stream before we do Dungeons and Dragons, because we're gonna conclude my GM session, and then on Saturday we're doing 11 a.m. we're doing Sane together with a friend, and at 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. we're doing another D&D session. We're doing D&D downtime. And that should also be at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. CST. Sorry. Officially